closet, because you know the orders of praying in our closet, away from the eyes of these simple people. We don't do it so we can see our prayers and we can look, these guys are being holier than holy. We do it to show it in diligently, man, in truth.
James 5 and verse 13. Is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing psalms.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Sing us. Yeah. Yeah, but if you're married, yeah, sing a psalms, man. If you're, yeah, I was like, yeah. First Corinthians 6 and 9. Like, what? That's how we're married, man. If we're married, let's read the scriptures. Go on.
Verse 14, is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church and let them pray over him, anointing him with the oil in the name of Yahweh B'Shem Shai.
Yo, if any's sick, man, read. What would you read? What scripture would you get for a brother if he was sick? That's the question, man. Do you know any scriptures that you would get for a brother if he was sick? That's what you need to find out, man. Give me Jeremiah. Go Jeremiah 30 and 17. Give me Exodus. Yeah, go to verse chapter 15 and verse 26.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30 and verse 17. But I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee if of thy wounds, saith Yahweh, because they called thee an outcast, saying, this is Zion, who no man seeketh after.
Don't forget to hold that. Yeah, man, no one don't seek after us. No one don't care about niggers and black people, so-called blacks and Hispanics and natives. They don't really care about us, seriously. They look at us like, oh, what these damn niggas screaming about on the microphone, man. So the Most High is going to heal us. A spiritual healing is coming.
Tell you what, this is the book of Exodus 15 and verse 26, and said, if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh thy power, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee. I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am Yahweh that healeth thee.
What?
For I am Yahweh that healeth thee.
Yeah, who is the healer? The Most High is the healer. How would you tell your brother if he was feeling a bit sick? Bro, are you keeping the commandments, bro? Like, what? Talk to me, counsel him, man. Find out what's going on and show him laws, statutes, and commandments, and just read through them or something. Let's just go through the Torah for a little while. And boom, Most High just heals him. Because why? He was washed. He was cleansed. Bring it out, King.
This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16 and verse 12. For it was neither herb nor mollifying plaster that restored them to health, but thy word, O Yahweh, which healeth all things.
Yeah, man, and it makes them clean. It heals, it makes clean, it gives you life. And so, the herbs, get that one there. Give me Matthews. Give me Matthews chapter 4. And I need verse.
This is Matthew 4 and 4. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh.
Yeah, man. That's how you live. That's how you survive. You survive. That's how you get your healings. That's you by the word of the Lord. That's the way we move, man.
This is James chapter 5 and verse 14. Is any sick among you? Let him call for the elders of the church and let them pray over him, anointing him with the oil of the name of Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, and the prayer of the faith shall save the sick, and Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai shall rise him up, and if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. Confess your faults one to another, and pray one for another, that ye may be healed. The effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much.
That's what?
Availeth much.
Very profitable for a man of righteousness to pray over a person, over an Israelite, let's be precise, over a so-called black Hispanic and Native American. You want them brothers to pray for you, man. You know when someone, you go into the comment board, brothers are saying we're praying for you. All praises, man. Send up some quick prayers straight away for the same Akyam or Akwaf. Like what? They're praying for, man. They're even in our prayers as we wake up, man. Because as soon as we go onto the channel, we know they're on the comment. We know we're bound to see them saying great teaching, powerful. We love what you brothers are doing, and we love you people. You love our Israelites out there as well, man. That are learning and understanding. Thus saith the Lord, man. Knowing the reasons why we lay our bodies as living sacrifices on these damn highways, on these hedges, man.
That's
Brother,
right.
do you know your nationality? Do you know who you are? You don't. You're a bit shaken. You think you're black? Do you think you're a black man? Brother, look at your skin. Look at your trainers. Is it the same color? Look at your hand. Look at your trainers. Are they the same? Are they matching? So are you black, brother? Nah. So now you see that was 2 seconds for you to change your mind to understand they're telling you lies, bro. Who told you that you're a black man? Society. They're not white. Man has got a white t-shirt and he's pink, bro. So we need to get our minds correct. You understand? What are Chinese people? Are they yellow? Do they call them yellow people? Do you understand? Oh, we are being racist. Why are you calling them yellow? Why are they calling us black then, man? Do you get it? Let's think about what we're doing up here, man. The Most High, what we've got in history, right? The oldest history book in the world is the Bible. It goes back to Adam. You understand? It goes back to before Adam, to the beginning of the creation of the world, brother. In the beginning there was light, formed from the darkness, bro. Understand? So what we use this history book for is to identify our ancestors, King. Are you where you from? Ghana? Nigeria? Where you from? Jamaica? Congo? Ghana? So now the Ghana, bro, they are Khans.
My bad,
they know their history. They says they migrated from Israel, bro. You understand? They are Khans.
had to make a little something, you know what I mean? Damn, I forgot I was live. Listen to the word of the Most High. All right, so let's get into some of this stuff.
Well, one thing, Zach, that you touched on was just this gross focus on identifying unnecessarily women.
There's that look. She don't look like a sister from the motherland. I'm just saying. I like to see, well, the other sister, like she's, yeah, there we go. I like to see more of this look on TV just as much as this look over here. In commercials and, you know, don't they say black come in all shades and colors? Why we keep seeing this color in TV and commercials, never this color? And if we see this color, can it be thin like this? Do it always gotta be obese, overweight? All right.
Zach, one thing, Zach, that you touched on was just this gross focus on identifying unnecessarily women's names that may or may not be involved. And I think it is it isn't too harsh to say that that was a failure by many people, including folks within our own industry. And Brad Stevens actually addressed that today. I want everyone to take a listen.
So that's supposed to be a jab at Stephen A. Smith, I'm guessing. You know,
We have a lot of talented women in our organization, and I thought yesterday was really hard on them, and I think that you know, nobody
Might
can
catch a flag.
control Twitter speculation and rampant, but
Tinder is better than Grinder.
I do think that we, as an organization, have a responsibility to make sure we're there to support them now, because a lot of people were dragged unfairly into that.
I want to bring in our NBA analyst Kendrick Perkins into this conversation because, Perk, you played for the Celtics organization. What were your thoughts on this message here?
Well, well, one, to me,
Now, poetic, that is completely cap. You know, when I was growing up, I guess like the only beauty that was around on TV was white women. So I remember telling my aunt at like, I don't know, maybe I was 7 years old, like, I want a white woman, you know, a white girl, something like that. Because, you know, I'm 44, so beauty most of the time represented on TV was just white women. Like every commercial was white women, just, you know, hair commercials, Revlon, whatever it is. Like it was always, beauty was always represented by white women. So growing up, you know, but as I got older, it started, the shade started to get darker. So that's how that worked out. So you know.
I didn't like Brad comments on this, and let me explain why. Not the fact that he was taking up and protecting the women in the organization, but you know, he said about the speculations and the Twitter BS and things to that nature, and how unfair it was to the women in the organization that is not involved with this particular situation. And I get that, right? But why is it speculations? It's speculations because of the reports that were put out by the actual Boston Celtics. So they didn't do a great job from the jump of actually protecting the women in their organization, because knowing that they were going to sit up here and give out this information and go out here and suspend Ime Udoka and talk about, just give a little details, it's going to have people speculating. And in my eyes,
now, let me just say, there's a lot of speculation. There's supposed to be some information on the back end that none of us are privy to, that some of the athletes and some of those in the know about. So it's supposed to be 100 times worse than what anybody heard listening to my voice. It's supposed to be 100 times worse. And I don't know if that's for the organization or for the coach, but it's supposed to be like, this is supposed to be like the Cinderella story form of it. It's supposed to be uglier. So we could be looking at some Deshaun Watson type shit from the coach, or the organization could be covering up other scandals. I don't know, but it appears to be more messier than what the media is leaking out.
I feel like the Boston Celtics dropped the ball, not only in protecting their entire franchise, but in protecting the women as well. They should have made sure that they crossed their T's and dotted their I's before they put this information out. And I get it. Now we're to this point, and now he had to go.
So let me not say I'm the most educated and the most aware in this subject. I'm not. I'm listening to, you know, stations like this. And, you know, I really don't have a comment. I really don't know exactly what's going on. I just know the stated facts.
On here, and he had to say this and he had to say that to protect those innocent women. But at the end of the day, man, it just ain't right how they went about it. The word accountability, okay? Accountability doesn't just go to Ime Udoka, okay? Accountability goes to the other people that played a part in that as well. Let me tell you.
So the coach, so at least from the leaked, like what's publicly known, he really ain't supposed to have done nothing wrong, you know, morally, but immorally to the organization, because they have a policy where they don't want the employees dating each other because things like this leak out. So that's a policy with all employees. So he broke the policy, and so did the woman break the policy by dating each other. So that's what they did wrong. what they're guilty of, at least publicly right now, is that they had a relationship that was against company policy.
Tell you another thing I didn't like about my good friend Wick Grossbeck and Brad Stevens in this press conference when they asked, is anybody else going to be punished? And they said no. And my whole thing is this, right? These are some of the facts that have been out. These are some facts that I know that, you know, this relationship, one of these relationships that was had with Ime Udoka and one of these women, it was consensual, meaning that this woman actually played a part in it too. So my thing is, yes, Ime Udoka was wrong. We get that. His punishment, he deserved that, and whatever else follows, I hate it for him, but he put himself in this position. But why are the other people getting left off the hook?
Well,
that's the problem that I have right now. Everybody got to be.
So here we go with now this is the problem I have, like with the women, at least on the stations. I don't know how they feel, like I don't know how women feel off the station, but the women on the stations, the sports stations, like they got this, I don't know, that could be just me, my male bias, whatever. But when it seems like when people say, hold up, don't just hold the man to the policy, hold the women, the women involved also to the policy. When men dare to say that, they get this type of expression.
Else follows, I hate it for him, but he put himself in this position. But why are the other people getting left off the hook?
Well,
that's the problem that I have right now. Everybody got to be held accountable.
I mean, that's why he's talking, just cutting in. Yeah, the women were married. He was married. Well, he's not married, but he's engaged or have a relationship ongoing. So they both, you know, did some BS on that. But yeah.
I think that we need to circle back to what Shanae said, is that there was an investigation that was conducted by an independent law firm here. And I think that transparency is what will rule the day here. And so without having all of the information, it is unfair and irresponsible of us to go and to speculate on that, because what we have to...
Well, I'm not speculating. Sure. I have the information. I'm not speculating.
Okay, so he clearly said, listen, so you're speculating. So basically she's speculating to assume that he's speculating. He's like, no, I'm not speculating. I know, I have information. I know what I'm talking about. But
what we irresponsible of us to go...
So she's laying blame. It's irresponsible of us, including Perkins and herself, you know, to speculate. And so she's indicting him, and he's like, no, keep me out of that indictment because I'm not speculating. I have the information. I know what's going on. And that's like just move to the side, you know, egos right now. And
to speculate on that, because what we have to...
Well, I'm not speculating. Sure. I have the information. I'm not speculating.
But what we have to go with here is the fact that an independent law firm came in, did this investigation, and the facts that they were...
She cut them off. So that was her call right there. She cut so that's the thing that's going on. That's the controversy. She cut everybody off to get the last spill.
Presented, they came to the conclusion that Ime Udoka violated a policy that warranted a 1-year suspension, and I share your frustration with the lack of transparency while understanding that there is some things that they need to...
Yeah, he's a coach. I really doubt that he has any authority unless they work with the players themselves. I really doubt if he had any authority over them.
From a legal perspective, keep private, but knowing all of that, understanding all of that, we have to come to the conclusion that whatever rule, the conduct that was broken on one side, it is not the same on the other side. I think...
Wait, what was that?
Whatever rule, understanding all of that, we have to come to the conclusion that whatever rule, the conduct that was broken on one side, it is not the same on the other side. I thank you for your perspective.
First, she calls out Stephen A. Now she
All right, so I'm ending on that, but there you go. Let me go to the next one. All right.
Have all of the information here, and it was frustrating to me.
Okay, so this is another woman. This is Malika Andrews. They're all, you know, black, mulattoes, mixed, whatever, I guess.
that the Celtics declined to elaborate or to give more specifics about what exactly the rule breaking was.
Now, I agree with the public information. All right, somebody woke up. Mm-hmm. I'm right over here and lay down. Okay, you stay. All right, you stay right here. Okay, let's go.
Was that led us to this point. So that, I just want to get that out of the way first. But to answer your question, Molly, I think what stood out to me, I think what stood out to me is that Brad Stevens, he was upset. That's what stood out to me about what he termed rampant Twitter BS.
So that's the other African sister from the motherland.
The word that he used, that women were unfairly dragged into.
I'm a conspiracy theorist like indigenous when I say, you know, the women, black women representative on TV and commercials look like them. So far, the two I just showed you.
To this within the Celtics organization. You could see that Brad Stevens was visibly upset about this. And I also found that to be gross and unnecessary, that folks.
His position required a certain rule of conduct. Theirs didn't. So his job was at stake due to the rules of conduct for the position he held. That's what I heard. Journalistic integrity. God body peace. I don't know about that. But that same herd stuff, no man, is the same herd stuff that Kendrick Perkins was going to elaborate on why he should be indicted from that. We're irresponsible. So again, journalistic integrity is required though, so we can only go by information that's been vetted. So the only information that's been vetted is that there's a rule of conduct that requires no relationships on the job because of scandals like this. All right, and until we get some public information on that he was more held to that and not the women, then there you go.
We're bringing in the names and the images of women that is just not a fact. That was purely speculation. And so to me, that is what stood out. But the Celtics as an organization could have done more, and short of doing more ahead of this yesterday, they could have owned that responsibility in this press conference. I understand that there were legal parameters that they had to operate within for everybody involved, and I appreciate the fact that they brought in outside counsel and did a thorough organization, and I think that that.
So these guys have been playing around, got caught, and feel like they are being treated harsh. Black men, you know, hey man, I don't think it's like a black man thing. I think it's just a low key gender war in this country. You know, so I think Asian white men or women, when one side is being blamed or pushed, it's all out war, you know, and it appears that some of the women in this war have the most power to, you know, men getting locked up, getting canceled, getting fired. I don't see that on the opposite end when women screw up. See them getting canceled. When Cardi B said that that she set some guy up to get robbed and stripped down and naked, she should have been canceled. I do know if a man would have said something like that he was involved in a robbery of a woman getting stripped down and naked and robbed, and he was a rapper of note and had a career, I think he'd have been canceled quickly, dropped from the label and everything.
that is something that was clearly necessary in this situation. But the fact that it was able to go on all day, the fact that we are sitting here debating whether somebody else should have been suspended or not, we are not here, Stephen A., to further blame women.
So there you go. There you go. So obviously the rules of conduct is not clear, because you heard her argument. Men, I'm seeing that some men, like some women, would like equality in this country. So if there's a policy that is against relationships or something like that on a job, and if you're caught, you should be punished, fired, suspended. If that policy is for everyone, then everyone should be held to the policy. So that's what some men are saying, okay? And probably some women too. Like, where is the equality in the policy? So when you see one guy who's a coach of the team being, plastered around the media saying, hey, he did this, he's suspended. Yes, big news because he's a coach, I get that. But if that policy is for everybody, his role is no longer, his role is not special, like Noam said. If he's normal like her, if his role is normal like hers, as far as the policy doesn't is blind, then the news should have read both are suspended if they both fit the policy. So that's what men are saying. The same thing women would do. If a man and woman was involved in some scandal and she's being railroaded and he's getting the break, women will step up and say, hey, well, why? It's been done before. Why is she getting all the flack? Where's his accountability? Where's his responsibility? That's what happened. So now men are saying that, hey, where's the punishment for the women that was involved? That's what she just ended. So now when men say, hey, here's the controversial or the controversy. The controversial remarks and the controversy from the remarks. Men are saying, hey, is the woman getting a break on that policy thing, or is she being held to a policy as well? And when men dare to do that, women say, hey, don't start blaming women. It becomes a women bashing. So like that's where it's kind of going. You've seen it with Kendrick Perkins, and it's about to go that way just now. Okay, let me read some of your comments in a second. Yeah, definitely if it's a president, the woman definitely gonna get, like Bill Clinton, Michael Lewinsky got the hard end of that stick because people wanted Bill Clinton to be the president.
That is, we are not here, Stephen A., to further blame women. So whatever Stephen A. Smith said, as far as double accountability, this woman took it upon herself to reinterpret that as blaming women. All right. So she gave him a dangerous talking point in media, especially when you're media, because you will be canceled, banned, and all type of shit. So this is going on. Let me read a few comments. Like I said, okay, so I missed a lot of shit. So where's the men's movement and call to cancel? What he do behind closed doors shouldn't have anything to do with how he makes a living. They're trying to strip away his livelihood. Men have to step up, no charges that are important to them. He knew what he did behind closed doors could potentially affect his livelihood. Never makes personal with business. Same as Bill Clinton. So he signed a contract saying no playing around, and he played around. Shit. They even said the woman who is a rich white guy's wife in the organization would be punished. He's a goofy, though unbiased. He was already complaining about not having enough black coaches, and he had just to fuck it up. So thank you. Dang, I keep losing my point. Okay, well, thank you for the input. She's the wife of someone else in the organization. She's not in the organization herself. How would the organization punish her? So I guess I don't know who she's responding to.
Cause I tell you, I don't know much about this. I'm just hearing this. Anyway, where's the woman's accountability? The part God-bodied niggas fumbles doing stupid shit. He took a risk. He was weak. Was the instigator of the race. Instigator, I don't know about that. You all heard of Boris Johnson. Only reason it is news is because he is. So why would they focus on the woman? Doesn't matter. They were both two consenting adults. And he knew the rules, but only black man punished. Okay, so that's good for him.
That is not why we are here.
First of all, let me be very clear.
All right, now, keep in mind, I don't know if you watch this or not, but I just played it. But she said, we're not here, Stephen A. Smith, to blame women, all right? So she's kind of framing the narrative for Stephen A. Smith to talk. So we pretty much don't know what's going on, some of us in this chat, because we admit it, we don't know much about it. So if we tune in just now, watch this, the way she set the narrative, we think Stephen A. blaming women.
First of all, let me be very clear. I don't appreciate where you're going with that. I'm not blaming anybody but Ime Udoka. He deserves, the fact of the matter is, I've said he deserved to be fired if they were going to fire him. If you're not going to fire him, then don't fire him. My issue is all of this being publicized. The point that I'm trying to make is just like you're not mentioning. Excuse me. I listened to you.
Okay, so that's what happened with the last. That's what I want to let you just hear before I pointed out. I didn't want to spoil alert you. I'll give you a spoiler. So the last one, the woman cut in on Kendra Perkins. Again, any difference in opinion, right? I don't know. Some of these women on these panels, they just go crazy. Like, and she's cutting in. Now she gave a long spill, and she even blamed him for bashing women. So now he's going to defend himself, and she's cutting in. And you know what's worse? Listen.
You're the one telling me to stop on my show. It ain't
That's even worse. She's cutting in on his damn show. This is the Stephen A. Smith show. So you said a long spill. You got off your frustrations and your insight, and you even indicted the brother from bashing these women. So now he's going to defend himself and give clarity to how he see everything. And you cut him off mid-sentence, and then more than mid-sentence, in the beginning of the sentence, and then you are doing it on his show. We always say on this live and other lives, like, it's disrespectful to cut the host off. You cutting off Stephen A. Smith, like the best sports analyst in the country. Hold on. All right, then they burnt my food. All right. Slightly overcooked. Okay.
happening. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I've already said, the point, don't fire him if they were going to fire him. If you're not going to fire him, then don't fire him. My issue is all of this being publicized. The point that I'm trying to make is just like you're not mentioning. Excuse me. I listened to you. You're the one telling me to stop on my show. It ain't happening. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I've already said he deserves to be fired, or he deserves to be there and handle it internally and privately. if you're not going to handle it privately, if you're going to publicize it in that fashion, then obviously it provokes everybody wanting to know, okay, well, who are the parties involved? When you have Amina Smith in Boston and other women pointing out the fact that there were women who were wrongly implicated in all of this, it's a disservice to them. I didn't come out with the report about a consensual relationship. I didn't come out with the report ahead of time leaking that they were going to suspend him for the year. They did that. And my point is, considering how pervasive this kind of stuff has existed in professional sports for many years, my whole point is that, excuse me, make sure that you handle it in the same fashion it has always been handled. You could have fired him, and then we could have speculated till the cows come home, but he's gone. But to keep him there, keep him employed, but in the same breath, suspend him for a year, then also that year is indefinite. That is the issue that I have. Nobody's trying to protect Ime Udoka, and certainly nobody is trying to protect, is to excoriate the women involved or anything like that. I'm talking about how things of this matter are usually handled from an HR perspective, from an organizational perspective. That is not consistent with what we have seen throughout the years.
Yeah, definitely there. Yeah, I agree, Godbody. Definitely their feelings be poured, or all over their sleeves and things like that. So let me see what else I got here. So somebody weighing in. But before, here's a commercial. Yeah, exactly. It's not even ESPN anymore. Here's a commercial. This is for indigenous black man. All right. So this is why I say black power is really just white power, just smeared with black alley all over it. Look at this.
What do you think of Tim McVeigh?
Another hero.
So Tim McVeigh is Timothy McVeigh, better known as Timothy McVeigh, the guy responsible for the Oklahoma City bombings, right, some years ago.
The white race is in danger.
Okay, the white race is in danger. Sounds like they're just black man. The black race is in danger. Go ahead.
And it's not by accident. It's driven.
And it's not by accident. The white race is in danger, but it's not by accident. It's a conspiracy theory. So you got white people saying
the white race is in danger.
The white race is in danger.
And it's not by accident. It's driven. It's planned.
It's not by accident. It's driven. It's planned.
Who's planning it?
Exactly. Who's planning it? Watch the Bilderbergers, the bankers. Look at this.
Jews. It's planned.
Who's planning it?
The Jews.
Yo, does that sound exactly like indigenous black men, those who believe the same shit? So you got white people who are blaming the Jews and black people for why they can't get ahead in life and grow. Then you got black people sitting here blaming Jews and white people for why they can't get ahead and grow. It's like, yo, they're blaming the same source. They're like, nah, listen, we can't grow because of Jews and you. Like, nah, we can't grow because of Jews and you. This is crazy.
In danger. Another hero. The white race is in danger. And it's not by accident. It's driven. It's planned.
Who's planning it?
The Jews.
The Jews.
We know it's the Jews. I mean, we know that.
Look, that's a fact. We know that.
Mason has a lot more to say. The kind of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories I've come to expect from white supremacists.
And black supremacists.
But I'm struck by what he says next.
With
now, only difference is between a white supremacist views and a black supremacist views is this.
Trump winning that election by surprise, and it was a surprise, I now believe anything could be possible.
So I mean, there's hope for the white race. So when Obama had won, that was supposed to be a token for black supremacists to be like, yeah, okay, wait, well, maybe things gonna turn around. I mean, so that means that we are more extremists than white extremists. Because he felt like, oh shit, one of our own got in there. Hey man, we might be, making waves. You expect black supremacists to believe when Obama got in there, oh shit, one of our own got in there. Hey man, we might be making some, nope.
After decades of railing against the government, Mason says Trump is giving him hope.
As Trump says, and he has it printed right across the front of his hat, make America great again. In order to make America great again, you'd have to make America white again.
Yeah, look how he said white. Look at his face. Look at his lips.
Make America great again. In order to make America great again, you'd have to make America white again.
Yeah, look at the heavy emphasis on white. Oh my God.
Make America great again. In order to make America great again, you'd have to make America white again.
I'm slow that down.
Make America great again. In order to make America great again, you'd have to make America white again.
God, I keep missing it.
Make America great again. In order to make America great again, you'd have to make America white again.
Ah, shit. Oh well.
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting. We're headed for interesting times.
All right, so I wanted that documented for Indigenous. All right, we're still on commercials, right? So look at this.
Bitch ass nigga, pussy boy, nigga.
I think he's fighting somebody video recording when he said that.
Bitch ass nigga, pussy boy, nigga.
Yeah, so he's recording, so beat somebody ass. Whatever they did, he said, I'm gonna go live on this shit. As he's kicking somebody ass, he went live. You know, he must got some real hand skills to be able to multitask like that. Whip somebody ass, get the camera, go live, and then talk his trash, and then finish the business. So at least he ain't shoot him. Like he took it to the hands.
Nigga.
All right, so here's some breaking news on predators.
D-Boy, Fritz, King.
These four guys decided to listen to me clear, okay? They decided to gang rape a 12-year-old girl. And before you say, oh, that's terrible, I'm not done. They recorded it. Okay, before you say that's terrible, I'm not done. Then they upload it on Facebook so everybody can see it.
Yeah, just
So now I just want to show you, I want to show you what happened to them. So that was back in 2012. Now this is who is being called super predators. You gang rape, four guys gang rape a 12-year-old girl, then video record it, then upload it on Facebook so the world can see it.
4 or 15 at the time.
No filters.
Oh. Let's see here. What?
All right. So he got 26 years for initiating the whole thing. He got 11 years. He got 9 years. What? Right here. Go play. All right.
And one of the
Okay, so anyway, let's go past that and bring you this. So you can understand what a super predator is. If I can't put it in plain English, look at this.
Watch college football all season long, live and cable-free with YouTube TV. Try it free.
Really big names in the memory studies field, all taught here because the news.
Now you see that, right? In 2019, these black men got 90 years, 65 years, and 25 years. 90 years. So you got to imagine, what did they do to get 90? These guys are, again, they're 25 and down age. These guys got 90 years, 65 years, and 25 years. What did they do? Watch this.
The face of a cold-blooded child killer. Dwight Boondody is now charged with killing a 9-year-old cold-blooded child. The face of a cold-blooded child killer. Dwight Boondody is now charged with killing a 9-year-old Tyshawn Lee. Today, police shared horrific new details about the murder. And as CBS 2's Mai Martinez reports, the little boy wasn't Doty's only target.
Mr. Doty was an engine of violence on a killing spree with absolutely no sense of humanity.
And police say
Ain't
Doty
that what a super predator is, defined by Hillary Clinton?
Spree with absolutely no sense of humanity.
No sense of humanity. Conscience is sealed. No conscience.
Police say Doty and two other men, Corey Morgan and
Well, it's
Kevin
always
Edwards,
it's never a lone wolf with us. Think about white society. When they do some mass shooting, it's a lone wolf. This right here, when we do some crazy stuff, it'd be a team of us.
were set on killing as many people connected to a rival gang as they could as retaliation for a gang shooting that killed Morgan's brother and wounded his mother.
Shortly after the shooting, Corey Morgan stated that since his brother was killed and his mother had been shot, he was going to kill grandmas, mothers, and children.
So this is the Rambo logic that these gangbangers, these predators have. Oh, you killed my brother, you shot my mom? Well, I'm killing everybody. Rambo's sister dies. Rambo's get a gun. He don't just kill the guy who killed his sister. He kills 100 people. He kills 100 people for his sister's death, which is one person.
At one point, Doty set up a surveillance of Tyshawn's grandmother so he could kill her in order to draw out rival
So Tyshawn is the father of his son, Tyshawn, that died. That was 9 years old. That got shot by those three guys.
gang members.
That's because the three men believe Tyshawn's father was responsible for the shooting that killed Morgan's
So
brother.
remember his brother being shot and dying and his mom getting shot? They believe Tyshawn did it, so they couldn't find Tyshawn, so they found his little son and killed him. Look how they did it.
But the plan changed on November 2nd when the three men spotted Tyshawn playing in Dawes Park.
So they found Tyshawn's son at 9 years old playing at the park.
Police say that's where Doty befriended the 9-year-old as he played on the swings.
His original plan
The swings, okay.
was to torture this child by kidnapping and cutting off his fingers and his ears.
But instead, investigators
So they was gonna just cut off they was gonna torture him, the 9-year-old. They was gonna cut off his fingers and his ears. That was the first plan, the original plan.
say Doty lured Tyshawn to this nearby alley by promising to buy him whatever he wanted from a store.
So now these super predators, perfectly labeled, had lured the 9-year-old boy into an alley, promising to buy him all sorts of beautiful toys and games and things like that.
They reached the middle of the alley. Doty took out a gun and shot Tyshawn multiple times at close range.
And
So they shot the 9-year-old boy, who was the son of a man that probably didn't take care of him, that they felt like the father of Tyshawn had killed his brother and shot his mother. So I can't fight Tyshawn, so I'm gonna go kill Tyshawn Jr.
says after killing
And then had two accomplices. So it's one thing to be crazy to do it yourself, but then you go get you go find two accomplices to agree with this logic. Yeah, we can't find the guy who killed your brother allegedly and shot your mother, so we gonna go get his son, and we gonna torture him. First plan, and plan B is let's just kill his little ass.
Tyshawn, Doty wanted to go back to the park to shoot all of the kids playing, but he couldn't because Chicago police.
You heard that? Your mass shooter, your black mass shooter, wanted to go back to the park because killing Tyshawn wasn't good enough. Like he still didn't feel like he thought that would be savoring. He thought that would he'll feel better about everything that happened to his brother and mother. Nope, he killed his little boy, shot him into the clip, little brother, and felt like he should go back to the park and kill all the kids there, and he'll feel better there.
On the scene. To shoot. And Alvarez says after killing Tyshawn, Doty wanted to go back to the park to shoot all of the kids playing, but he couldn't because Chicago police were already on the scene.
So he wanted to go back and kill all the kids that was at the park, but he couldn't because the cops were there. So he decided, let's go home. He got found days later. Now, this is the father of the boy that got killed. So the father of the dead son, he went back and retaliated for his son being killed. He went and shot 2 men allegedly from the gang and a girlfriend of his son's killer. So the guy who killed his son, he couldn't find him, so he went and found his girlfriend. Yeah, so like these murderers, they be involved.
I'll just catch y'all the next one, bro. I'll just catch y'all the next one, bro. Hell yeah.
All right, so that's it on that. What do y'all think about this?
I do have a Patreon video that's going to be more brutal on this topic. I clean it up. But I want to talk about the Ime Udoka situation here. Ime Udoka, for those who don't know, is a young, talented coach for the Boston Celtics. He was recently suspended for 1 season by the Boston Celtics, allegedly for having an alleged consensual relationship with a female staffer. Okay, so I'm assuming this female staffer is works underneath him, because that's how the media is portraying this, that the female staffer is like, you know, some girl who works underneath him, and they had a consensual relationship. We all know that Ime Udoka is also engaged to Nia Long, the actress, the legendary actress. Okay, but you know, whatever. So he was suspended. The Celtics have a policy in which there is no workplace relationships going on. It's against the rules in order to prevent things like this from happening. So according to the reports, this woman who had a consensual relationship at some point with Ime Udoka told the superiors, human resources, or whatever, that Ime Udoka was making unwanted advances towards her. Okay? So, of course, the company took the woman's side. They said it was some type.
Driving one evening, I noticed that the lights on the side of the street had rays coming down. I made an appointment with a retina specialist. I went in and he diagnosed me with wet, age-related macular degeneration.
Important safety information and indication.
Type of independent investigation and all this type of stuff, and which led to Ime Udoka being suspended for a year. And that's all the information we have. We don't know who the woman is. You can speculate who the woman is. You can speculate, you know, it doesn't matter. We're going to talk about it from what we know, right? So I hear a lot of women in the media saying this is about power. This woman had no power. He had the power because he is the coach. He's her superior. She had no power. First and foremost, this is not 1952, okay? This is not 1965. This is not even the 1970s or 1980s, not even the 1990s. This is 2022. This is the era of the woman. You understand? This is the era of the Me Too movement. This is the era where you can't watch a movie without some woman being the hero. The husband is some weak, pathetic male. He can't get the burglar out of the house. The burglar ends up knocking him out. The husband's in the corner somewhere knocked out, and the woman saves the day, protects her children. You know what I'm saying? This is that type of era, right? This is the era where the moment a man of power pursues a woman, he gives up his power. The moment he pursues this woman, the moment he says, "You look nice today. You smell beautiful today. Oh, I love what you've done to your hair." The moment he asks her out for coffee, he gives up his power. He is no longer in a position of power. She is. Because at any moment, she can go to human resources and say, this man is harassing me. And you know what? By law, they have to take it seriously. So you're going to be suspended. There will be an investigation that will lead to you being suspended because the company has to be seen as taking the woman's side in case of a potential lawsuit down the road. So when you have women on television like Malika Andrews, who's claiming, who's rushing to the defense of this woman who she doesn't even know, right? Oh, well, we want to make sure we're not blaming the woman. We want to make sure. Why not? Why not? Let's be real here, okay? Ime Udoka, if he had a consensual relationship with this woman and he's engaged to Nia Long, and Boston Celtics has a rule that doesn't happen on their team, then he was wrong. He was wrong and he deserved to get suspended. But guess who else deserves to get suspended? That's right, the other adult in the room. Or are we not talking about an adult? Are we talking about an inferior human species? Are we talking about an inferior sex? Are we talking about a child? Or are we talking about an adult woman who has the right to make a decision and live by her decision? Which one are we talking about here? Because I'm confused in this era of girl power. I'm confused. Are women equal to men and women have the right to do this and a woman can do everything a man can do? If that's true, why are women not held to the same standard as men when they make a mistake? Ime Udoka made a mistake. Cool. You punished him. Why is the woman not being punished? Why can she scapegoat herself out by saying, well, he's making unwanted advances towards me? Okay, that's inappropriate, but did you have a consensual relationship with him? Yeah, I did. Okay, you broke the rules too. So why isn't she being dealt with? See, companies are afraid to do that. Society in general is afraid to hold women accountable, which is why if you see on the news, you might see some teacher, right? Some male teacher. He's a male soccer coach or something for a female soccer team or something like that, right? And you know where this story is going. Some 16, 15-year-old girl, he's giving her rides home from school. Boom, boom, boom. One thing leads to another. Something inappropriate happens between the two. The whole world calls him a monster. Lock him up, throw away the key. He should lose everything for that mistake that he made, right? Which was wrong. The same scenario, female teacher, sending pics of herself, inappropriate pictures to youth, to the children of her that she's teaching or whatever, right? She gets caught. The whole world says, well, listen, she's a woman, she's a lonely woman, I mean, these boys are teenage boys. They're full of, testosterone, hey, what are we going to do here, I mean, yeah, she should be punished, but, I mean, do we really want to throw away the key? I mean, she's just a woman. She just, that is so insulting to women. Real feminists should be offended at the notion that women are mentally inferior to men. Like they are incapable of making sound decisions because they're women, right? I don't understand this double standard that women are okay with. You say you want equality. You say you want to be held to, oh, a man can do this, I want to do this, and fine. Why do you accept this scapegoat of not having to accept responsibility for your actions? Okay? This is what I want to know. Now, we don't know what happened in this situation, but I can guess because that's all we're going to do on here anyway. Everybody's speculating, everybody's guessing who it was and what happened. This is what I suspect happened. And like I said, I have a more brutally honest version of this video on my Patreon. So, this is what I suspect happened. I suspect Ime Udoka had a relationship with this woman that he works closely with on a day-to-day basis, and things like that can happen at the workplace, right? When you're working with somebody constantly, the laws of attraction happen. Doesn't matter if either one of y'all is in a relationship. You're seeing somebody all the time. Stuff like this can happen. Yes, it can. You're a woman, my woman. You're a man, his man, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It can happen if you are working in that type of environment with the opposite sex. It can happen. So now, they have a relationship, okay? consensual sexual relationship. She's flattered that a guy like Ime Udoka even wants to look at her, seeing as though he is in a relationship with Nia Long, who's a legendary actress. This woman is flattered. She's intrigued. Oh, I get to mess with Nia Long's man, right? She gets to pretend she's a star overnight, for one night. He messes with her, and then he leaves her alone. It wasn't what he thought it was going to be. He left her alone. Started treating her just like an employee again. Moved on. She didn't like that. She felt like he threw her away, like he used her and threw her away, like her feelings don't matter. She gets paranoid. She sees him talking to players.
This is the only security camera you'll need in your home in 2022. It's also the easiest to install on the entire market.
Him and another player sharing a laugh or an inside joke or something. She thinks it's about her. Oh, everybody knows. Oh my God. He's so immature. He's telling everyone. She freaks out and she goes to management. That's what I think happened. I've seen it happen in those. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've seen that scenario happen several times back when I used to work these jobs. I've seen scenarios like that happen. She gets paranoid. She feels used. She's angry with herself for doing it. So she tells the people, this man's making unwanted advances towards me. She doesn't need any proof. She doesn't need proof. All she has to be able is make that claim. And in today's society, they are going to side with the woman to protect themselves from lawsuits. I've seen it happen. The women have the power in these situations, not him. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So this is why I am against wholeheartedly women working for male sports teams in any capacity. I'm against it. Call me old-fashioned. Call me whatever you want to call me. I'm a big boy. I can take it. I'm against women working in a testosterone-flooded field where you got these guys cursing each other out. You got these guys using the B word, using the F word, using all kinds of words because they're men. And men talk, what y'all, the same excuse y'all gave Donald Trump, right? Y'all said locker room talk, remember that? And y'all still voted for him and it was no problem. Okay, so the locker room talk. At any moment, a woman can complain. One of these female staffers who do the stretching or they do, massages or whatever they do. You know how these women, whatever they do for the team, right? These players go after a hard game, got to go take a shower, and then some woman's in the locker room rubbing them down. Their testosterone is high, okay? If this is a heterosexual woman, this is a heterosexual man, the laws of attraction are going to take place. It's impossible for a heterosexual woman to work around these athletes that are in physical prime shape, okay? Pheromones, everything flying around, they're going to be attracted to those men. Those men are going to be attracted to those women. It's a setup from the jump to have these women working in that environment. Because the moment one of these players or one of these coaches act on their natural human desires and compliment this woman. Oh, you looking good in them jeans today. That's how men talk. Oh my God. The woman has the right to go to human resources, go to upper management, and file a complaint at any given time. She might even like it at first. She might like it. But the moment she feels like I'm not getting what I thought I was going to get out of this flirting situation or out of this relationship, I can flip the script. I can accuse you of doing something inappropriate to me because technically this is against the rules. Boom. I'm ready to call TMZ. I'm ready to do this and that. Any job is going to panic and they are going to take the side of the woman. You can book it. It's going to happen. They're going to take the side of that woman. You know what I mean? That's what's going to happen. So I'm against women work. Listen, these women need to be over there working in the WNBA. Everybody complaining about how the WNBA don't get enough attention. Well, blame women. Well, why are the women trying so hard to get into the men's locker room so hard? Why are women fighting so hard to get on television to talk about men's sports? But at the same time, the WNBA need more attention. Talk about the WNBA. Talk about women's rugby or whatever they do. Women's soccer. Do that. Be proud of that. Women, if you want to see a progression in female sports, then women have to act like it matters. You're not trying to cover the MVP. I don't even know who the MVP of the WNBA is. You're not covering her. You're trying to cover Giannis. You're trying to cover LeBron. That's what you're doing as women. You want to be in this male-dominated situation, but you want men to stop being men. You want men not to be attracted to you. Yet, you want to show your cleavage. You want to show your legs. You want to smell beautiful when you're walking in. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing wrong with that. But it's also nothing wrong with a man complimenting you on that. It's nothing wrong with a man being attracted to you, right? When you're looking good and smelling good. That's going to happen. And society cannot change, will not change nature. You understand? It's not going to happen. So this is why I believe women should not be allowed to work in male sports. They just shouldn't. Not unless they, playing for the other.
I mean, did you see that catch?
It's crazy, man. I thought he was gonna be a bust. Who knew he was gonna be that good?
I did. I knew it.
Wait a minute. I knew it. Stocks, but for sports.
Hey, what if there was a way to invest in athletes like stocks?
You haven't heard about Mojo?
Yeah, Mojo. It's a sports stock market.
You do know sports better than whatever ferret coin was.
That was a bad beat. I'll take the L on that.
But here's my question.
How does it actually work?
Well, now you see, the stock would have to be a whole new asset class based on the duration of the entire career, with a stat-based payout that guarantees intrinsic value. Also having short-term liquidity so you can trade in and out instantly.
So basically, all I gotta do is
Buy low and sell high. Baby stock rookies and blue chip stars.
That's great, babe. I love this for you. So where do you want to invest in first?
the freak.
What about him?
He made me money. Kita.
What's this? InstaFace?
Retuvo. It's the sports stock market. You never hear anything about Mojo.
Heard about what?
Mojo, the sports stock market.
Yep, they did it.
They totally did it.
They did it. Holy shit.
The other side. That's the only way. Because if you're a heterosexual woman and it's going to happen. It's going to be some shenanigans. It's going to be some BS going on, some accusations going on. And I just think it's not fair. Yes, if Ime Udoka did this, he shouldn't have done it. But we've all done stuff we shouldn't have done before. Everybody who listened to this video has done something you shouldn't have done before. So everybody can play high and mighty and judgmental, but nobody caught you when you were drinking and driving 2 years ago, when you just made it home by the hair of your chinny chin chin, right? What if you would have got pulled over and caught? That would have been a stupid mistake that could have been avoided, right? What about the time you cheated on your girl, right? Stupid mistake that it could have been avoided, right? So on and so forth. Everybody has their own dirt. Nobody's perfect on here. You understand? So Ime Udoka made a mistake. This woman made a mistake. Why is she not being penalized for her mistake? Why does she get to have the mental capacity of a child when it comes to making mistakes? I've talked about this several times before. A woman, for whatever reason, gets held to this standard of a child. She can be, a woman can be go into a relationship or make a decision, right? And if that decision is the wrong decision, somehow it's the man's fault. It's society's fault. It's somebody's fault. Somebody got to take care of these 12 kids. Somebody got to take care of these 12 kids. You know, y'all all seen that video. It's never her fault, right? She can go out and have get pregnant every other weekend, right? It's not her fault. It's these evil men that keep getting her pregnant, right? she's never held responsible for her own actions. That's my problem, right? Society, look, a woman can go out and a man. Think about how screwed up this is. A man and woman can meet at a bar, right? I'm gonna give you the whole scenario here. Let's say you walk into your favorite bar. It's a pretty lady sitting on a stool. It's about 3 empty seats right there in front of her, right next to her. You sit down next to her. You order your drink. You and the bartender start catching up. You're talking about the game. You know, you're talking about the, you know what I'm saying, the Dallas Cowboys versus the Packers, whatever, right? So you and the bartender giving your opinion. The woman jumps in the conversation. I disagree. I think Dak Prescott is no good. I think this and that. So now you're engaging with the woman. You and her are talking. Then you find out she knows a little something about sports. It's attractive to you. Beyond her physical beauty, now the fact that she knows something about sports is attractive to you. You're shooting it, you know, y'all having a good back and forth conversation, right? You offer to buy her a drink. I like how you think, lady. I'm gonna buy you a drink, right? What you drinking on? Y'all start drinking, okay? 4 drinks in, now she's touching your shoulder, you're touching her thigh, you're going back and forth. The chemistry is undeniable at this point, right? So she asks you, so what do you got planned for the night? You gotta go home to the wife? This is how she checks to find out if you're married. You say, oh, no, I'm actually divorced. I got work tomorrow, you know, so I'm gonna probably head back to the hotel. I'm just in town for work, so I'm gonna head back. Oh yeah, really? What hotel? Well, you know, the night's still young. The woman, the night's still young. She wants to go back to your hotel, or you invite her to your hotel. Regardless of the scenario, you guys go back to your hotel. You've both been drinking, having a good time, right? You get back there. As soon as you bust in the room, immediately y'all start kissing, right? Clothes coming off. You get in the bed, bam, 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 grown folk business, right? The next day, did you know, fellas, if that woman has any regrets, she can just say she didn't consent to that because she was drunk. She doesn't remember what happened. And guess what? The police, she can call the police. The police are going to investigate. The police are going to say, they're going to go talk to the bartender. Bartender's going to say, well, yeah, it looked like they were having a good time. Yeah, he bought her a drink. Oh, he bought her a drink, huh? So he was trying to get her drunk. Is that what you're saying? Bartender said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they were having a good time. Write that down. Now this man got to go to court, got to go to trial to defend himself, or get scared and take a plea and register as an offender.
No one blows taxpayer cash like Tom Malinowski. He voted for a bill that gave millions to golf courses, ski slopes, and luxury resorts, and another $1 billion of stimulus checks for prisoners. It's time to pull the plug on Tom Malinowski.
Because this woman is not being held. So somehow, if the man's drunk, he's still of right mind. He can still make decisions because he's a man. And somehow a man is smarter than a woman, right? So even if a man's drunk, he can still make sound decisions. But if a woman's drunk, she cannot make sound decisions.
Is this facts or nah?
She cannot be held responsible for her own actions, right? According to the law. This is unbelievable. And just like that, somebody could be registered as an offender. And y'all gonna make fun of him. Y'all can call him a creep and all this stuff. But just like that, that's how quickly your life can be ruined. I've seen it happen to good brothers. You know what I'm saying? When I was younger, I went to this Scared Straight program, right? They sent me to this Scared Straight program. I was acting wild, doing all the stupid stuff, right? And I met a brother up in there who was about maybe 25 at the time. And he told me his story, how he got locked up. You know, it was crazy. Like, he met a girl at a bar. He literally met her at the bar. And you're supposed to be 21 to get in the bar. He met her at the bar. They having drinks, whatever. He take her back to the car, and he smashed her in the car. She gets pregnant.
Yeah, I'm laughing at the comments. Let's see. Can you still use the word broad, Amber? Please don't. I take that word. So why don't men make themselves better for women to choose from? What is just as priest? I will ask. Men are confused as to what a woman actually wants from a man, because it seems like a lot of the predators, super predators, be having girlfriends. Like, so should I be do we listen to the music? I want a soldier. I want a roughneck. Gotta have a roughneck. I need it in the morning. Gotta have a roughneck. So we're confused. The average man goes to college or has a work, no felonies, nothing like that, live an honest life. And the girl he looking at is eyeing the local drug dealer sometimes. Yeah, so we be a little confused on what women actually want. Maybe women should just make it plain, say it plain. What are some things we would like in a guy? And maybe men will go ahead and tackle some of those things.
Right? Comes to find out, the girl is underage. She's like 16, 17, something like that. Now, this brother was in the military. In the military, don't really play with that kind of stuff. They don't want no lawsuits and all of that. And so this brother's main defense was, wait a minute, this girl, look at this girl. She don't look nothing like she's 17. She was in a bar. Why would I have to ask her age? He's like, bro, I was 23 at the time. Why would I have to ask her age if we both in the bar drinking?
I love that's old because Bill Cosby is locked up over old stuff. So that doesn't work over here. It still applies. And that was some of the, and that's crazy. Because you say it's old, but damn. So that thought was way back then, and it still carries on now to 2022. We still want you guys still want a roughneck? So Poetic Justice, or Poetic Empress, there you go. The roughneck. So I think there's a lot of men to choose from. I show these guys daily. I just show a few of them. That got 65 years for being a roughneck.
She was drinking when I got there. Don't matter. You're a man. You are held responsible for your actions, not her.
Nah, that's a lie. No. That's a lie. We watch podcasts. We watch men podcasts, women podcasts, and the men ask them, "What do you want?" And you know what they say? We actually do listen, because there's a guy named Kevin Samuel who will ask women what they want, and they would say they want a millionaire, basically. So I don't know how we can make ourselves be millionaires overnight, or any time in our lifetime become a millionaire. So there you go. So when the question is asked what the women want, they want a millionaire, basically. So we got some of the answers, and that's just not reality for in today's time.
Doesn't matter if she lied to you. You're a man. Do you see what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But this is what society has come to. So I don't want to hear this stuff about Ime Udoka had the power. No, he doesn't have the power. The moment he had any type of relationship with that woman, he gave her the power.
Yeah, you just read that the guy who killed the 9-year-old boy had a girlfriend. This guy's straight savage. But he found love. But you got good men that can't find love.
She had all the power. She still does. We don't even know her name. That's how much power she has. Kaiser Sose. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know this woman's name. You don't know how she looked. And she getting people, and they're going to fire Ime Udoka. They're going to fire him. Let's be very clear about that. They're going to fire. They suspended him right now instead of firing him because they don't want him to get another job competing against them. And plus, he's done a wonderful job with the Celtics. They've already used him for all that they need to use him for. They built this great team now, which they can be a contender. So you know how they do a lot of these black coaches. Once they build a team, we don't need you no more. Let's get some fresh blood up in here. Let's get us a Steve Kerr. Let's win some titles, baby. Let's give the credit to you know who. You know how that go. Same thing with the Raptors. You know what I'm saying? Let's get rid of you. You out of here. Bring in somebody else. Complexion for the protection. Let's win that chip. Boom. We in there. You understand me? Jason Kidd in Milwaukee. Guy Giannis, helping them grow, helping them develop. Oh, yeah, Giannis getting good. Hey, Jason Kidd, we don't need you to get out of here. Bring in the complexion for the protection. So, this don't surprise me what they're doing. Now, I've told y'all many times, those of you who follow my Patreon for years understand this. And the link to the Patreon is in the description. All right, underneath the video and going across the bottom of the screen, patreon.com/78 Sports TV. So now, I've been telling y'all this for years. First of all, the media needs a black villain at all times. And black media help them create these black villains. See what I'm saying? Black media does this, they do the bidding for the devil. So now, they need a black villain at all times. You need Michael Vick, we talked about that all this time. This America has this history of dog fighting. But somehow, Michael Vick, who never fought a dog, but because he owned the property where the alleged crimes happened, where his people was at, he's held responsible. You see? Ruined his career, face all over the place. Animal rights people just hate his guts. But the people who've been out here since the 1800s making it do what it do, you never see these animal rights people going after them. Know why? Complexion for the protection. Never go after them. People I ain't gonna go too deep into that. You know what I'm saying? But you get what I'm saying. Now they want to make black men the face.
Over the course of a decade, Harriet Tubman made 19 trips over the Mason-Dixon line and freed 300 people on the Underground Railroad, and she was the #1 conductor. And I am the #1 conductor on what I call the Above-Ground Railroad, which is
face of sexual deviancy. I told y'all this. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, right? And I can go on and on with black men that they keep throwing out there. Every time one of these other people get in trouble, every time, here we go. We got the Phoenix Suns racist owner, right? Being accused of racism. He's in trouble. He gets suspended for a year, okay? For being caught being racist and sexist and all this stuff, right? He gets suspended for a year. Brett Favre, who is my favorite NFL player of all time, Brett Favre, you know what I'm saying, has disgraced himself by stealing millions of dollars from the poor. Stole millions of dollars from poor people in Mississippi. Just pled guilty to it. The media has not put anywhere near the effort in talking about that.
Yeah, we didn't hear nothing about Brett Favre crying. The dude stole millions from black poor people in Mississippi for his own personal gain, and we've heard nothing from it.
As they have in talking about this Ime Udoka situation, because black sells. Black villains sell. Black villains are great clickbait. You understand? They sell. And you get Malika Andrews up here, have the audacity to try to bully Stephen A. Smith. She tried to bully Stephen A. Smith on his show and accuse him of trying to victim blame. Stephen A. G checked it, and I was so proud of Stephen A. Smith because Stephen A. Smith is known to cut a jig or two, but I was so proud of him the way he stood up to her and G checked it right. He said, "Look, first of all, I want to appreciate where you're going with that. Talk to her, Stephen A. Let her know what time it is, because women like Malika Andrews and others, they want so badly to be." And they fight so hard to be respected and to get into these fields where men are working. Instead of being the best women that they can be.
All right, so let me know if y'all agree where he's going now. Let me know if y'all agree where he's going now. Because this is like what we was talking about, No Ma'am, Haskell, Stu Pease, about sports, women in sports. So this is an important point or argument he's about to bring up with a point. So let me know if y'all agree what he's about to say now. So this is something we could talk about when we talk about the WNBA and NBA.
field, and they fight so hard to be respected and to get into these fields where men are working. Instead of being the best women that they can be and let men admire them for being women, they want to be men. They want to compete with men. They want to be in this field with men. And they'll use any tactic that they can to knock these men out of power when they get into position. Slide next to the man. Ooh, I like you. Ooh, you're this, you're that. As soon as they get next to you and they think they know some of your business, they try to destroy you. That's what they do. That's what they do. So anyway, I ain't gonna make this video too long, but I do want to say to the people in the chat, why is it that women are held to the same standards as children? Why? This is what I want to know. I want to know why it's okay in society for women to come on television and say things like, it's no excuse for a man to hit a woman ever. Unless your life is in danger, there's no excuse for a man to hit a woman. I want to know why a man in his brain capacity is so much more wiser and more disciplined than a woman, where if this woman insults this man or this woman cheats on this man, he can't raise his hand out of anger and emotion, being emotional for a second and slap her. He can't do that because he's a vicious dog at that moment, right? But a woman who gets cheated on or gets disrespected, she can haul off, punch the man, slap the man, whatever. And the man's supposed to take it. I want to know why in this society that's acceptable, right? Yet, it's not acceptable. If that's acceptable for a man to hit for a woman to hit a man, okay, but it's not acceptable for the man to hit the woman. I want to know why. Are you actually saying that women should be held to a lower standard on the level of children? Because I get that. People say, hey, man, you can't hit no child. That's ridiculous. That's a child, man. You can't, man, how you going to slap that baby, man? Right? I get that. But I want to know, why do you hold women to those standards? And if that's the case, if you're going to hold women to the standards of children, then is there really a such thing as a male chauvinist at this point in time? I mean, really. I mean, the guys who order their women to sit down and be quiet, go clean up the kitchen, get out of my face, aren't they kind of justified? Isn't that like what you do to your kids? No, you ain't watching TV. Go up in there and sit down somewhere. Because if you have to hold a woman to the standards of an adult.
Oh, this wasn't really the NBA point. All right. So maybe I missed it. Maybe you probably, the video's almost over, so he might already said it. You heard it. Hey, so I didn't even hear this part yet, but.
Adult, she should be treated like an adult by society. She should be responsible for her own actions, is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She should be treated like an adult and be responsible as an adult, held to those standards. That's all I'm saying. That's my opinion. Leave your comments in the chat. Subscribe to the channel. Share the video. Hit that like button. And check out the raw version of this video on my Patreon. 78 Sports TV. Salute to the mighty LDB.
All right. So let me rewind back and maybe Ask or No Ma'am can talk on that. Let me go back to the sports thing. Hold on.
We don't even know her name. That's how much power she has.
Not that.
Guy Giannis, helping them grow, helping them develop. Part. Complexion for the protection. Let's win that chip. Boom. We in there. You understand me? Jason Kidd in Milwaukee. Guy Giannis, helping them grow, helping them develop. Ooh, yeah, Giannis getting good. Hey, Jason Kidd, we don't need you to get out of here. Bring in the complexion for those of you who follow my Patreon for these black villains. See what I'm saying? The police are going to investigate. The shoulder, you're touching her thigh out. And a man, think about how screwed up this is. A woman, not unless they, playing for the other side.
All right. So anyway, his point was this, and this is something we could talk about, especially No Man Mahaskell, because they had this conversation on some shows before. He was saying that you have women complaining about the WNBA and the lack of respect, the lack of views, the lack of pay, all these things are happening. But the brother who was just talking, 78 Sports, was saying, okay, but you'll find these same women speaking on men's basketball instead of women's basketball. So he was saying, if you wanted to grow your sport, like the women's sport, to be somewhere equal to the men or close, or to grow it near or towards that path, why are you sitting here commenting on men's sports? Shouldn't you take your experience, your education, and everything you got so far to the WNBA and analyze the girls down there or up there, sideways, whatever? Why are you helping the NBA grow more powerful over everybody, and certainly women's basketball? Take your resources up to sideways, down to northeast, southwest, to the WNBA, and speak on those women that we never heard of. Everybody's chat never heard of. You know, put their names on the map so we could YouTube. Because I came across a woman, Instagram. I was, looking through my Instagram. I got a lot of basketball, so you see some basketball. Chick was getting buckets. I'm like, oh shit! So I followed her, and you know what's sad? You know what's sad? Because the clip that showed her getting buckets means scoring, and showing a straight skill, her skill set, her ability to score and pass, and I'm like, wow, this girl's good. But when I click on her actual IG, to someone high school argument, she ain't showing basketball. She's more so showing how beautiful and sexy she is. So it's like, okay, I watched your demonstration, your little shorts, they call it shorts, your little short highlight, you was getting buckets. I clicked on your Instagram, not to see how beautiful you are, not to see how sexy you are, but to see how good you are. I want to see other highlights and other gameplay. Maybe I'll be attracted to the WNBA. I'll watch some games now. Maybe I'll follow your team. Nope. She's in bathing suits, she's twerking, I mean, I really probably found two clips. On all of her IG, I found maybe 2 basketball clips. The rest were just how beautiful she is. So I'm like, yup. That's why the WNBA can't grow. That's some of the reason right there. Because believe me, if you click on any guy that loves basketball, his IG, you're gonna see that shit flooded with basketball. I could show you my boy right now. It's just basketball. He might have some weird bullshit on there, but you're gonna see basketball. All right, hopefully you don't see no booty. Let me see. This is live. I don't know what's gonna come up. All right, okay, hold up. All right. And now this is the baby. That ain't me. All right. Okay, so this is live. All right, I'm not sugarcoating anything. All right, so let me see if they switch. Is this it right here? This might be as crazy as right here. Yeah, okay, stop. You got your own keyboard over there. Hold on. I gave you your own keyboard. Here, you want to bang on my keyboard? Here, where's your keyboard? I gave you a keyboard. Here. You're going to take it and hide it. Come. Where your keyboard at? Where you do it? Oh, right there. Okay, you got your own keyboard right here. Okay, this is a real keyboard. It's wireless. You can hit that. There you go. Hit that, break that up. That's all yours. Brand new, but it's yours. Yeah, there you go. Then then I gave him his own phone, which is better than mine. And he wants my phone, the old one, the old iPhone 6. All right. So it's my boy right here, right? All right. I don't know what the fuck this is, right? All right. So maybe this is a bad example. All right. But hey, you got basketball here. All right. This might be a bad example. All right. But he's not a professional though. All right. Hey, Jay, where your basketball at? You may be looking bad. You got me looking bad.
Hey, Yucky. Hey, Yucky.
Okay. So that's a bad example. but he's not complaining about his damn league. All right, not getting views. She is. So you might, and she's actually very skilled. I wanted to see more of that skill set, and I got none of that, but just how beautiful she was. Okay, that was it. Jason looked like Genuine. I'm gonna get on him tomorrow. Like, yo, man, where your basketball videos at, bro? You may embarrass me on a live. Anyway, let's get back to the Swazi. Yeah, so anyway, so the women are speaking on men's basketball, glorifying it, seeing how great the men are, help promoting it, articulating points. Why not uplift, help build the women's platform so you can get paid a lot of money? They get paid more in Russia than they do in the United States. Okay. Hey, peace, Gary. Shit, what I'm talking about. What y'all talking about? Y'all all over the place. I'm talking about women's basketball, the WNBA. You got women analysts. Yeah, women analysts speaking on men's basketball. How great LeBron is, blah 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 blah. I'm saying if they wanted to really build up women's basketball, why not take their talents over there and speak on women's basketball so men can know who the hell these women are and have to grow an interest and possibly watch them. It confuses me because if I'm trying to give an example. If I play chess, and chess is not a black man thing at all, right? So if I'm speaking on chess and I'm narrating, analyzing chess, it's gonna be non-black people. Now, but if there's a growing surge in black people playing chess and winning and competing, and we're complaining about views and equal pay and equal, all that type of stuff, I will feel like I need to go that way. Let me start covering black chess. I wouldn't still be covering white chess or non-black chess and complaining about media attention towards black chess. I mean, it's called a sacrifice. You can't say there's no money in it. That's just an excuse. That's yeah. I mean, sometimes you gotta do free shit to get your point across. Like when you really sincere about something, there's really no price to it. It's like priceless to see it grow, to see it get its recognition. I mean, there was no money in rap like that for the old rappers, but they did it because they loved it. And it was seen as a horrible thing in white society. It took forever for it to get on MTV, Yo MTV Jams, Yo MTV Rap, and then later BET. It took forever for that to happen. And those guys were not getting paid. But it's called setting the stage for others to get paid if you really believe in something. We can't act like we believe in something, say, it's no pay there, so never mind, I'm not doing that. Then you don't really love it like you say you do. You don't really have the interest like you say you do. Yeah, I think that's an excuse. But then you can have a bag, but then you're not part of the women's struggle, because they would look at you like as you sold out for the bag. They'd be like, yo, why ain't so-and-so over here with us? She a sellout. Chess no color, only black and white. That's funny. All right, so anyway, where are we at now? So we did that. We did that. What is this? Oh my God. I gotta do this now. A little bit. I ain't gonna do a lot, just a little bit. All right, because this is new, all right? This is new.
Say that I'm successful. Show me one person doing better than me talking bad about me. I dare you. Show me one person that you heard say something negative about me that's living better than me. I'll take it into consideration when I find someone doing like me or better. That's all. And you want me to change my disposition. Show me someone driving a Rolls Royce that they own, like me. Show me someone driving an I-8, like me. Just between those two cars alone, you're looking at $500,000. Straight out and owned. And there ain't enough hustling in the world to get that without having the knowledge and still be walking around here free man. So let's be for real. And that don't even count the slingshot on the side. But that's just a toy. That's a little toy. That's only like 25K. That's a toy. You add my other two V's and that's $500,000. Show me somebody that you see as a leader who you see for years stay with the same women and children. Show me one. So I got a lot to be proud of. I'm supposed to be a statistic right now. I'm supposed to be in prison right now with several baby mamas. That's what's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be in prison with like 4 or 5 baby mamas. That's a fact. I'm 30. You already know. I'm 33 years old. I should be either incarcerated or up to my neck in child support, damn near trying to sneak out the country before they revoke my passport. You know what it is? So y'all gotta really wake up and realize this shit real. So we supposed to celebrate black greatness. See, when I see people doing great, I celebrate it. I don't get mad at them. When I see people doing great, I celebrate. I be like, man, I'm proud of you, salute. But we got this thing in our mind where the first thing we do when we see someone doing great, we want to question, how did they do that? How did they do that? But before you say are you the one that says, how's he doing it? Before you say, man, congratulations. I ain't never seen someone do great and think first, how they doing it. The first thing I think is, man, congratulations. You know why? Because after all the years of fucking oppression that we had to endure, if I see anybody black coming up, the first thing in my mind is not how they did it. The first thing in my mind is salute. Then I'm going to ask, how you did that? Hopefully you share the information. But how many people come up and actually make themselves accessible to you to share with you? They come up. You tell me. With all the black people that we can look on TV, driving those nice cars, living in those nice homes, traveling all over the world, tell me how much of them is taking the time out to do free streams, to share information, to take the time out to motivate you, to take the time out to take you to the next level. How many people doing that? How many people? You feel me? Yeah, it's Brother Polite 45. Brother POLIGHT 45 at gmail.com. That's what it is, yo. So I'm here, man. I'm just loving it. You feel me? I'm here. I'm just showing the support. But you feel me? You just got to tell me. This is why I don't let stuff bother me. Because anyone talking funny about me, I would like to see them stay in a relationship with a woman for at least 2 years straight. Talk to me. You can't talk to me if I can't even see that you can stay in a consistent relationship. Why should I let someone who can't even stay in a consistent relationship talk to me about them being a leader? You can't be a leader unless you can lead in your...
Being accused of a sexually motivated crime. I think it's an adult or a mini, so I feel like I'm doing better. All right. What's this? Some more Hebrew prophecy stuff.
The Ashantis. Ashan is in the Bible. That name Ashan is a Hebrew dialect. It means smoke in Hebrew, Ashan. And Ash, it means fire. That we actually speak the dialect of the Hebrew. Like this is Hebrew writing on our clothes. Understand? So bro, you know you got a Jacob, your iPad. Understand? We understand the dialect of Abraham.
They sound a little islander.
The 12 tribes of Israel. We are the Israelites of the Bible, King.
Believe it's nonsense.
Do you understand? Yeah, give him a flag, brother. We are the Israelites. And the reason why we know that, bro.
Yeah, and believe it or not, they are growing. Like, even though they might be debunked on these different channels, this group is growing because education isn't growing. So stupidity grows faster than intelligence, and orgs like this be growing. I never heard these people a day in my life. Okay, so I'm not subscribed to it. I don't even know who these people are. I never heard of these people. So they're fairly new. 1.3 thousand members, yep, and subscribers. They fairly new. Oh, they from London. Hey, high five. Ain't you from London?
Because we hold.
Get tethered. Oh, he not NBA. Yeah, I didn't even peep the name though. Of course, they're not from America. They London. I didn't know. Like my first time ever seeing these guys.
We hold the same tendencies.
That's he.
Give me Romans. Give me Romans 2 and 13. The reason Romans 2 is
14.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 2 and verse 14. But when the Gentiles.
Hey, yeah, I like the double decker buses though. I like that. Y'all be getting it done. Ain't no traffic out there. Ain't nobody waiting to get. Ain't nobody late for work out there. Yeah, I'm bad with accents. My bad. I didn't even know. All right, so let me show you what's on the menu. All right, so this was just a funny commercial. So let me just go ahead and find
Those which have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law. These having not the law are a law unto themselves.
So the Gentiles having not the law, and who are the laws given to? The laws are given to.
Oh, that's about the guy. I didn't even see that.
The children of Israel when they came out of Egypt. All throughout the Bible, the laws were always given to the righteous man, to Adam, to Abraham, to Adam, to Shem, to Adam, to Noah, to Shem, to Abraham. It was always given down to the righteous people, man. Because the others don't want to keep up to it. You know what I mean?
Those outfits biblical, bro. Don't hate. Don't hate on God's outfit. That's what God will wear. I hope you ain't religious. Oh, God. No man. Where's no man? Where's no man?
I'm here. I was trying to type something in the chat.
Oh. So you said
What's
take the
up?
bag.
What's
You said
up?
take the bag, screw it, trying to bring attention to the WNBA.
What you say?
Yeah, he said go with the bag, screw trying to bring attention to the WNBA.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people have quote unquote an interest in causes that they're not necessarily going to be the pioneer for, or they're not going. I mean, I totally understand your point. You're a sports commentator. If you really want to make a difference, why don't you try doing a show about, reviewing sports and games in the WNBA? Makes perfect sense. However, ain't no money in that. I mean, so she going with what is most beneficial for her for now.
Or how about even have a segment on that show, like that station?
Well, again, you got to appeal to the network for them to want to do that. If they don't see no money in it, or if they feel like it may, inadvertently, or adversely, if they would adversely affect, their ratings, then hell no, we ain't finna do no damn segment. Now, what she can do is maybe start something, just as like a tester, start like a YouTube channel where she's doing like highlights and commentary on the side, and maybe grow some type of interest that way, and then present it.
You're talking about?
He was, I don't know what her name is, but he was talking about one of the commentators.
What's the name? I forgot the name.
You talking about that Malika?
On
Yeah, Malika chick.
Oh, okay. Damn, you pulled up quick as hell, Amber. What the fuck? I'm like, I just knew I was the first one in here, bro. I'm like, God
yeah,
damn.
I was waiting on him to drop the link, because I know I got to slide. I'm like, if we're gonna argue, let's go ahead and argue now.
Hell yeah.
All right, so let me just put it in the background on mute while you argue.
Argue.
So now look at these girls getting it in. All right,
so what y'all was saying about Malika?
Yeah, Amber, you tell him.
Well, he was pretty much saying, like, I don't know her to be one of the people that are talking about, the WNBA, or, you know, how women aren't getting enough attention. I'm not sure if that's the argument he's throwing on her or if that's the argument she actually made. I'm not sure.
That was me.
Okay.
Did she do that unbiased?
No, that was my argument.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so here's where, you know, how we talk about the they and the we, right? So just because women, or there are some women that are making the argument that the WNBA doesn't get enough attention or enough investment, you can't make that all women's argument. So unless she made the argument, then you really don't have really a leg to stand on to say, well, why she ain't doing this or why she ain't doing that, because I mean, she didn't make the argument.
Yeah, I don't know if she did that or not, but
No, she did.
you know what I've come to realize, man? Probably like in the last year or so, because I don't know if you saw that exchange she had with Stephen A.
Yeah, I played it.
You did, right?
Yeah.
But I've come to realize, man, like, you know how they say the squeaky wheel gets the grease?
Yeah. No, I never heard that shit. But...
You never heard that saying?
Nah.
I've heard it.
Yeah, but that's I feel like women in today's, like, put it this way, bro. If I could have it both ways, I would have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? So that's the realization I've come to with women in this society. And the guys like crabbing about, you know, what they, I mean, listen, we all live in a reality. We know what it is. But at the end of the day, men got to find solutions, bro. That's it. You're not going to negotiate with no woman about doing what's right. It's not going to happen.
Well, so
you know what I'm saying?
That's kind of what I was saying earlier in the chat, though.
It's just not going to happen, bro. And the more you crab, it's just the weaker. I'm just over it, bro. I just don't care. I don't care no more. Let these women be free. Let them do what they want to do. You know, that's where I'm at with it, bro.
Yeah, but what about the canceling? But Haskell, what about the canceling culture? Because they doing what they want to do, but that's affecting men, and some men feel like.
But so what I was saying earlier, though, like when I want to say he made a comment about it might have been you. It was pretty much like, oh well, women are allowed to do A, B, C, and D, and men, you know, they don't like. It takes more than creating a YouTube channel, and I'm not speaking to you. I'm just speaking to kind of this guy and what he's doing. It takes more than creating a YouTube channel to air your grievances. Like, you actually, if you feel like men are not being fairly treated or represented, then you have to put in the work. Women didn't just overnight start getting the gains that they've gotten recently. It took time, effort, and consistency. Part of the reason why, and I kind of want to circle back to the conversation earlier about the guy who is in this whole situation behind cheating the coach or whatever. I love you too. There's all of this like conversation about, oh, well, why the women ain't being held accountable, and people got to keep things in a proper perspective. Now, I totally agree with Stephen A. that it should not be publicized. It's something that should have been handled internally. I'm not sure why we know that all of this is going on, but because we know that all of this is going on, it's only because he's a coach. So we can't lose sight of why this is a part of the conversation. And the reason why he's being punished is because he carries a certain position in an organization. He knew that there were certain things because of the position that he held that he could not engage in. So for him to know that and engage in it anyway, he is right to be, punished or disciplined for that. However, like making a conversation about the women, morally, they're wrong if they're married and he's in a relationship or what have you. But at the end of the day, we're not really talking about this because of the moral wrong. we're talking about this because his livelihood is being threatened as a result of him going against a rule that he was full aware of in an organization and where he's an employee.
Yeah, but I think, Amber, what Stephen A is saying is they both violated the policy, so they both should be punished, which is true. But I think what Stephen A is missing is you don't get the climate we live in. You know, a woman can revoke consent at any point. Shit, it could be 30 years later. And that's what it is. So
no, that's not necessarily true. Nah.
Oh no, that's facts.
No, a woman can't revoke consent 30 years later and say,
oh yes, she can. But you know, I guarantee you, you know, when the Celtics brought up the issue or whatever,
but
all that woman got to do.
I just want to ask you real quickly, Haskell, because in different positions, you're bound to different rules. So do you know for a fact that she was bound to that rule that he was bound to, or that she's just a part of the same organization?
Well, to be honest, we really don't know anything, right? Because we really don't have much of the details. A lot of this stuff is speculation. We don't even know who the woman is for sure. You know, they're speculating that it was the senior VP's wife. Before that, they were speculating that it was an assistant coach, that mixed Black woman. I've heard rumors that he possibly impregnated another woman. There are now like rumblings about him being like this sort of predator and was always making inappropriate comments. It's just all over the place.
I've heard now that it was both. Not that it's like, oh, well, we thought it was her, but it wasn't her, and now it's this woman. I heard that it was actually both women. Right,
but that's what I'm saying is the Celtics haven't come out. There's nothing definitive to say. Yeah, it's this specific woman definitely. At this point, it's pretty much all rumors still. Would you agree with that? We don't have anything official.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree.
Right. So
the only thing that is known and official, according to what's been put out there, is that he is a coach and they believe he violated a rule of conduct.
Right.
Okay.
So, you know, because the consensual thing, that's what the media reported, right? I don't think I heard the Celtics in any conference use that language. Specifically, it was reported by media houses that it was consensual, right? So all it takes is for, if that woman gets punished, right? Let's say that the Celtics decided to let her go or whatever. All it takes is one phone call from Gloria Allred or her daughter. I can't remember her daughter's name. And that woman is probably going to be a millionaire within a year or so. You know, and the Celtics brass, they know that.
She would probably be a millionaire anyway. So if he was in any position of authority.
Anyway, from what? From working for the Celtics?
Yeah. So if he was in any position
not being
authority,
Nah.
Well,
it's
I'm saying if he was in any position of authority, they would not really be able to terminate her without having to make some type of settlement, because it would be perceived as retaliatory, which is illegal.
Yeah, it would, but that would be contingent upon her basically saying that we weren't in a consensual relationship. She'd basically have to say, you know, because of him having a superior position, I almost felt inclined to acquiesce to him. She'd have to play into that.
But what I'm saying is, even if she said no, it was consensual and I wanted to do it. If he's in a position of authority, legally, HR law is going to say you were his subordinate, you could not consent. He was in a position of authority over you. It's implied that you have to play along. You like the HR law makes it where a subordinate cannot consent to a relationship with their superior because of the imbalance of power. You just can't, even if you think you like, it's like a college student and their professor, no, I love him and I want to be with him. No, this nigga still finna lose his job because he took advantage of his power. I don't give a fuck what you think you consented to. Legally, you can't consent, and he knew that. So that's what I'm saying.
You talking about company policy or statutory law?
I'm talking about company policy and statutory law. So legally, a subordinate cannot consent to a relationship with their superior. The superior either has to step down or somebody has to lead it. It just can't happen legally because it creates an issue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
now. It's not a
different.
crime per se. Like it ain't like he's finna face no jail time.
You're saying it would be a tort. It would be a tort, but I don't know if that's true because in the event, like in the cases of fraternization, right? You're basically saying that, if you're a subordinate, you engage in a sexual relationship with a superior, and the company has rules against fraternization and fires, let's say both of you and a superior, you as a subordinate have legal statutory grounds for
yes.
You'd have to show me some actual.
I'm telling you,
you have to source up on that one for
me.
Yes,
you do. Yes, you do have legal statutory grounds to sue for retaliation.
Yeah, for retaliation, absolutely.
Yes.
But are you saying that from what I'm gathering from what you're saying is that the retaliation is basically almost a given in that scenario? So let me give the scenario again. A superior and a subordinate have a relationship. It's consensual. Company finds out about it. They have a policy against fraternization. They terminate both parties. You're saying, from what I'm gathering, you could correct me if I'm misunderstanding, is that in and of itself, that termination gives rise to, some a legal claim on the part of that subordinate.
Yes.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I'd have to see. You got to source up on that one. But we could move on though. I'd have to see it in. I have to see that in writing. I don't think that's how that go.
After you missed it a couple of weeks ago, ma'am had a teammate, and they was jumping to watch her.
Didn't nobody jump the watcher? Don't lie on me. Don't lie on me.
It's not like she's not wrong, right? Because if you're in a position of power and someone's been underneath you, right? There's always going to be that implied sense of this kind of cajoling, or you have this ability to kind of, twist their arm, like it's implied. But the part where she's saying that it's basically like you can't terminate that person.
You can't terminate them for that reason. No. So like
right.
I'd have
to see that.
You can't terminate them for that reason. Now, if you have other reasons, then you could terminate the person, but you cannot terminate them for that reason.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that one now, but I got to see that in writing. But back to my point where I was saying, regardless of that particular point, if that woman gets a call from Gloria, or let's say they terminate her, right? And there is no, let's say what you're saying isn't true for the sake of argument, Amber, right? All she'd have to say is, hey, I felt pressured. He was a superior. I didn't really want to do it, but I really like my job. He just went to the NBA finals. He's held in high regard. That's all she got to say. That's all she has to say. So from the Celtics standpoint, they really can't touch her. They really can't touch her. And in this environment now with the whole Me Too thing, You know, that's what it is. You know, you got, bro, they locked up a 80-something-year-old man for crimes that are not even crimes that allegedly happened. Well, it was supposedly for something that happened in the 2000s, right? With that Howard Stern looking chick. But, you know, of course they used
Howard Stern looking chick.
Yeah, the supposedly prior bad acts from fucking 1970. Just think about it, unbiased. That shit is, bruh. This man, 80-something years old, damn near blind. And you got hoes going up there talking about, in 1975.
Yeah, but what about Nate Parker?
Fuck?
But what about Nate Parker? A guy who got acquitted from any like sexual.
Oh no, Gabriel Union basically said, man, you're a rapist.
Told you.
And he was acquitted by a jury, not just a jury, a jury of all white people. Bruh, if you a black man and you get accused of grape against a white woman and an all-white jury acquits you, that hoe was lying, bro.
Yeah.
Straight up. That hoe was like, and Gabriel Union appeared in that man movie. You know what I'm saying? Basically, call that man a rapist. But, you know, these discussions, bro, what I realize is, bro, man, you're going to get gaslit the fuck out of, bro. It's like, because I be seeing these dudes, these manosphere dudes, they be arguing with these women, bro. And they so invested emotionally, I'm talking about the men, in trying to convince and negotiate with these women and show them logic. And I'm like, bruh.
Yeah. That's
you're going to drive yourself crazy, bro. Because, bro, think about it, dog. If you could do what you want, get away with it, you know what I'm saying? You going to do, it's human nature, bro.
Yeah. Look. So now, hurt people. Now hurt people. So the same people who complain about oppression and these things that men did, they're returning the favors. It's like, so like you said, so
can I read a little something for y'all? And I'll drop the link. But I mean, you can look into it more, but
oh shit, Amber sourcing up on my ass. Share your screen, Amber.
Sample dating or fraternization policy. The following is a sample of a dating or fraternizing policy that you can use as
Amber.
is or alt. Huh?
Share your screen.
Oh, hold on.
This guy crap pots and how you grab that? Taking that playpen, the playpen like a jail sentence.
Company employees may date and develop friendships and relationships with other employees, both inside and outside of the workplace, as long as the relationships don't have a negative impact on their work or the work of others. Any relationship that interferes with the company culture of teamwork, the harmonious environment, or the productivity of employees will be addressed by applying the progressive discipline policy up to and including employment termination. Adverse workplace behavior or behavior that affects the workplace that arises because of personal relationships will not be tolerated. Anyone employed in a managerial or supervisory role needs to heed the fact that personal relationships with employees who report to them may be perceived as favoritism, misuse of authority, or potentially sexual harassment, and consequently, they are unacceptable. For the same reason, no employee may date another employee who is separated by more than one level in the chain of command. This includes an employee who reports to their boss's counterpart in another department. Additionally, any fraternization is prohibited with any employee who reports to the manager or whose terms and conditions of employment, such as pay raises, promotions, and advancement, are potentially affected by the manager. The fraternization that is prohibited by this policy includes dating, romantic involvement, and sexual relations. Close friendships are discouraged in any reporting relationship. Employees who disregard this policy will receive disciplinary actions up to and including employment termination. A manager or supervisor who dates or becomes romantically involved with an employee creates a serious problem for the company. Dating an employee in extramarital affairs, even when the employee is not in a reporting relationship, creates serious consequences for the company. It can affect the careers of both employees with regard to advancement opportunities, choices of jobs, and assignments. Clearly, these relationships can result in charges of sexual harassment years or decades after the fact. If a manager decides to pursue a close relationship with an employee, they need to inform their manager and human resources immediately. The company will then decide what, if any, actions are necessary to take in regards to assignments and jobs. Employees have different definitions and understandings of what constitutes a close relationship, a friendship, or romantic involvement. Consequently, if you have questions or need further clarification, talk with the head of the Human Resources Department. Their goal of implementing policies consistently and fairly will help inform your choices. Now, I'll try to find the tort law on it, because it's not like I said, it's not like, oh, no organization can do, but companies can be held liable for what is perceived as a hostile work environment from sexual harassment. In any relationship where there is an imbalance of power can be perceived as sexual harassment, whether it's real or not. It's the perception that the law judges. So if an employee is terminated and they're the subordinate, as a result, it can be perceived as retaliatory behavior. And 9 out of 10, they will win if they fight it.
Absolutely.
I have rarely heard, and now they don't have to say it's retaliation, but the thing is, I'm a subordinate. They were in a position of power. It was against policy for them. Like it doesn't matter. That's like a open and shut case. If you want to make the case, there's too many examples out there where like it's almost like a slam dunk.
Yeah, like I said, I pretty much agree with that. If you're an employee and you're in an inferior position and you pursue that, yeah, as a woman especially, odds are you're gonna come out on the winning side of that. That's why I said.
But I mean, now people say women, but the reality is, if it was a woman in his position and she had a relationship with a subordinate male, it would be the same situation. Now, I'm not sure that she is his subordinate. I'm just saying, like, people want to make it like, oh, well, women, but it's often women who are in these relationships with men because more men hold positions of power.
Typically, men are going to be in the more, right.
Exactly. But if it was the reverse, it would be the same thing.
Really?
Really?
Because here's the thing about that, right? Yeah. All right. Because I've asked guys this, men who have children this before. Some of them are candid and honest about it. Others, they're kind of coy about it to try to seem so moralistic or be on this moral high ground, right? Like I ask a guy from a visceral level, just how you feel, no forethought, nothing. Your 15-year-old, you find out your 15-year-old daughter is having sex with, let's say 15, she would be what? A sophomore in high school, right? You find out she's in a sexual relationship with an 18-year-old senior in her school, right? Very common, by the way. As opposed to the inverse, 15-year-old son, 18-year-old senior female, right? From a visceral standpoint, even if logically and intellectually you can look at both situations and say they're the same, the way you're gonna feel is not the same. It's the same thing with like a man accusing a woman of domestic violence. You know what I'm saying? Intellectually, yeah. If that woman is beating on him, yeah, that. But in practice, it's not gonna be that same visceral level of concern or sympathy. It's just, I believe, not even believe, but I subscribe to the idea of nature. I know Amber is more strong on the whole nurture aspect, but like a woman on the side of the road begging for a hitchhike compared to a man. Now, a woman she's gonna engender that sympathy out of people more so than a man. So I disagree that those two scenarios are like, you know what I'm saying? Like perfect. Nah. I don't agree with that. Like if a guy was right, unbiased, like if you were if a woman was like the head of a company or whatever, and she was having sex with a subordinate, and he got fired or whatever the case may be, and he filed suit, it ain't gonna have the heft behind it, that it would with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like a woman could start crying, bro, and it's gonna make you feel a certain kind of way. Like a man crying, like, nigga, buck up. Fuck is wrong with you, man? Yeah, man, she fired me, man. She made me have sex with her. You know what I'm saying? I felt compelled to do it, and then they fired me, man.
But I think that's the problem amongst men.
Bitch ass.
But that's that right there is why y'all don't believe it, because.
But Amber, I'm just telling you how it's gonna go.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's not that women won't get the same consequence or that it can't happen or doesn't happen. It's that if it does happen, a man ain't gonna come forward because they'll be ridiculed for it, like by other men. So it ain't us that's really oppressing them. It's what they believe will be the outcome of other men. It ain't the system. It's the societal perception.
No, women don't like no crying ass man either. Shit, you said it in the comments yourself.
I ain't gonna lie, I sure the fuck don't. But a man that was like wrong, yeah, like, oh boy, this, on his channel, a women this and women that, like, to me that's crying. Like, nigga, do something about it. Like,
right,
somebody stole your bike.
So you're agreeing with me there. The way how we perceive, it's not just men. The way how we perceive, because look, women have had talk shows for years, channels for years, talking about the issues they have with men. That's what women do. They talk.
But the thing is, I think they crying too. When it's certain shit that I just like, okay, that's weak.
I think you'll say sometimes you probably say buck up, but it's not something that like doesn't offend you. Like I could hear the disdain in your voice for the men, and I feel the same way too, because it's not becoming of a man. Like a woman crabbing, like that's how women get things.
No, I actually have disdain for women that do it too. It's low key. I actually think I have more disdain for women that do it, because I feel like, I think men probably have more disdain for other men that do it. Same way, like when certain women do certain behaviors, I feel like it's a poor reflection. Like, girl, boss up. What the fuck is you doing? Even though it's them personally, in my mind, like, see.
So let me ask you, what do you think about women crying versus men crying? What are your feelings on that?
It's all
any
weak
difference? The same?
I think it's all weak sauce if they not, like, to me, it's one thing to feel a way and have a complaint. Everybody has a complaint.
I'm talking about literal crying.
Yeah, but I'm not finna sit and complain about the same shit every day.
No,
like, build a bridge.
Amber, I'm talking about literal crying, snot bubbles.
Oh, like, to me, I don't mind if, like, a man cries when, like, I honestly think that more men need to cry. because there's certain stuff that
in public
or whatever, like it, depending on the situation though. Like if I see, let's say a woman get into like a car accident and it's just like a little fender bender. I've seen people have whole breakdowns and meltdowns. So you're not hurt. It was a little fender bender. Like, why are you this, undone behind it? So in that situation, I would be like, girl, toughen up, but if it was something like, let's say somebody has witnessed a murder, right? And they're crying. I would expect a man to feel some type of way about that. Like, that's traumatizing as fuck. You watch somebody get their life taken. Like, so to me, it's just, it depends on what they're crying for, whether or not I can understand and empathize. It's not whether or not they're male or female.
All right. So if I were to say in general, I'm more averse to men crying than women, you would disagree with that notion in general, because remember, we can't account for every single scenario, but just as a general rule, men crying in public versus women crying in public, like I make a clear distinction between the two. Again, as a general rule, I will much sooner accept it from a woman than I do a man. Would you agree with that sentiment or disagree?
Well, I agree with you because I know where your sentiment is coming from, but I would disagree in general.
Right. So you don't see any difference.
So to explain, I think collectively society is more comfortable with seeing a woman cry than seeing a man cry because it's not socially accepted for men to cry.
How about publicly? You personally? Me
personally, like I said, it depends on the situation.
No, that's why I'm saying, taking out the situation or any caveats. That's what I meant when I said by in general.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think it's acceptable for anyone to just cry willy-nilly. Like, I just think that that's retarded as hell and manipulative. So I don't consider it to be acceptable for anyone to do it, men or women, without just cause.
All right. So for me, let's take the crying willy-nilly thing, right? So for me, a man versus a woman crying willy-nilly, I would find a man doing it to be much more offensive, much more, just disgusting than I would a woman. Do you see it that same way, or do you see it as being equal?
No, I don't see it the same way, but I'm coming from a woman's perspective, right? So from a woman's perspective, a woman crying willy-nilly, to me, I'm more offended by that because I feel like they're trying to use their gender to manipulate.
Oh, okay. So you'd be more offended by the woman than the guy.
Right. If a guy is crying publicly, I'm more inclined to believe that there's a reason why. Because it's
remember, we already stipulated that it's over something trivial.
But what I'm saying is on the surface though. So we're saying it's something trivial, but if I was to see a guy crying in public, I don't know why he's crying. I just see him crying. I'm more inclined to believe that because he's crying publicly, that there's a reason for it, because men don't typically cry publicly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, remember, I'm giving a scenario where it's even on, the both sides of the equation are balanced, right? So I'm saying all things considered equal. Let's say.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe that a woman is crying to manipulate. If I don't know why either of these people are crying.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you do know. So let's say, for example.
So even if I do know, both of them look crazy to me. Like, why are you crying? You crying for that?
So you say it's all right. So let me give you an example. Let's say, goddamn, let's say, goddamn, I lost TV. I lost the remote to my TV, right? Man and a woman. As a man, I lost the remote, and I'm literally crying because I got to get up and manually change the TV. Same thing for the woman, right? Equally, distasteful.
Equally distasteful.
Right. So that's what I was getting at. And that of course is a ridiculous example, but I'm giving like the most trivial thing I could think of to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, equally distasteful.
Right. So yeah, that's how you see it. But
and this is part of my issue, because to me, I think a lot of things that men complain about in regards to women is perpetuated by the fact that they don't have the type of reaction that they should have to some of the bullshit that women do. Like the fact that you would be okay with, well, she's crying because she lost the remote, and that's just what women do. Like, to me, that makes it worse. No, hold her accountable. You're crying for nothing. That it's not that serious. Why are you crying? Because you got to get up and change the TV. Like, to me, a lot of the things that men complain about, they perpetuate by turning a blind eye to some of the behaviors that don't make sense.
I definitely agree with that. I think that's what a lot of these guys admit. But here's the thing, though. The thing is, a lot of the men who co-sign the behavior, they happen to be a lot of the rich and powerful men. The 1%, you know what I'm saying? Because even feminism in its inception, when Roe v. Wade and all that was passed, and they opened up all these women's centers and, these different programs and abortion clinics, and it was the men, right? Because Senate is pretty much all men, particularly back then when it comes to business, the money for all of those stuff, it was men. I think that's the part that a lot of guys miss. Like the way our women are today is because they've been they've been socially engineered to be that way by an elite group of men. That's what people like. That's why I say I never really look to women to. There's a level of responsibility, of course, you expect from any adult, but I do not expect. God, I want to say some. I'm trying to find a way. I just don't. I don't expect the same level of responsibility and accountability from a woman that I do from a man. Like it's ridiculous to expect that. And that's what a lot of men are missing. That's why it comes off as whining when why they can do this and we can't do that and da-da-da. Well, it's because they got a media apparatus behind them, a legal apparatus behind them, the education system. These institutions, they the ones who, you know what I'm saying? That's the power behind it.
But I'm going to be honest.
And those are run by men.
But I'm going to be honest, and I agree with you, but I say that for both genders. So it's not like I don't expect there's a certain level of responsibility and accountability that I don't expect from women. I say that for both. I think it's just a certain class of people or a certain type of person that whining is what they're going to do. Manipulating is what they're going to do. When these men are whining or, crying about certain stuff that they don't like, it too is a form of manipulation. So for me, it's just certain people that's just not going to be honest and be accountable for themselves or their actions or their choices and their decisions that they make. It's always going to be the blame game. Women do it, men do it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just certain people that are going to be perpetual victims of something because they don't want to face the fact that a lot of the hell that they live in their life is a result of their own actions.
Right. I'll agree with that. But you know, the bottom line is men always run things. That's a material fact. You know, if you look at like the countries who are really extreme with the patriarchy, real patriarchies, because you know, I laugh when like women in America talk about patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? Like, go to Jordan or goddamn Iran or something. You know what I'm saying? Like the women there, they have to live and act a certain way because that is the standard that's laid down by the men in power there. You know, that's the important thing. The men in those societies, they've ordered their society that particular way. And likewise here, the way our women interact with men is dictated by the men who are in power here.
Right.
You know,
So
that's just what it is.
but I'm okay. So I guess I'm confused because if men run shit everywhere,
only a select group of men.
But even the select group of men that run shit everywhere, why is it that there's another select group of men that have so many complaints about it, yet they're not doing nothing about it?
If you're complaining as a guy, then you're not select. You know, Donald Trump.
Well, it's some guys that I don't think have much of an issue with the way things are now. As a matter of fact, I think it's a little sick, but there are some guys that embrace the whole happy wife, happy life kind of mantra. Like their women can raise any degree of hell, and they're kind of...
they've been forced to capitulate. If you as a man in this particular society, if you don't have an inordinate amount of leverage, whether that be from a look standpoint, a status standpoint, a money standpoint, a notoriety standpoint, and you want to deal with women, you want to have sex with women, you want to have children, you're going to have to compromise. You're going to have to capitulate in some capacity. You know, I saw DJ Khaled, he was talking about how he doesn't fillet his wife, right? So, for example,
he don't eat the muff.
Right. He don't munch. Right? And guess what? He's able to have a wife and do what he does. And if you're a $50,000 a year making guy in America,
I don't think that has anything to do with his status. I think that's more there. I think culturally.
Wait, yeah, I'm saying, yeah. Culture has, all right. So for example, I'm from where I'm from, and from my era, not just where I'm from, because things have kind of changed now a little bit, but from where I'm from, huh?
It's more of his religion. That's an Islamic belief. Orthodox.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's more cultural for him.
But that was besides the point that I was gonna make. The point that I was gonna make is, regardless of why you as a man feel that way, if you have that standpoint saying you're not gonna do that, if you're a guy who you're 5'7", you look like Beetlejuice in the face, and you work at McDonald's, and you say you're not gonna do that, your dating pool is next to nothing, right? And
I disagree.
Go ahead.
I disagree. I think so. And I'm gonna just bring up DJ Khaled because it lends to what I believe is my point.
What would you tell a guy if he told you I don't do that? Because the average woman gonna look at you like you're a friggin' alien or some shit.
Am, but I know personally women. I know personally women.
You gotta chime in, bro.
I know personally women who do not enjoy it and they don't like it, and it actually makes them uncomfortable when their partner does it. So
would you say those women are in a decided minority?
Potentially, I've actually heard more women than me. I love it, but in my mind, I'm like, well, what is he doing wrong, sis? Like, but because I can't imagine not.
So you're talking about women who had guys who they weren't doing it right.
No, but they was like, well, I think he's doing a good job. I don't like it personally. It makes me uncomfortable. So.
Oh, okay.
So for me,
those women are in touch with their femininity.
Right, and from my assumption, I assume that okay, you must ain't had it done correctly because sis, it gives me life. But at the same time, everybody is different. Like
yeah, this shit
everybody. In my mind,
I missed that part. What she say?
She said it gives her life.
Yeah, it does. And the crazy thing is, I know women who don't like receiving but love giving. Like,
oh my God, you got my IG with it?
They're married. But
you got
I know some women that love receiving and hate to give it. Like, bottom line is everybody is different, and I don't think that it's necessarily that people can't survive or they can't make it or they can't hold relationships. I think people are impatient. They don't want to go without. If everybody else is teamed up with somebody or they getting their stuff off, then I'm gonna just have to bite the bullet.
Amber, that was the eventual point that I was gonna get to. I mean, listen, you can make a decision as a guy and go monk mode. You just say you're gonna stick by your principles and that's it. But you're gonna have your options are gonna be severely limited. It's just like if a guy were to say, let's say you're just an average guy. You make $40,000 a year, you're 5'8", just your standard issue guy, and you decide, I'm not dealing with no woman who, unless she is a 10, unless she's like a Halle Berry or better. You know what I'm saying? Chances are you're not gonna be dealing with no women. That's just the reality. So going back to the happy wife, happy life thing.
Wait. So what would you call that if a guy then start complaining about how he can't find a woman, but he's stuck with those principles?
I call that nigga a nutcase. That's what that would be. You're a nut. You dreaming, bro. You living in a fantasy.
Would you say get a dog?
But see,
get a dog and die alone.
But see, I guess that's my thing. Like, and to me personally, I don't like when women do the same thing. Like, oh, it ain't no good man and this and the third, and yet they have all of these, unrealistic standards that they have out there. Now, for me, whatever my standard is, if I know that's my standard, that's my standard. It's no need to complain about a standard that I set and I have the option to change at will. Like, I'm not going to complain about what's out there. If I'm not okay with the options that I have, then let me see if some of these standards I can revise. Let me see if maybe I might be asking too much. Or if I feel like, no, my standards is my standards, then that's just what it is. Like, it's too, like, again, it's to me manipulative. You're trying to make people feel guilty for not measuring up to what you want them to be. And trying to guilt them into being in a relationship with you that you're not going to be satisfied in because according to you, these are your standards. So like, what you want them to do, be on the hamster wheel trying to appease you and please you, knowing the whole time that this ain't really what you want. Like, I don't really understand the logic. Like, if these my standards and this is what I'm saying that I live by and I'm gonna die by, then that's just what it is. If somebody don't measure up, then oh well.
Right. But the difference is, it's kind of like if you're to go to jail, that first day you're in jail, you say you ain't eating that nasty ass mystery meat and that bullshit ass peanut butter and jelly shit, and you're real indignant about it too, right? That first day. It's so fucked up that I can speak from experience on this shit, right? That first day, you real indignant about it. Oh, you scoff it. This is beneath me. Oh, get this vile garbage out my face. You know what I'm saying? That second day, all right, I might try. Let me try the crackers. I have a couple of these crackers, but fuck that. I still ain't eat that nasty. Look, man, by week 2, nigga, you done came up with all kind of recipes for the mystery meat and shit.
But see, I think that's
nigga,
unrealistic
you
out the
tearing
gate.
that shit up. You hear me?
Now, personally, I would say that they was unrealistic out the gate. Like, to me, people just be saying shit and they don't even think about what they're saying. Like, you're in jail. You do not know for what amount of time you're in here. So to make the proclamation, I ain't eating this shit and this, that, the third, when you can't really provide yourself any other option or alternative, then I'm not finna say, oh, I'm never gonna eat this shit, this, that, and the third. Like, people put themselves in a position to have to go back and walk back what they said because they was just mad and just saying some shit. You like, no, don't do that. Just be realistic or say nothing. Shit. That way you ain't got to eat them words. Say nothing. You don't got to like the meat. You can turn your nose up at the meat, but you ain't got to proclaim what you never gonna do. You can just shut the fuck up.
Right. But what if you live in a reality where it is like that for you? You know, like, all right, so for example, you know, a young woman, relatively attractive, says, you know, I want this type of guy. You know, even if she isn't necessarily able to get that guy to commit or whatever, for the most part, she's going to have engagements with these men, you know, whether sexual, dates, whatever the case may be. A guy, on the other hand, who's similarly delusional, like that dude at McDonald's who looked like Beetlejuice, who say he ain't dating nothing less than a Halle Berry, that nigga life is dark. You get what I'm saying? So when them guys be on that happy wife, happy life, all right, because look, I be hearing dudes who are in powerful positions. I heard Denzel Washington say that. And it's become so much a part of the culture, it's so ingrained in the culture that for you to be a guy and you don't buy into that concept, you're a weirdo in this culture. So unless you got, just like with the Khaled saying he don't eat, in America, if you don't eat vagina, you're a weirdo. So what that means is, if you don't have a lot of leverage, right, and you want to be able to have women and all that, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Now with women, again, particularly if they like relatively young, right? Let's say a woman say, oh, I only deal with niggas who make this amount of money and da-da-da-da-da-da, right? Even if those men are not necessarily interested in them, if you're a woman and you put yourself in the right positions, you're going to be on some yachts in your life. You're going to come across some celebrities. You're going to take you a couple trips. You know what I'm saying? You're going to at least be able to get some morsels. You might not get no full course meal, no 5-course meal, but you're going to be able to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get enough to where you can carry on the delusion until you hit that point where we all do, when your attractiveness goes down as you age and then reality hits you. For a guy, that shit happens early. Like the world lets you know early, like, nah, nigga, snap out of that. That ain't happening.
I
You know
think
what
it
I'm saying?
depends on the status of the woman and the man. Like, I think it's some niggas that's gonna have access to bitches that they probably shouldn't have never had access to. I think it's some women that's gonna have access to niggas that they probably should have never had access to. But as you stated, over time, you know, those options are gonna fade. I do feel like, because like men talk so much about, you know, women and their unrealistic standards, but I definitely believe that women are more likely to change and alter their standards to attract a mate than a man is. So if a man say that they're not finna be with no in a relationship with no, oh, my woman got to be fit and fine and whatever the case, and they make that proclamation publicly, they're less likely to walk that back, even if they come across the perfect woman. They might fuck with her on the sneak, but 9 out
Nah,
of 10,
you don't know men then.
9 out of 10, they're not going to commit, because women are the ones that typically vie for having the relationship, not the man.
Oh yeah, as far as a relationship, yeah, for sure. For sure. But I'm talking about just being able to, you know, because before you get to a point of relationship, the initial thing is the sex. That's the base level.
Well,
Like,
I think that's part of why men are upset now, right? Because they used to be the base level, but it's a lot of women that's tired of, you know, engaging in sexual relationships with men, anticipating that it was going to turn into something more, and it didn't. So then you go to the next guy, anticipating it's going to turn into something more, and it doesn't. So now at this point, it's like, okay, these niggas just trying to play me. They just trying to get some pussy with the promise of a relationship. So let me not give them no pussy. And now men is all in the uproar. Now they mad.
right, but listen, don't no woman sit down on no perfectly functioning vagina.
Yes, they do.
You know, like that's cap.
No, it's not.
Nah, that should be burning. That should be burning a hole in y'all drawers.
No,
Not you.
definitely don't. Hey, again, I said it earlier.
I don't know about you. They
no.
fucking somebody.
So like I said earlier, I think women and men need to practice sexual restraint and discipline. Like it's important. That's what got a lot of people fucked up out here, mentally and emotionally.
Hey, you know how many dudes wish they could get one woman? I'm telling you, like, real life. You know, them guys you talking about who play women, that ain't a lot of dudes, bro. And most dudes are not in. Most dudes ain't getting chose on like that.
Hold on. So we clear. I'm not saying playing women, because I don't know that their intentions was to play them. To me, I feel like
the scenario you just gave was playing women.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said she's been in this sexual relationship with the anticipation that it was going to turn into something more. That's her anticipation. I didn't say he made her no promises. I didn't say that he told her it was and he knew that it wasn't. So I'm not going to say that the men are playing. Sometimes niggas just ain't interested no more.
They playing. Compete. You come around, man. You know how niggas is, man. It's only a very, man, you talking about a tiny group of niggas who just gonna keep it blood raw. You know what I'm talking about? Like most niggas, man, come on, man. Nigga gonna goddamn take you out and, you know, be rapping with you on the phone and telling you all this love. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't coming.
I mean, but people can still
straight,
change
you know
their
what I'm
mind,
saying?
though. Like, people can still change their mind. So I do know it's some niggas
but that's what I'm
that'll
saying,
tell
though.
you what you want to hear with no intention of doing this shit.
Put it like this, right? As a guy, let's say my objective at a particular point in my life is just straight, I just want sex, right? Your average dude, if you tell a woman that, hey, look, you know, I'm talking about off bat now, off rip. first date, whatever the case. Hey, look, man, I'm just trying to bust, bro. Like, even if you put it more delicately with that, you know, I'm not looking for nothing serious. You know, I'm trying to have fun and da. Listen, 999 out of 1,000, you're not gonna get none if you just come blood raw, straight up the middle like that. You know, the only guys who could do that now. The only guys who could do that most times, because I've been able to do that a few times in my life, but that shit is few and far between. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had this chick that was living with me, roommate, and she fucking jumped my bones. And I let her know, hey, we just fucking. And she was, so it does happen for regular dudes like myself, but more times than not, right? Particularly if that woman is a highly eligible woman, she's attractive, young, whatever the case may be, you can't tell no woman, man, hey, I'm just trying to bust. Like, it's not gonna happen. So most men, they're gonna play the game, and that's why most women feel played. And if we're being honest, they were played.
But
because
you
if I'm
just
giving
said
you
a
the
short while
impression,
ago that men ain't playing women like that. But now you're saying that men are playing women like that, because if not, then they wouldn't be able to have sex.
right? But again, we're talking about a small group of guys. If we're talking about guys who are doing it like with any sort of regularity, we're talking about only a select group. You get what I'm saying? Like your average dude. All right. If your average
But
dude was
I don't think it has to be with a certain degree of regularity. It just has to be an experience that women collectively can share. So let's say,
I'm saying on the guys' end, it will have, all right, cause look, if I'm a regular cat, right? And some kind of miraculous way I come upon trying to think of who like a bad, I don't want to, it's fun. I can only ever think of like 90s motherfuckers. My ass getting old, right? I want to give no 90s ass, women and shit, but
just give whoever.
Right. Let's say I'm for some miraculous way, I'm able to come up on goddamn, what's that shit that be on IG? Everybody be talking about, man. What's that bitch name, man? Damn, I can't remember that. I'm biased. What's that light-skinned chick, man, with the big old ass, man?
Which one? what the fuck is you talking? You talking about on IG? Boy, if you don't get the fuck.
Whichever the most popular one is now, man. Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying.
Listen,
let's say some miraculous
I need you to cut it the fuck out.
Average dude, if he's able to come up on something like that, man, Amber, man, stop capping, man. That nigga ain't, man, stop playing, bro. That nigga ain't letting go.
And see,
that nigga's not.
That's where the lies.
And hold on, don't let her be like slightly agreeable and man, what?
And see, I think I'm a call cap.
Stop playing, bro.
I'm a call cap.
What?
I'm a call cap. I'm gonna tell you why.
I'm talking about your average man. Listen,
and I'm
bro.
talking about the average nigga too, because so I don't think men realize, and I ain't gonna even say men. I think it's a lot of humans that do it. When you get, if that was something that was unattainable for you before, right? And you finally get it, yeah, you're going to enjoy it in the moment, like initially, and then eventually it's going to become what you would consider your norm. So you're going to become conditioned to think, well, shit, I got this bitch, I can get another one. It's not like you're going to be, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful and grateful to have this woman. I'm never, ever going to let go of her. No, eventually you're going to become conditioned to a new normal. And now this your normal. I got her. You'll use that bitch to bag another bitch. So like, because now this is my new standard. I only deal with bad bitches. I only deal with boss bitches. Like, women do it too. Like, once you acquire a certain status with a certain kind of nigga, I'm not, if this nigga fuck over me, I got one, I can get a new one.
You don't want to go below that.
Yeah, like everybody does it. You're at some point, it's not gonna be new to you no more. It's not gonna be, you know, the best thing since sliced bread. It was new to you when you never had it before. Now that you got it and you've grown accustomed to it, this your new normal. I got this one, I can get another one.
You know, I realized, Amber, you don't really know dude. You don't really know men like that. All right, so check this out, right? Yes, if you sleep with a woman long enough, there is gonna be an eventual point where.
No, I don't think you really know men like that.
How are you gonna tell him? How you gonna tell me? I'm a man. You ever realized? You want me to prove it to you? Nah, let me stop. But
because you're a man, you can't be trusted. See, y'all make the mistake of thinking y'all can run tired ass game on every woman. Like at the end of the day,
tired game has to.
Tired.
Nah, look, check this
tired.
out, right?
Like at the end of the day, you want a woman to believe that, oh, if I just have the opportunity to get with this type of woman, I would be so appreciative of that type of woman that I would never do bullshit to her.
It's not even that, Amber.
Like,
it's not about the appreciation, right? Hold on. Go ahead, keep talking, Amber. My bad.
I said what I said. It's just you're lying. And I'm not mad at you for lying, because this is what grants you, the narrative is what grants you access to the opportunity. You know, you create the narrative to grant you access to the opportunity, and you get the opportunity, and then you're going to create a new narrative to get another opportunity.
Yeah. All right, check this out, unbiased, because I think we might need some visual aids here, man. Check this out, right? I'm a 35-year-old dude. I work at McDonald's making $25,000 a year. I'm 5'8". I look like Don Cheadle in the face, right? Somehow, some way, y'all can see my screen, ain't it?
Yeah.
All right. Somehow, some way, I'm able to come up on this young lady. She's 22, sweet as pie, cook, clean, defers to me, all of that shit. Now, I get the point that Amber is making. Yes, naturally you get used to people, but the idea that she's talking about, where once you've dated a certain level of woman, you believe that you can get those women. No, that only applies to women. You know why, Amber? Because men are always testing the waters. So yes, if I'm that guy and I'm able to pull this chick, yes, it is possible that for a brief second that I will get it in my mind, like, yeah, I'm that nigga. So guess what I'm gonna do, Amber? When I'm at work, bagging up them fries and shit, and another baddie come through looking like, this chick look funny in the face, but let's say another baddie come through
She's
looking
too light,
like
man.
this.
Get rid of her. She's too light. Give me some more.
She too light?
Got melanin. Give me a got melanin shirt.
All right, we need a goddess.
Right there. Right there.
There we go.
Go back. The purple. Yeah, right there.
All right, so this beautiful young lady right here, right? Guess what I'm gonna do, Amber? Between bag and now, you're right. I am gassed up off the fact that I pulled this other chick. I'm feeling myself. I'm that nigga. Da. So yeah, I'm a spit. So I spit to this young lady. She's like, nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. You work at McDonald's. The fuck wrong with you? You know, and you know how y'all, especially the sisters, that's just how they go. That's how they get down too. Ain't no getting let down easy. They be getting offended. They be getting offended like, nigga, how dare you? Like, what? What would make you think? You know what I'm talking about, Amber. Don't.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Right, hold on. Let me finish up now. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So yeah, and then guess what's finna happen? All right, boom, she rejected me. All right, something wrong with her. This young lady come through. I'm still feeling myself. I spit again. Nigga, the fuck, nigga, bag up my quarter pounder, nigga. That's all I want to hear about. What the fuck is you talking about, nigga? Fuck out of here. All right, boom. I move on to this. All right, so basically my point's made, right? At some point, let me stop sharing. Reality is gonna slap me in the face, and I realize, damn, I got me a bad one. And I'm gonna hold on for dear life.
But see here, I don't believe in that. But
I asked you to believe. I'm telling you what is.
Okay.
But
what I'm saying is, y'all pull up IG models, but there's bitches that walk the hood every day that look like that. They might be a little rough around the edges. They might not be the most pristine and polished, but there's bitches that walk around the hood like that every day, or have the potential to look like that. But
and they don't want the McDonald's nigga neither.
Me personally, no.
Right, that's my point. And the McDonald's is extreme, right? But I'm making a point. Let's say you don't work at McDonald's. You make 40,000, you drive for Amazon.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's too many people out there. And I'm gonna say, not that I wouldn't date a guy that's at McDonald's, but at the end of the day, it's gonna take more than, like, I definitely wouldn't be dating him for his career path. Like, it would have to be more than that.
He's gonna have a significantly smaller dating pool than a more accomplished man. That's literally the sky being blue. That's reality, right? And that was my overall point.
And I get that, but here's my thing, and this is where it
the thing
goes
is
back.
With a woman,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Here's where it goes back to the crying that I'm talking about. Like, for me, all of that is well and good, right? So he has an option. If you want to increase your dating pool, increase your opportunities, and increase what you're able to offer someone that you want to be in a relationship with, it's the same thing that Kevin Samuels was telling women. Well, it's highly unlikely that you're going to attract the type of man that you think you deserve. But if you want to deserve him, or if you want to attract this type of man, here are the things that you will need to change. And it's no different. Like, I think people get so too tied up in who don't want them. There's somebody for everybody. It's just you don't want the options that you have. But then you want to complain about, well, women don't want to date these guys, and you don't want to date the women that are accessible to you. That's why the fuck you complaining about the women who you do want not wanting to date you. So date who is accessible to you. Like, they don't want to date you, and you don't want to date who is accessible to you. Date on your level.
Watch it pull up, bro. Amber got to get off in a little bit, bro. Pull up, my nigga. But yeah, Amber. So we agreed then. You heard me, Amber?
We agree that both men and women have unrealistic expectations off of the type of people that they deserve to have. I will agree there.
Do you agree that the woman can get enough? She could be satiated enough by those guys who she thinks she deserves, to where she'll have enough fuel to keep the delusion going, as opposed to a guy?
Not without any changes.
Because a woman could get fucked on, bro. Like,
but here's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes down to women having access to be on a yacht and be in certain groups, and like, all of that is true, right? However, they still have to present themselves in a certain way, because there's access to a multitude of women. There's access to, you understand what I'm saying? They still have to position themselves to be the one to be chosen. So they still gonna have to make some changes to their appearance, to their countenance, and how they relate to these guys in order to attract that person, regardless as to the space they're in. Yeah, they made it there, but they're gonna have to do something extra to get the attention, because you're surrounded by other women who are vying for the same thing that you're vying for. It's no different with men. Like, if you want to be the regular guy that can bag a badass bitch, you're gonna have to set yourself apart. Why are you not so regular? Yeah, you look regular on the surface, but what sets you apart? Everybody gonna have to make changes to attract who they perceive that they want. Like, it's not like you taking some dusty ass bitch from the hood, placing her on the yacht, and now she got access to this and the third. She'll be there, but she won't be chosen.
Not
She
in any
still won't have to. She still won't have to conform.
Not in any meaningful way. The performance that she'll have to do is, performing, literally doing, acrobatics, getting poked. And
I said
again,
conform. And you have women that are in those spaces that aren't necessarily interested in being like, they already know what it is. No, like, you're not just gonna play with me. Yeah, I'm a cute face. I'm here. I'm enjoying the ambiance, but I'm gonna wait on a nigga that's really interested. I already know you a scum ass nigga. All you trying to do is bust me down. I got my eyes set on actually being in a relationship with somebody. So I'm gonna play cool and reserved.
Right. So we agree then. That's where the distinction occurs between men and women in the similar scenarios, is that a woman can at the very least, get on the court in the game, right? She could get on the field insofar as with her unrealistic expectations. Now, whether or not that's going to pan out into anything meaningful, that's a different story. Where on the other side, for a guy with his unrealistic expectations, he's not even going to be let into the stadium more times than not. That's the distinction. So perhaps it's not necessarily a difference, but it's a distinction, and it's a pretty notable distinction.
No, I do feel like there is not much difference, because, like, you're talking about men not having the opportunity, but there are plenty of men that are nobodies that have access to these women because they're affiliated, because of their affiliations. They're affiliated with a rapper. They're a part of someone's entourage. They're an assistant to somebody, but they a whole dusty ass nigga.
Yeah, but you're still talking about not regular guys.
But they still are very regular. They live a very regular life.
Yeah, I'm talking about from a demographic standpoint.
So you think that these girls that are popping out on yachts and stuff are super regular girls? A lot of them aren't regular either. Because if they were, they wouldn't be able to try to maintain a lifestyle that they're really kind of trying to finesse their way into. They're not living normal, regular lives. They're not going to no 9 to 5 and then hopping on the plane to go to a yacht party. They're trying to live a certain life.
Yeah, no, but the majority of those girls are like bottle girls, strippers, lash techs. They're selling flat tummy tea, and they are just regular people. They're not like, they don't have standing in society, is what I'm saying. Well, it's a comparison.
See, I would argue against that, because you're naming industries where they part of partying or being kind of in the know, or kind of a hot girl is regular. It's the norm. Bottle girls, strippers, these are all people that are in kind of an entertainment industry. Or so part of partying is their lifestyle. A lash tech, whereas a lash tech may be, a business owner or what have you, a lot of their clients are going to be the more socially engaged client. They're going to be on the party scene, or they're going to be, the boss, so that, because getting your lashes done regularly in some areas, it's not really, it's like, in some areas it's like normal, but in a lot of areas that's like for the elite, or for the little young girl that's really out here, making moves, or for the stripper, or for, you understand, like they kind of intermingle with certain industries where partying and being social and being around certain demographics of people is going to be the norm for them. So I wouldn't consider them, like, I would consider a regular person maybe somebody that works an office job, and you're talking about they're on the guy and now they're in this, environment.
But they could get, especially particularly if they're young or relatively attractive, they could get behind the velvet rope. Similarly, like a guy who's in those industries or around those people, let's say in that same strip club, let's use a stripper, for example. A guy could be like the janitor there, or the guy who, who fries wings in the back or whatever, right? Rihanna, or let's say Amber Rose comes through and does a walkthrough. The likelihood of you getting chose on, or Amber Rose saying, yo, come back to the crib, we having a party, is, just by you being there as a guy and being around them. Like I got friends who work in strip clubs, right? Men, I'm talking about. You'd be more likely than the average guy, yes, just by being in proximity. But remember, the comparison we're making is women to men. So like a woman who's like a bottle girl who works in a strip club versus, let's say, a guy who's like a bartender who works in a strip club, the likelihood of her being petitioned by like some rapper or some who come through or whatever is much more higher than that guy getting, petitioned by Amber Rose or something. Like that's like some
but my
one
thing
in
is,
a million type shit.
any woman in the strip club is more likely, like even the regular woman. If I was to go out with my homegirls on a night that, it was some rappers in there and I was looking like I was about that life, hell, I'm more inclined to be like, it's just about the interest. You're not going to see a whole lot of women going to strip clubs looking for men to bring home. But majority of the time when rappers go to strip clubs or when athletes go to strip clubs, they're going and their intention is definitely to bring a bitch home and bag a bitch. So, or a few bitches. So I don't really understand the comparison.
Right. But really, you saying you don't understand, but it sounds like we're agreeing to me. Because you're saying, yeah, of course, naturally, those guys are
I'm saying women don't typically pursue men in general, period.
Right.
So it's highly unlikely that a woman is going to pursue a man in any environment.
Absolutely. So you do realize that fortifies my talking point, right?
It doesn't really fortify your talking point. It just fortifies that we're in a society where men are the aggressors when it comes to relationships or sexual relationships. So there's a regular woman versus a regular man. 9 out of 10, you're not going to see the regular woman chasing down a regular man. He has to be assertive and make that connection. 9 out of 10. It's not really about status. It's just more so the gender role. The way our society is established is kind of looked down on when women proposition men for a relationship.
What do you is there anything you believe about the gender roles that are natural, that are like biological, other than the physical stuff?
Not really.
Yeah, that's nuts. That is nutty.
Multi-sexual, everybody.
Yeah, like the example I gave unbiased earlier, like, and I be hating to have conversation with dudes sometimes because they be getting like women, just be lying, bro, like trying to seem so
like women be lying. That didn't sound right. You said getting like women, being like women, lying. So
I'm not even necessarily lying, but like just like they trying. All right, they're so.
I mean, but instead of going on a rampage about it, why don't you just state the areas that you believe that men are truly different other than the physical?
Oh yeah, we could go into that. So what I was gonna say was this, I'm biased, right?
Yeah.
Back to the example I gave earlier, right? When I was saying if you're a guy, you have two children, a boy and a girl, they're both 15. Well, I guess it'd have to be, a boy and a girl, they're both 15. You find out that they're both sleeping with an 18-year-old senior in their high school. On an intellectual level, you'll probably view the two things the same, but viscerally, you're gonna feel much more averse to your daughter being in
I
that
think you should go
situation.
older. To be honest, I think you should go older. 15 to 18, they're both in high school. That's like a sophomore and a senior.
That's fine. Because I think that even drive the point home even further. Let's say a 24-year-old with your 15-year-old. You know, you find out your 15-year-old son is, sleeping with some 24-year-old woman. You're gonna be averse to it unless you're a nut. You're just a crazy dude. Like, yeah, son, yeah. Because there's issues that could come from that with being a male too. So that's not cool either. But again, the word that I'm using is viscerally, right? For your daughter, if you find out a 24-year-old man is sleeping with your daughter, you're gonna want to lay something down. That's gonna, it's just natural. So that would be one example, Amber, of something that I would say it's not a matter of society or culture or programming.
I do think that's definitely societal and cultural programming. Like, definitely. I know a lot of guys that wouldn't even be upset about their dating a 24-year-old.
Right,
they would
but that's my point. So what you say, Watcher? What would you say? What's your opinion on that particular scenario, Watcher?
Honestly, is my mic on? I gotta take this headset off. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Peace to the chat and panel.
What's happening,
Obviously, I wouldn't want my daughter being taken advantage of by some older dude, 10 years or senior damn near, or vice versa with my son being taken advantage of a female, or damn near 10 times her senior. And I'm a feminist, so to me, it's way worse because I can think of all the financial implications and how she can destroy his life in so many different ways. Irrespective with a female, she's more likely to get assistance and help with the child and custody of the child because the system is set up. So I can't really view it in that example because I get what you're saying, but it kind of goes in line with what this society values. So it is societal norms that we're trying to apply to our sensibilities. Like the reason why you want to have that woman be a virgin or her virginity sanctified or whatnot, keep her pure, is for the reason of mating and the paternity of the child or understanding that as a father. So those type of things matter a lot more at a certain period of time than it would at this moment. And then even going forward. So certain societal norms and values are going to shift. Now, some people are going to be dinosaurs and hang on to those values, but it's really not the same as it's needed. So again, once you can acknowledge that, then you realize it's more a societal type of norm, not necessarily innate by biology. Because if your biology is trying to survive, then you're going to start enacting certain measures. Because biologically, I can annihilate all my competition, and that will biologically help me out. Am I going to use that as a justification for war? Not necessarily. And you know what I mean? So if we want to break it all the way down to that cellular level, we have to look at it to that cellular level and then try to build it back up. And as eras change, whether you're living in a golden age or you're living in a stone age or you're living in a computerized age, certain values, like a woman was extremely valued just for the experience of a woman, considering in a stone age or the bronze age compared to right now, the computer age where you can Google and YouTube, not even going to the explicit websites, but just YouTube will give you an experience 10 times that someone's whole existence for so many centuries will ever experience, if that makes sense. So the value systems will shift. And just like in Japan, like you ask majority of their men, they don't even value women like that because it's shifted. Whether she's a virgin, all that type of stuff, yeah, whatever. She's gonna take care of my kids, or 1 of 8 kids. It's like people's values shift. Is that biological or is that due to society? I'll fall back.
Right,
And
right.
I just want to say something really quick. I think the fact that you don't perceive it as conditioning is somewhat problematic because it reinforces the idea that one, men are they don't need protection at younger ages. So even though you're saying like, oh well, I would still be upset, I wouldn't be as upset as I would be over my daughter. But part of that is kind of, in my opinion, misogyny based, because men tend to feel a sense of ownership over the women in their lives, their daughters, their mothers. So another man being engaged in a relationship with your daughter is perceived as a challenge of some sort. Versus a woman.
I'd readily cede to that.
Right. And I think that's part of the problem though. Like, because women are perceived as objects and things.
But that's the thing. I don't, insofar as when it comes to ownership, the way I see it is I see it as again, coming back to biology, like just naturally a man wants to control his environment and everything in it. And that would include women. Like, I think that's just in men, right? It's innate.
Can I touch?
But if that's a natural instinct, then I would be just as if it's natural for men to want to control their environment, then I would feel that you would naturally be just as upset as a woman engaging in a relationship with your son as a man engaging in a relationship with your daughter, because the scenario is the same. It's just the objects change. So you still wouldn't have control over your environment per se. So if it's inherent that, that men want to control their environment, that should anger you just as much because it's an environment that you didn't control.
Can we look at this real quick just to address both of your questions? Am I mic on? Yeah, okay. I instinctually, bare instinct, reptilian brain, first primal thought would side with Haskell. The thought of my 15-year-old daughter, or whatever age, being taken advantage of someone 10 years her senior, it would anger me because I would think of the physical aspects and then the mental aspects, the psychological and emotional, all those will fall into play. And all those outside the physical one is something that I feel like I ought to have had some sort of influence on. So the moment I would be angry and upset and want to do something, I would freeze. And then I would wonder, like, what's wrong in her mind that would make her want to do that? Where did I fail? And I would have to sit down and have that conversation and try to get an understanding before I even address the idiot or a pervert, because he's going to do it irrespective of whatever female he runs across. So my job as a father is to not allow my daughter to succumb or fall victim to that. So my instinctual rage will be over I failed to physically control my daughter. But then I would wonder about where did I fail as far as installing the emotion, or psychologically, I didn't even, like, where did we go wrong for her to not understand that it's not beneficial for her to be led astray or led by somebody that old? Like, what is he going to really do for you? And, you know what I mean? It's like so many other areas that I would have breaks and checks and I would want to get to the bottom of before just primarily solving that physical issue. I felt like I was violated, me angry, me no solve problem, pick up stick and walk to other cave, move rock, beat up man inside his cave, move rock back. Those are all primal instincts. And you got to go beyond that and recognize, okay, there's too many dudes on the street who feel like his homegirl got smashed by somebody, or his baby mama, or his wife or fiance, or whatever it is, and he does something base. in his response and reaction, opposed to be more high-minded or more evolved and like, damn, she played me. How long has this been going on? Where's my finances? She got my SS number. Fuck, I gotta play this shit smart. You know what I mean? Instead of being logical and recognizing how dangerous you could be, you're gonna go instinctually go charge into him, or you're trying to catch her in a situation. It's just levels of understanding. And as we evolve, society is gonna have an average of where people think and how they move. And sometimes you'll find yourself ahead of the curve and see like, damn, society's behind, or you'll find yourself behind the curve. I ain't fucking with that artist, but everyone knew he was the bomb. But 5 years later, you recognize like, okay, this is what everyone saw in it. You're not always gonna be in tune with your society or a certain category in your society or instinctual impulse emotionally. That's why they have all these TV shows and commercials and political advertising trying to sway your emotions. But again, trying to control your daughter physically, at least what I'm learning, and mine is only 5, about to be 6. I'm recognizing that shit's not going to work. The more you push to try to physically control,
it's not possible.
Again, thank you. So I feel like you're getting my point.
It's not really possible. But I thank you for saying that, Walker, because that's what I was actually getting ready to ask you insofar as comparing the two scenarios. And that's why I delineated between the intellectual and logical response as opposed to the primal instinctual response. And we basically on the same page, you know. The primal and instinctual things, those all speak to biology. Now, insofar as what would be your
now please note we're thinking
hold on.
Please note we're talking hypothetically, so people can give their hypothetical instinctual response or primal response, but this is hypothetical. This is based off of what they believe that they would do and not what they can actually prove that they would do.
Well, at this point, what I'm talking about at this point is more so how you would feel as opposed to what your actions would be, right? So, you know, like,
again, we're talking about what we think we would feel versus how we would actually feel, because you can't know until you actually are in the scenario.
And I think that's a fair statement to say, because again, this is a thought exercise, a hypothetical that you put on the table, and you're reminding us, Amber, that this is all hypothetical, and Haskell is going to speak to his emotions and what he believes he will do. Obviously, unless he's been there, he doesn't want to dox himself and put too much information out there, but we're speaking in hypotheticals. I think that's a fair statement.
Right. I think what Amber is more relating to, or the example that I'm giving, is kind of like the fight or flight thing, and a person talking about what they would do or wouldn't do, like in the event that
or how you would feel or wouldn't feel. Like again, like you're talking about a feeling that you're conceptualizing how you would feel in a moment based off of your current mindset. You can't actually account for how you would feel in that moment. Because when things happen to you in a moment, you don't get to think about how you would feel.
Well,
you just feel it.
I could say this, right? With absolute certainty. I've never experienced this before in my life, but I can guarantee you I would feel revolted by this. If a grown man were to caress me, whisper sweet nothings in my ear, and offer me sex, I'd probably vomit, want to do something to him. Do I need to experience that to know that I would be revolted by it? No. It's my instincts. So that's where it's clearly.
It's not your instincts, it's the feeling that you get when you think about it. Not necessarily your instinct.
So if we were to relate it to the scenario, then let's relate the potential homosexual liaison to the scenario that I painted, right? In the scenario that I painted, you're basically saying you don't know what your feelings would be until that thing were to be actualized, that scenario were to be actualized. You don't know for sure how you would feel. Is that correct, Amber?
I'm saying I don't know what my for sure primal first instinct, because you just said that.
Okay, hold on. No, stop
Watcher's
right there.
first primal
Hold on.
instinct.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Agrees with your basis.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying that I don't know what my first primal instinct would be.
Right.
Now I can hypothesize
You can hypothesize
about what
right?
I think.
All right. So similarly, would you say me saying that instinctually, primally, I would be averse to the advances of a man? Would you say the same thing about that as you're saying the scenario? In meaning,
correct, because I would say that in your mind, again, you fail to realize that when you
saying I might like it, Amber?
I'm not saying you might like it, but I'm saying your first feeling might be confusion. Your first feeling might be fear.
Hey, watch, you gotta jump in, bro. You hear this shit?
Bro, I've been laughing on mute the whole time.
She talking about I might like it, bro.
I didn't say you might like
Amber, you tried me, bro.
But what I'm saying is your first instinct might be, what the fuck is he doing, or what's going on,
and then I might slowly give in, huh?
It might be.
Amber, you got me fucked up, bro.
So yeah, and you might be like, shit, I kind of like, damn, that was my spot. I don't know.
She doubled down. Oh, my back.
Hey, bro, if you don't stop playing, you better get on to your meeting, man. Stop
especially if hell, you might not even knew that the nigga was a man. Shit,
you could be fucked up, bro.
You might didn't even know the motherfucker was a man.
Haskell was saying no into the lavender candle since.
I'm biased. You hear this shit, bro?
All right, hold on. Let me steer this and try to climb halfway out the rabbit hole, because my wife, she laughs at me because sometimes she'll be watching what is that show? Some show where they cross what is that? Private Practice and some fire truck show, whatever it is. It's one of these new NBC or ABC shows where it's modern contemporary time and they're crossing over two shows like Law and Order would do. So there's a gay couple on there, or I guess a gay doctor and a gay fireman, and they kind of had a moment, and they were at like a party and they were just hanging out talking. And I walk in and I see this episode and I'm looking like, and my wife, she starts smirking and they're talking and I can feel the vibes, and all of a sudden they hug and kiss, and she watching me, and then it involuntary just like shudder, just like an involuntary shudder. I didn't control it. I didn't want to do it. I kind of get embarrassed occasionally when I do it because it's not something that I can
society.
Control.
That's society that made you feel. That's society that made you feel that way, Watcher.
Not necessarily.
That was your programming.
You can speak for me, or I can explain how I interpret it.
That was your programming, Watcher.
Okay, so which one is my program? To not like it? To have the reflexes? Let me finish.
You were conditioned.
Yeah. I was conditioned to do that. Okay. So if I wasn't conditioned, then I probably would clap my hands and cheer. Society dictates. What I'm trying to explain to you is it's that same thing could be the same thing as opposed to a white person watching a black man and a white woman kiss. And he could just be adversely, instinctually, to his core opposed to it. And then he can grow and learn understanding and recognize that was implanted in me, and it really has no bearing on me. Just because I love my white woman and my son decided to be with a black woman, that doesn't really affect me. That's his decision. That's his choice. That's his life journey. I would prefer her to be looking as white or pale, as pure, whatever their ideology or their conception of themselves are. They want to see it replicated throughout in the world. But as you grow older, you recognize you have no control over that. And then as you get more older, you realize that shit doesn't even really matter. Those are just systems put into play to keep people with their head right off. But getting back to my point, from watching
you still wouldn't be able to sit through that scene, though.
My guy, I'm trying to build up there. We're saying the same thing, but you gotta let me get there. Because what I'm trying to pivot to is from watching that to a TV show. I don't ever see myself, because it's happened when I'm in public. When I first see that, I have to catch myself in that reaction because I don't want to show any disrespect or intolerance. I have to recognize that's what they're doing. It really has no bearing on me. I don't need to be standing in the shade casting stones and stuff. I can just turn my head if I don't want to see it. Whether I see an interracial couple or whether I see an ugly dude with a woman that's way out of his league and looking too good, and that's an abomination to me, or vice versa. My opinions on what I think I should see in the world doesn't necessarily dictate I need to go over there and do something about it or even speak my opinion on the shit. It really doesn't matter in the scheme. It's not going to hurt or help their happiness, or it's not really going to hurt or help mine. It's me just projecting what I think should be in the world, or what I feel like I'm constantly suppressing that I want to put out. Either or. Not saying either or, but it's just in my mind, whether I'm watching on the TV show or I see it in my 3D real world experience, I'm like, oh wow, this is crazy. But then if I was to see it in cartoons on the internet, I wouldn't have the same reaction. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I have more tolerance to really explore it because I can shut that shit if it gets wild.
My bad,
It's not 3:30
Amber
here
slide
yet.
back after her meeting,
It's not
man.
3:30 here yet. It's 2:30 here.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, I'm on the East Coast. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So in essence, what you're saying, whether my reaction on TV in real life is going to be the same, and just because I was to walk into a room and see someone having sex, that doesn't mean that I might like it. I honestly believe that I probably would shut or slam the door. My reaction might be more visceral than I can really compose. It might be. I highly doubt that I will hop in, shut the door, lock the door, and jump in the bed with these motherfuckers. But for the sake of argument, that may be the slightest of possibilities, yet it's not plausible in my mindset. It just doesn't make sense. It's just not plausible. I can't be the man that I've constructed to be for my wife, my daughter, or myself and look into the mirror. I shudder. I don't like the fact someone's standing behind me, let alone touching my shoulders, let alone my pants being down in their chest. No, what the fuck? I don't understand. I can't view myself
But how do you
the way
know
I
though?
view myself. I can't view myself the way I view myself. That's how I believe it. Some other people may be able to maintain the view of themselves after they do certain acts, but when I do certain things, it's hard for me to deal with that. I'm embarrassed when I'm yelling and I'm cursing and disrespecting Indigenous or Amber. That shit weighs on me and it replays in my head. That shit bothers me until I can make amends or I apologize or make atonement. If I over talk and cut and bias, those type of things bother me when I look in the mirror as a man. Some niggas don't give a fuck. Some people laugh at it. Some people can get on here and tear each other down emotionally and insult their integrity and call them all types of shit. To me, I can't live in that energy. And when I try to match it, I always look stupid as fuck. I'm not even good at doing that. It looks real sophomore and childish and shit. But again, I can't control the view of myself if I'm trying to enter another man, then I have to wake up and then I don't know. To me, my opinion, my identity, that's not me anymore. If I was to do something like that, I feel changed. Some people feel like there's something wrong with me. I might be broken, but I'll be broken then.
You're definitely not broken, brother.
My generation is maybe we're the dinosaurs. There's certain people only like baseball when it was white players. And they're going to stay in that era. There's no country for old men. My ideology might be dying out. Maybe they need 10 years or 20 years of all this questionable sexuality to really fix the racism in the United States. Who knows? We've tried everything else. We've had civil wars. I'm sorry. I'll fall back. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to say, that's when things become so murky to where there's nothing, there's nothing ever clearly defined anymore. And that's how societies eventually just kind of get withered away, morally or whatever, till there's nothing there. When you cannot say as a guy, I know for a fact that instinctually I would not want this,
I think you're using the wrong word.
Hold on,
Amber. The wrong word, and that's my.
Hold on, Amber. For me as a guy to say that, instinctually, I would never eat feces. I've never experienced it before, but I definitely know that I wouldn't enjoy eating it. I don't need to do it in order to come to that conclusion. You know I wouldn't enjoy it.
Well,
Right?
so what I'm saying is, I think you're using the
So-
wrong words for what you're trying to communicate. So you're trying to throw it under the banner of it being a gender thing. You're trying to say instinctually as a guy, and no, it's instinctually as Haskell, for who Haskell is, because there are plenty of gay men who aren't instinctually disgusted or repulsed or revolted or find another man touching them revolting. So
Yeah,
are
I
you
was just
saying that
speaking
they
to
are
my-
either
I
A,
was just
not
speaking
guys,
to-
they
No,
are
I was
either
just
A,
speaking
not
to
guys,
my
or B,
instincts,
that their
Amber.
instincts are broken?
No, I was just speaking to my instincts, Amber. I wasn't speaking.
Okay, so yeah, so that's my issue. Like I'm
No,
not
my
saying
point-
that you won't feel how you feel, but I'm saying that at the end of the day, well, one, you're trying to make it like it's a biological thing. Like biologically, I'm gonna feel this way. Personally, I don't feel like that's biological. I feel like that's the way you've been nurtured. There's nothing wrong with that. The way you're nurtured is still a part of what makes Haskell Haskell. But you're trying to say it's a biological response and instinct. And that's the whole reason why we got on this conversation, is because you said that biologically, as a man, you would take issue with the son being, the girl being violated over the son being violated. But there are plenty of men that violate children both. So it's not an instinctual thing. It's not a biological thing. It's a personal thing. That's your personal biology or your personal instinct.
Mm-hmm. What I would say is to go back to the original scenario, and I'm glad that Watcher, because I was actually going to ask him that as a follow-up, and he kind of beat me to the punch, insofar as him saying from a primal level how he would feel about his daughter as opposed to his son. I feel very comfortable in saying that the vast majority of men, they would accede to that, or that's how they would feel on a primal level. Insofar as what you would do about it as a result, or what would be the correct thing to do intellectually or logically, that's a different thing, right? But I do know a 24-year-old sleeping with my 15-year-old daughter. Just my initial instinctual, no forethought, no nothing, just pure instincts would be, I want to throw this guy in a wood chipper. As opposed to with a woman, I wouldn't want to throw her in a wood chipper. You get what I'm saying? They're both equally wrong.
I agree, but I think that that's because of how you've been conditioned in society and not because of your biological instinct. I think
that's what I was going to say.
I think you view them as being different because of how you've been conditioned in society, and it's not because of a biological instinct. That's my only point in saying what I'm saying. Like you minimize society's impact on the way you think.
So let me ask you
I
this,
think
then.
that's a danger for you because you're not clear on where you're being manipulated.
So let me ask you this then. As a young man, right? When you first, enter puberty and you're engaged with a girl, you see a girl or whatever, and you get an erection. Would you say that's nature or nurture?
I would say it's a combination of both because again, you have young men who go through puberty and who are not attracted to
girls, right?
To girls.
Right. I knew you were going to say that. This is my counter to that, right? Well, I would say one is a biological response, and the other is definitely a deviance caused by some malnurture or poor nurturing is this. Biologically, hold on, I'm going to give the biological support for, what makes, one viable versus the other, right?
Be careful, buddy. Be careful.
No, I don't have to be careful. I mean, these are biological facts, right? So we're all here because a man and a woman copulated, right? That's a fact.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead. I just feel like now I have to
not all of
respond.
it, right? Because you have your test tube babies or whatever the case may
Right.
be.
Not on that point, but go ahead. The overarching point where we're headed.
Right. So the overarching point is biologically it takes an egg and a sperm to create a human being, right? So from that standpoint, there's a biological matrix or biological support that goes into a young man having an erection for a young girl, as opposed to same sex. One is deviant from nature, the other one dovetails with nature. So that would be my answer to that.
Say deviates. Just real quick. I don't want to pontificate. Just define the deviancy in the examples. What's deviant? Give me the deviant example. Just real quick. Just what's the deviant example?
For sure. So you getting an erection is basically your biological imperative to procreate and perpetuate the human existence.
Okay.
Right? So,
all right.
Right. As opposed to in a same-sex instinct, there is no biological impetus for that. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. There's no biological impetus for same-sex interaction. There's biological impetus for heterosexual interaction. That's a matter of fact. That's not an opinion
But that's following the assumption that everybody believes that sex organs are solely for the purpose of reproduction.
No. You could take that out of it. Take the idea that it's that is solely no. I'm saying there's a biological. I can point to something biological that's completely objective, right? That's completely a matter of nature. That has nothing to do with society, culture, conditioning, programming, and that biological thing would be procreation. Would we agree on that? Does procreation inform male and female sexuality? Can we all be on one accord on that one point?
I was a little distracted, so I didn't even hear what you said.
All right, I'll repeat it. Does procreation inform to any degree male and female sexual interaction? Can we all agree to that?
Does procreation inform to any degree male and female?
Right.
I'm going to clarify your question.
You want to
Hey, watcher, you see how I structured that shit? You see how I structured that shit so beautifully to account for all her juke moves and spin. Damn, that shit was beautiful. She can't think of no juke moves or spin moves up out of that.
No, I really want you to clarify your question because I don't even understand what your question is supposed to be.
I accounted for every deflection.
Watcher, can you clarify his question? Because
I can help out, but it's really gonna. The way he structured it is he had all your or not yours, but he had like all typical responses in mind when he asked the question. That's why it's hard to understand it, because the question is phrased with the byproduct at the end saying it's necessary for the, it's just like saying A plus B or secondary to equals A plus B on the other side. So if 1 plus 2, they're secondary to 3, even though 3 is the outcome. So he's phrasing the question as saying that people who are procreating is solely, or a man and a woman, their identity, but not saying identity, their roles, but not saying roles, their purposes coming together is to have the after effect of a child procreating. So with that narrative, the way he phrased the question.
Actually, I don't believe
Nah,
that's
she
the
could
case.
she could easily disagree with that, Watcher, and that's
I
why
don't believe
wouldn't,
that is the case.
I wouldn't put it that way, because there are people who can just have sex just for the pleasure aspect. And that's why I chose the word. That's why I specifically chose the word. Does it inform? Right? So the biological pure response of an erection, the blood flow going to, the different parts of the whatever to make that erection.
So tell me how woman's biology is informed, how her reproductive biology is informed during the act. Tell me, please.
Oh, it could be in the sense of getting lubricated.
But it can be lubricated and not be fertile. So tell me how her body is informed.
No, but that's why I said informed. It's informed by that.
Right. So I'm saying,
so not that it's necessary. Not that it's necessarily so. So again, you can have sex for purely pleasure.
But what I'm saying is, a woman's reproductive system works on a timeline. Period. So it don't matter how long she's engaged in the act, there will be no point, if she's not during her fertile period, where her body is going to be informed to produce an egg and drop an egg for a sperm to meet it. It happens on a timeline, period.
Right, but remember, the scenario was within a timeline, Amber. Remember, the scenario is based upon young adults first coming into puberty.
But even in that, the woman's cycle is on a calendar. Like it doesn't matter that she's now able to be fertile, because for a woman,
that's why I said to a degree. So do you agree that it informs male female sexuality to any extent whatsoever? That's the point I'm making.
Well, I think male sexuality maybe, female no.
In no capacity.
So we need to go ahead and table that, because if that's that's congruent, we're going to keep going back and forth on that. We can take 3 steps back and get to the original point, because we say nature versus nurture, but I don't think it was thrown on the table, so there was no wiggle room. So if we're going to use nature, you're specifically, and this is just general, you're referring to genetics and all the factors that are inherited if we're referring to nature. And then we go to nurture, where nurture is refers to the variables of the environment, things that you get from the world and everything around you. So putting those back on the table, because that was the original question, nature versus nurture, and going back to the original scenario where there was a 15-year-old son or daughter, and they were being active with someone that was 8 years older than them. And so that's where the argument was taking place. And Haskell brought into saying that your discrepancy, this is why I asked that specific question, like to get the degenerative, or the point that there was the disagreement before we went into changing the sexualities and all that type of stuff, because that threw a lot of water in the powder. It made it more murky. So we're just keeping it clean with just the example that you gave, nature versus nurture. Now, what Amber was saying, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, the fact that there's more of an issue for a father to see his daughter messing with someone older more is egregious than the son messing with someone older. Amber was saying that's due to nurture. Basically, that's an only issue you find. You're the disagreement with men is because they were nurtured to say that. And your argument was saying it's more towards nature. Is that a yes so far? Okay. Is that a yes so far, Amber?
Yep.
Okay, now pause. Okay, now great. Now my point is why I was trying to stop you before you kept going into that is because the argument that I was proposed to was actually the opposite. Because I was arguing from the point of a hymnist, and I'm arguing straight for the benefit of the males being taken advantage of in society. So in that example right there, I would say society has messed us up by making us feel more sorry for the woman than the man, because the woman, and no matter what type of situation, if the father's there or not, if she was to get pregnated, that dude is going to have to pay for it, whether he goes to jail or by financial reasons. And opposed to the other guy, he can be the opposite. He can get that woman pregnant, and then he can be taken advantage of by the system. So the systems are actually set up and paid for him to be disadvantaged. So that was the argument I was having. And then someone who was also on the panel, who was a male, gave your argument for nurture versus nature. And that shit got shot down because the woman was saying biologically that's incorrect, because society, or actually if we were going off of the nature, the woman should be having sex at that age. Her biology, like she should be, that's when she's most prime and ready if she's bleeding as well. So if you're going off the biological and nature point of view, that you should not have a problem with that because she's actually able and ready for that. It's just society is trying to preserve a woman's childhood and her identity, allowing her to develop and grow, which is contemporary points of view. So I was caught in a dilemma arguing that, trying to argue traditional values, but trying to put them in the contemporary time period where there was a, that's why I was trying to stop you, but it's on the table now. So, I mean, if you have a better response to that than I did in a moment, or if you see it different, then I guess you can expand on it, or Amber, you can expand on it. But that was just somewhere I was quick to say that, yeah, everyone agrees with it's wrong, and that's because it's by nature. It's like, no, that's not a natural argument, because a woman is more fertile, she should be having sex, and the opposite, whether it's a woman messing with a boy, then it's really not even natural, because the boy can't protect and he can't provide. So we should look we should have the opposite effect in the nurturing mode, being vis-a-vis society. Society should really shame women for trying to get a boy because you're going to mess up his future and he can't protect you or do nothing for you, in opposed to the opposite. So that shit blew my mind, and I just said, okay, well, let me just stick with my hymnist. We need to protect the boy. I have to get off of the nature or try to use a biological argument.
Right. But, you know, speaking of biology, you know, the woman, she's the one, she has to be entered by a man, right? That's a biological reality. Another biological reality is in the event of conception, the mother doesn't have a choice to be separate from the child, right? This is in the event that the child is, of course, brought to term, right? That's why they say mama's baby, daddy's maybe. So, you know, those two biological realities inform the societal norms that we have developed. You know, now, of course, there are always other factors that you mentioned before, Watcher, like, you know, like back in the day when women couldn't necessarily work and all of that sort of stuff, vote and all of that, like a man had to provide, right? So it was incumbent upon a father to be that much more protective of a daughter, right? Because, you know, nowadays we have all sorts of systems, particularly in this country. We have all sorts of support systems from the government, programs, women can work and all of that sort of stuff. So the idea that I'm putting forth isn't that it's purely nature, right? It's not purely nature, but it's informed by certain biological realities and imperatives. That's my point. You know, a woman being, having smaller bone density than a man, typically weighing less, being not as strong, and all of those sort of things are biological realities that inform a man's instinctive nature to want to protect a woman. You get what I'm saying? Now,
I hear that, but real quick, I think those are somewhat applicable to nature, and opposed to well, let me make sure I'm using the word right. Yeah, I think it's actually more applicable to nurture, because like just the argument that we hear most people saying that women couldn't work. Throughout the human existence, women were doing, I ain't gonna say 50, but probably the majority of the time they were doing more of the work throughout the existence of humans.
Not say work, but you know what I'm getting at. More so like, all right, they weren't allowed to own property, like in this country, for example. At a point in time, women
but we gotta recognize, once we start using the United States as the example, which is like, okay, let me just say it to you, because I think, to be fair, like, let's just say the industrial age, let's try to narrow it down to an era, because I can think of tens of thousands of years where the societal system that we have set up right now is really irrelevant if you're going to put it in comparison. So because there's been eons, or there's been centuries or dynasties that had structures and stuff, not necessarily saying the women were docile in the house cooking and cleaning. Some had them out in the field, some had them out.
That would be even worse. All right. So let's say
if not worse, it'll strengthen your argument. And if it's going to strengthen your argument, then let's explore it all the way. This way I can dispel this. Go ahead, Amber.
I just want to say, like, what Haskell is saying to me, you're speaking of environmental factors that are actually kind of on the fence of nature and nurture. So if you're talking about women's inability to work or own property, these are environmental things, societal factors that are more of how we were nurtured. You say that nature informs, nurture, but in science, the environment often informs biology and what we adapt. So as far as I'm concerned, nurture informs nature just as much as nature informs nurture. It's interchangeable. So to me, like, I kind of get what you're trying to say, but you're making an argument based off of instincts that we developed for a different time.
So wait, hold on, because you just said something interesting. You said similarly to the point I made about nature informing nurture. You said similarly, nurture can inform nature.
Correct.
So in a sense, that the relationship is more so symbiotic than what I'm saying. Being that me saying basically it flows one way. All right. So, for example, me saying that a woman having smaller bone density or less bone density than a man, less physical strength than a man, that informs a man's, instinct to want to protect a woman. Give me an example of something in nurture that similarly can manipulate or change a biological reality. Not manipulating weather or something. I'm talking about a fixed biological reality. And let me give you an example. As an example, women being the only one that can procreate or carry children. Give me something in nurture, in society, that can change that biological fact.
Well, currently they're working to change that biological fact. They're trying to adapt.
Who is that they? Who is that they?
Scientists. I'm gonna just say the scientific community.
I'm on your ass.
The scientific community is working to make advancements to see if.
So as of right now, the answer is none. No.
I have not checked.
Not no.
No, I have not checked recently. I don't want to say no.
Sound like indigenous no ma'am.
It ain't about what you want to say, Amber. It's about
So I have a question. Counter
question.
So when we're okay, hold on.
She trying to dance unbiased.
Indigenous. She doing indigenous dance.
She doing the indigenous shuffle.
She trying to make it rain, that indigenous Native American dance. Oh,
goddamn! Amber, a damn shaman, man.
Wait, when they get quiet, they Googling.
Oh, I just said I'm saying Google because I wanted to know. Because I wanted to know because the way we think about things is changing every day. So whereas traditionally biology has been kind of defined as something you're born with, your innate or inherent characteristics. However, I'm wondering now, has that changed? Is biology something that can be altered?
Yeah, man can manipulate his environment. Absolutely.
No, I'm talking about a person's biology. Can that be manipulated?
It could be manipulated, but I'm saying there's certain things that are fixed.
Like
a woman being the only one who can procreate, a man being the only one who can produce sperm.
So what I'm saying is, hypothetically, if they are able to transplant a uterus into a man and create the environment for him to give birth either via vaginal or C-section, cesarean
The day
section.
they do it, Amber, I will gladly recant on my position.
You said what?
I said the day that they're able to do it, I will recant what I have said.
Even if it's a transplant?
Even if it's a transplant. If they are able to get it to where a man could conceive a child and actually bring that child to term, a viable offspring, then I would have no choice but to come up off that talking point, because at that point reality wouldn't be matching with what I'm saying. I just said pointedly that only women can carry children to term. If man at some point is able to manipulate a man's biology in order to make that a reality, what I'm going to do, keep saying that it can't happen when it's literally happening in reality? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'd have no choice but to recant, but we can only speak to the reality as it is right now.
So can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says that
don't tell me what a bitch working on now.
With
what they almost about to do.
With womb transplants a reality, transgender.
Yeah, here you go.
Dare to dream.
Just said, don't tell me about. Listen, you know damn well when niggas tell you about what they about to do,
but
transgender you don't like that shit, Amber.
That they could one day become pregnant despite having been born biological males.
So, and you still gonna read it?
Well, you said if it's possible, you'll recant, and they're saying theoretically it is possible.
Amber, do you know what the word theoretically?
Yes, I do know.
Yo.
See, I said that because just 5 years ago, nobody was talking about the possibility of a womb transplant.
Amber,
but now they're successful planting wombs.
I don't want to hear. Listen, Amber, you know damn well when a nigga tell you about his goddamn income tax check about to come in, when he owe you some money, you don't be wanting to hear that shit. Call me when that bread is in your account and you could put it in my hand. I don't want to hear about no theoretically, possibly. We're getting closer. 5 years ago, we weren't there, but now I don't want to hear none of that. Hit me up when it's a reality, when it's an actuality. Is that fair?
No, it is not fair. but I like how you tried to choose. You tried to ask me to show you something, and then you tried to choose what you want to be shown. I like how you did that.
Oh my God, bro. Amber, I already know you the type of bitch cannot tell you about my income tax about to come in. I could tell just by talking to you on these panels. You ain't trying to hear that shit. Am I right or wrong?
Now tell me everything. I want to track that thing till it hit my bank account.
Here you go.
Tell me when it drops so I can get on your ass. Hey,
Man,
that income tax
cap,
drop.
Bro.
I got to April 15th, no man, to pay you, okay? So don't think of January. I got 3 more months. That's how I'm gonna do you.
Exactly. You know, nigga, what they call that shit? When nigga drag you on and shit. And then when that fit, oh man. See, the IRS, man.
You're on my back. I got 2 interviews with them right now. They might take it off.
That's what you doing to me right now, Amber. That's how you doing me right now. You doing me wrong, man. Don't do me like that, bro.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like oh, maybe it wasn't 6'9". I don't know, Cam. I have to look. But yeah, you tried to show me where, and then you're gonna choose the thing you want to be shown. Okay.
Amber, you read a source that said theoretically.
I was like, who be saying? Oh yeah, she read a source. Oh, theoretically, no. I did business research.
Amber, we better than this, mama.
Theoretically, it can be done.
Right. I'm saying hit me back when it's an actuality.
Okay. And then you're gonna be disgusted and talking about, but that's not biology. They changed the biology. It's not biology. So you're telling me that a man, because they get an operation and get a vagina, that they're now a biological woman?
So you telling me?
Man, that's how I be saying.
Yeah. So who baby would it be? Because it wouldn't be like biologically. It wouldn't be the transplanted guy baby, would it?
Why wouldn't it? If it's his sperm used to create it?
No. I'm saying the guy who got the vagina transplanted in him, if he has sex with another guy,
you better go put that guy on child support.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, that'd be the first time the father has all rights.
Yo, you see the rabbit hole you done caused, Amber, just because you gotta win the argument, bro.
I didn't cause that rabbit hole. You're the one that brought up the possibility of a man having
ain't
a child.
nothing wrong with capitulation, Amber. Like, just say, yo, you got
You're
me,
the one that brought up the scenario. I did not bring up the scenario. It's a scenario that you created because you wanted to.
You don't want to fold.
Fold for what? It's theoretically possible.
Yo, I'm biased, man. You help me out, man.
You know this every time.
Yeah,
go ahead, Umar.
I was gonna say, Amber, if she's doing that, we might as well get business on here.
All I want to do is keep it simple. Once I start changing the sexuality and sexual preference, I kind of fall back and I keep trying to pull us out. But every time we're all the way back into this questionable gray area. I can't stay out of the rabbit hole. I mean, trying hard. I tie a rope around my ankle. I dive in there, try to pull everybody out.
I don't particularly care for the conversations either, because at the end of the day, everybody got their choice to do what they want to do. To be perfectly honest, I've stated several times that I do believe that our preferences are based on nurture and not nature. It's the way we've been conditioned in society.
All I want to do is keep it simple. Once I start changing the sexuality and sexual preference, I kind of fall back and I keep pulling us out. But every time we're all the way back into this question.
Yeah.
I can't stay out of the rabbit hole.
Hey, you know what that's like? It's like this Egypt. It's like this Egypt conversation, bro. Like
Care for the
we can't get away from it, man.
My fault. That's my fault.
You know what I'm saying? Unbiased. It's like this Egypt shit, man. Like niggas be trying to fight it. Like y'all might as well just accept it, bro.
Yeah.
Like that Egypt shit ain't going nowhere, bro. Like I be laughing at the pseudo killers. They the main ones saying, yo, we need to let that shit go. We West Africa.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was on one.
Y'all the main one talk about the shit.
I was on that panel and we supposed to have a totally different discussion. I was on this last time I was on there. And we having a good discussion for only 5 minutes in. Okay, what about that Egypt? Like, oh my God. Yeah, we couldn't even tackle the initial subject. Like, oh my God. We right back on
Bro, you can't get away from it, bro. So it don't even make sense to, try to fight it. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is, bro. And this thing that happened with Homegirl and Stephen A, it just goes to highlight, certain things because, that woman's a 27-year-old woman. Stephen A is literally twice her age.
His show.
Right?
His show.
She's on his show. Telling that man, you need to stop. And she's speaking, she's not just giving up, she's speaking with authority.
Wait.
Like,
don't forget to add this. Don't forget to, not only is it his show, not only is his show, but he's arguably the best at it in the entire country.
In the business.
Right.
In the business.
In the entire business, he's the best at it. It's a privilege to like tie his shoe on that show.
Right. But she don't see it that way, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's, you talking entitlement? Yeah, that's the epitome.
But again, it comes back to the men, right? Because I guarantee you, the only way she's able to have that kind of arrogance is because she's been put in positions like your typical guy ain't gonna get put in them positions just off rip like that. You know what I'm saying? She's able to get away with, she's been able to get away with stuff like that before.
And you can tell. She's using her looks and everything to get I agree with that.
Hey, you got a lot of background watching, but unbiased. Like, she doesn't even have enough self-awareness, right? This is how confident she is in.
All right, I got to slide y'all and get prepared for this meeting. I'm listening though.
Yeah, slide back though. This how confident she is in that in her arrogance is that it didn't even occur to her that I'm kind of disrespecting this dude. It never crossed her mind, bro.
Not at all.
So yeah, bro, like
you could tell it's because sometimes like we'll stay quiet on some panels because the subject keeps changing, but once it gets to something we think we're good at, okay, I'm gonna talk now and I'm gonna talk with authority. I think the women's scandal, male scandal shit was her shit. She's like, okay, fuck all that, fuck the rules, fuck the host. It's my shit now. Cause I'm a woman and I'm speak on this shit and I'm gonna shut this nigga up when I need to. Yeah, like she felt like that was her moment to do her thing.
And that's why I'm saying you can't. All right, so like a lot of people, they feel like they're tired of this conversation, but this is something like in society, the main thing in society is male-female interaction. Like everything comes after that, whether it be building, science, technology, whatever the case may be. it starts with a man and a woman getting together. Before that, there's nothing. There's nothing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, even outside of the context of a romantic relationship, if women in your society feel that are on an intrinsic level, and women in this society absolutely feel that way, that on an intrinsic level, that they're superior to men, that's gonna get expressed in all sorts of ways, not just in romantic relationships, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like just regular between daughter and father, between co-workers, between, like I saw this girl, she her car broke down or got stuck in the snow or something. Guy came out, helped out, got out of there. And she just drove off like she didn't say, nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you can't get away from this shit, bro. Like the way how women have been engineered in this society and cultured in this society, bro, they've been turned into just these, I don't know how to put it, these incorrigible human beings, bro. And it's just getting worse, bro. Like, and you can't even say shit without it sound like you crying.
And hold on.
That's the fucked up part.
Yeah, but the worst part is how they get on code. All of them. Like to the OnlyFans point you was trying to make last time. And then, I'm telling you, women are not going to say man can't do something a woman can do, because then they're going to feel like that's saying, on the flip side, they can't do something a man can do. So they're going to always say you can do it. You can have a baby, whatever it is.
They're close. They're a lot closer than they were 5 years ago.
I'm telling you, you can do everything a woman can do because we can do everything a man can do. And that's what you're going to always hear.
Yo. And that's why I like having the conversations personally, right? When I have the conversations with women like on panels, I like having it because for me, it's entertaining, bro. Like, because I always try to come up with more and more creative ways to where I'm like, yo, I know she's gonna just acknowledge just the reality of this, right? And every time that I've thought I've heard or seen it all, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm biased. I promise you, bro. I never thought Amber would go like when I say, yo, men can't carry children to term.
Right.
This girl went and Googled up some.
And it won't surprise me though, because I know the women's point, right?
No, it don't surprise me neither. Like, I know they're gonna find a way to spin move out of some shit. They gonna get up out of some shit. But it's seeing each time they do it, how they do it. It's funny. It's entertaining as hell, bro. It's entertaining as hell, bro. Because I'm like, Amber, I'm like, does biology inform this? You know what I'm saying? And I structured the shit to where she had no wiggle room. And she stopped talking for like 2 minutes. She was like,
all you heard with the keyboard, all you heard is this.
Yo. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro, I might have to hop on YouTube, man, and get in this manosphere shit. But the way how I would do it, it's gonna be a lot more lighthearted and a lot more fun, bro.
It's impossible. You will be targeted.
Nah, I promise you I won't, bro. All right, because look how I was just having a conversation with Amber, right? For me, I'm always in the frame of like, because I've said this before, and women get offended when I say it. I don't take women seriously when it comes to certain topics. You get what I'm saying, unbiased?
Yes.
I like literally though. I look at them. Oh God, you know what? I got a reputation for being like that anyway. So I look at women as just children, bro.
Well,
Just grown children, bro.
Look.
So what? If I was to get on there, I mean, I could see myself getting canceled or something, but I can never see myself being like some of them dudes. Like when you hear them talk, you could hear the anger, and you know what I'm saying?
Like Umar versus Cynthia G.
Huh?
Like Umar versus Cynthia G.
Yeah, he all getting angry, and you need to change, and you need to see it this way.
You hate black men.
Yeah, and like that would never be me, because I'm talking to a jit, bro. That's in my heart. That's how I really look at women, bro.
So this is the perspective I see it from. Like, because I like to think I'm good with patterns. You know, I teach chess. I teach patterns across the chess. So when I attack the blackology, and I see that they always the victim, no matter what. All this empowerment out here, all this you can do for yourself, all this shit out here, they want to be a victim mode. Then they blame the evil white man. When I hear the women's perspective and their viewpoints, I'm like, yo, there are the women blackologists, and men are really black men are the demons of the world who enslaved them. I'm telling you, that's exactly how they coming.
That's facts, though.
Yeah, the same way white men can be no good in blackologists' eyes, shit, men can't be any good in women's eyes because of the horror some men put them through establishing these societies.
And I mean, it's not even because I'm biased. If you're a 27-year-old girl, what horrors did you go through? As far as societally, in this society in particular with men. Now, if you want to go back to the 20s and stuff, when women weren't allowed to own land, they weren't allowed to vote, and that sort of stuff, yeah, you have an argument there. But if you're a 25-year-old woman in America, what are you talking about? The world is literally your oyster. Like, get out of here. But it's like you said, though. The women are clever because they have to keep it there to where they could always win, always have that advantage.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like niggas. Niggas got to always keep it there. So he always got an excuse why he fell. Same shit. And I say niggas to my blackologists.
Yeah, and that's why I say I don't be want to talk about that slavery stuff, and because guess what, bro? Even if it's all true, right? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna browbeat white men into treating me right? It's not going to happen. So the belly aching, again, even if it is in fact true, what's crapping about it is not going to do anything.
But you said something that I say, look, you said something to no man that I say to blackologists. You said, look at other societies where men really rule, and you named these other across the seas countries. Well, I say the same shit black people complain in this country. Like, yo, you know how, if you go to this place, that place, nigga, you gonna be 4 times worse. So like you said, all you can do is try to be part of the change, because America is a lot better than it first was when niggas got over here. It's a lot better than the 1920s and even 1960s. So it's headed toward a direction, and people should be trying to help steer that shit into a certain direction rather than sit here complaining and playing the victim the whole time, the whole ride.
But here's the difference, though. For a woman, that's their power, right? Because if all the men back then just decided, you know what, you're not going to be able to vote, you're not going to be able to own land, what could women do?
Be voteless and landless.
That's it. So women complaining, that's their power, right? that's not going to work for a man. So when black men say, oh, you know, the white man and da-da-da, that's not going to work, bro. You could get some little minor concessions like the Civil Rights Bill, but you're not going to get nothing paradigm shifting is going to happen. Right? Because ultimately what black men want is power and autonomy like any other man. And the power and autonomy, it comes with your ability to produce, right? So if every white person was wiped off the earth right now, could we perpetuate the society at a high level?
Hell no.
I'm talking about tomorrow.
Nah.
And the answer is no.
Now, we'll be back in like the 1200s for religion. We'll be.
Yeah, the answer is no, not tomorrow. Right? Now, every human being has the same capacity, right? And I know you agree to that because you subscribe to evolution, right? So we all have the same innate capacity, right? But it would take a mind shift first in a critical mass of black men in particular, because the women go where the men go. That's just period.
You have a choice.
You know what I'm saying? Because I saw some shit over there. I saw some shit over there in Iran, man. The police cracked this girl in the head, bro, because she ain't have her hijab on. Like she had it on, but she ain't have it on correctly.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Cracked the girl in the head. She ends up going into a vegetative state, and you know they had to take her off life support, bro. And they protested like crazy over there.
Do not bring no American ways over here.
No, hell nah, man.
That's the message he was sending. Like, yo, get off that damn.
You know what I'm saying? But it's women complaining, crying, or what. That's what they're supposed to do. Like they can't physically impose their will on the environment. You know what I'm saying?
They could withhold sex.
Listen.
Having niggas go crazy.
On a theoretical level, unbiased. Let's say all the men in the world, every man in existence conspired to withhold the right to own land and vote from women. And a woman and the women all conspired, every single one, that their retaliation would be to withhold sex. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How's that gonna work? You know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna say it.
We don't even need to say it, bro.
Right.
Is it spelled rope?
We don't even need to say it.
Is it spelled rope without one of those vowels not being there?
Right. So men aren't. We could be animalistic, but we're not. We're not animals. We love women, bro.
I think we are animals according to evolution.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, y'all evolutionary niggas, y'all, you know.
The monkey boys.
Yeah, we monkeys and shit, that crazy shit. But women being allowed to vote and being, you know, owning land, that's at the largest of men. Because we care about our women and we recognize that, you know, earlier I said women are like children. I don't mean literally, bro, but
you meant literally, bro.
No, in many.
Yeah, don't back it up now.
Obviously, they're not children. You know,
infantile.
Yeah, emotionally they could be like children, but you know,
they're female children.
What about physically?
I would never
building a society.
I would never advocate for us to go back to women not being able to vote or own land. You get what I'm saying? I wouldn't advocate for that, bro. That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because they're capable of thinking and reasoning just like we are, not on the level that we are, you know, that we can.
Like a remedial children's book?
Nah, they way above that.
Like somebody with ADHD.
Like all the best, and Amber, I know. I hope she slide back. I know. Oh, it's nurture. You know, all the top mathematicians are pretty much all dudes, bro. You know what I'm saying? And even with STEM and all that, you have more women getting involved. And listen, there are plenty of women on this planet that are much more brilliant than any of us on this panel.
Right.
So let me say that first off.
How many? How many are we talking?
I mean, you talking about a sliver, brother.
Like 15?
15 what percent?
I meant women.
Oh, 15 total?
I ain't shit, bro. I had to lighten them up, bro. I had to. I just watched you throw it off the backboard. I had to dunk it. I'm sorry. You ain't been watching so long. You ever been playing basketball and had layup lines and had one ref was like, no dunking?
Yeah.
And there's gonna be somebody on the team who just don't fucking dunk and don't care. Yeah, right. I know that was wrong. No one else believed that and agreed with it, but it was just too easy. It was too easy. I ain't shit. I'm sorry.
That's funny as hell, bro. But yo, think about it, right? You know how dudes be saying women never admit to being wrong, or it's always the guy's fault, or that's their biology in them saying that you are better than me.
But what do you mean by better? Like, what do you mean by better? Because I feel like
literally
more. Like, I
better.
feel the society is set up to give us more advantages than women.
No, Watcher, I'm talking about how women respond to certain stimuli, right? So you hear men say all the time.
You gotta be specific. Go ahead.
All right. If a woman makes a decision and it affects the family, the household, let's say you lose your house, you know what I'm saying? You had a decision to make and your wife said, hey, do this, you went along with it, y'all lost the house, right?
Right.
You having a conversation with your parents or something. She ain't gonna say, yo, 9 out of 10, she gonna, oh, that was me. I fucked that up. Or if she does, there's gonna be some caveat, bro. You get what I'm saying? And
I'll be even better than that. If you're truly in a relationship to protect your girl's image, you're supposed to hold that L.
Right.
You ain't even supposed to admit that she contributed to the folly. If anything, you might joke like, yeah, she was always right. She told me I shouldn't do it. I do that shit.
I don't disagree, Watcher. And that's what I'm saying. When you hear men complain, oh, women never admit that they're wrong. You hear that all the time. Right, guys? Like you hear that all the time. And we've all experienced that. Right? They'll never admit that they're wrong. If they do admit that they're wrong, there's some caveat that involves you. Some chain of events that you set off that made them fuck up some kind of way. Right?
You should have cut the oven off. I told you to.
Right.
Yeah.
And what? Yeah. And the reason for that is because instinctually she knows. All right, it's just like black folks, unbiased. If black folks steady complaining, the white man this, the white man that, what you're saying is that this person is better than you. If you're literally saying this group is literally responsible for every failure, every deficiency, you know what I'm saying? You don't have no agency damn near. What are you saying? What are you saying, unbiased?
He's up one.
You're saying
the
that
game is rigged.
These are my parents. That's what you're saying.
The team is stacked.
Yeah.
LeBron, Kobe, and Michael Jordan, the same team.
And I'm playing with these YMCA rec niggas.
It ain't fair.
This is not fair.
And they got Shaq and Duncan.
See, now I understand what women are going through. Since we put it in that aspect, man, yeah, women got it hard, bro. So you're right. So what you're saying, Haskell, is that they're passive, not even passive, what am I saying? Subconsciously conceding that we're better than them if they're fighting uphill.
Yeah,
when you make that argument, you know, white supremacists say the same about blacks.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
They're right.
They're right.
Yeah.
If I'm constantly saying, yo, the reason why I don't have this is because of this motherfucker. The reason why I failed at this is because of this motherfucker. The reason why that I'm literally saying, yo, this person is a deity to me. This is my parent.
Yeah, he got it.
You know, and that's why Unbiased said that, you know, like we was having a discussion about what was that discussion Unbiased brought up? When you was like when the OnlyFans shit. Well, you know, you could get an OnlyFans too
and shake your ass and get $50 million.
You just have, you know, you could get 50 million. You could get now. You think? Listen.
Who said this?
That was that Amber?
Yeah, no ma'am.
She said, wait. She said you have the same opportunity, or she's saying there's the same outcome, because those are two different things.
That let me down.
The opportunity is logical. I don't think anyone will argue the opportunity. Man has the opportunity to do so, but to have the same outcome, that's not realistic.
No, that's what she was saying. You
that's what she was saying, bro.
Get out there, shake your ass, and it might be a market for you. There, just like that.
Those are the numbers that those percentage of success are the same as going with Polite in any of his schemes. I'm sure there may be a small sliver of people who actually benefited from it.
Right.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But here's the thing though, Unbiased. You really nailed that motherfucker on the head, bro. Because don't think for 1 second, Amber ain't no fool, bro.
Mm-mm.
Don't think for 1 second she believed that shit she was saying, bro. She knows, bro.
She was on code.
But it's like you said, women, this is what women are really, really good at, particularly when you're having like discussions or debates. If they get any inclination about where you're going or that they're getting boxed in, they'll just blow everything up. Like they don't care. Like there's no heights of ridiculousness that they won't go to win the argument, bro. So Amber knows damn well niggas can't go out there and shake their ass and take their shirt off and make $50 million like goddamn
a regular old chick. That Barbie bitch ain't nothing about her spectacular. She no IG model. She's a regular chick that shook her ass and got what, 20 million?
Stop. Bad Baby. You talking about Bad Baby, right?
Yeah. Stop.
No, she said she made 52 million in a year, bro.
Yeah. And that's nobody's dream. You know, nobody following her like
that. Is that the Cash Me Outside chick?
Yeah.
Are you serious? That bitch looks like Walmart's finest.
Exactly. And 52 million. And no man wants us to believe that a regular nigga like us can go and shake our, you know, like maybe Denzel, somebody in his prime.
Nah.
Maurice, I'm saying like that's the best chance we got. Maurice Chestnut, Brad Pitt in their prime, maybe can, but he got to compete against an average Walmart dime. Can you imagine Brittany Renner doing that? She probably had Bill Gates money.
But yo, it's like you said though, man, the fact that she really sat there and was like, yeah, you could do it too. And she was really like, you sourcing shit up and
you know what I'm saying? Like everything in the background, like what? The keyboard noise.
But that's all because if she, you notice like when we be having discussions, right? If I have a point that I'm holding to, I'm really adamant about, like when I was talking about that polio thing and you might point something out, I'll come up off that shit quick. Damn, bro, you did. You showed me some shit I ain't consider.
Like that scurvy shit and mistake you did with scurvy.
Huh?
That mistake you did with scurvy.
You talking about the vitamin C thing and scurvy?
Yeah. You thought it was contagious.
No, that wasn't me.
That was you.
Nah, I've been knew that they found a cure for scurvy on them boats.
No. You made the comment that it like, I guess you got confused and you thought it was like a virus because you was like, how the other people didn't get it.
No, oh no, I think you misunderstood my argument. My argument was that it's virus, because remember, what precipitated that was the idea that I was pushing that there's no such thing as a virus.
No,
right?
okay. So did you believe? I'm not trying to revisit it. I'm just saying, did you believe that scurvy was contagious?
No, how could I, and at the same time say that I don't subscribe to the idea of viruses? Like that wouldn't. Those two things would be in direct.
Do a virus got to be contagious?
Yeah, that's what a virus is.
So nothing else can be contagious, like no other.
Yeah, bacteria and all, but remember, I don't subscribe to any of it. Any sort of germ causing disease whatsoever. So if I believe that scurvy was caused by some sort of contagion, I'd literally be subscribing to germ theory.
All right, hold on, because somebody sent me the screenshot.
Yeah, no, scurvy was
I'm gonna share my screen.
It's a result of a nutritional deficiency.
I ain't gonna say who sent me this, but let me share the screen.
No, that's cool. It's been a long time since we even talked about no shit like this.
Can you see it?
Uh-huh.
What does that say?
It's a ships colonization scurvy.
No, you on the right side. It said
oh, you're talking about the comments. Okay, hold on. Let me expand it. Scurvy is a perfect example of how a group having the same disease doesn't equal transmission of some infectious agent. Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying now. You want me to read it again? I'm saying that the fact that scurvy was the perfect example of how infectious agents don't exist, or they're not the cause of disease. You get it?
Nah, but anyway.
Hold on. No. Don't hold on. Watch it. Where you at?
I'm right here.
Pull it back up, unbiased.
Nah, the reason why I said no, because I was
hold on. All right.
Listen. I was trying not to get. I already got one strike. I was from this, like some.
Okay, yeah.
I already got banned.
We just can't say the magic words.
Yeah, I don't want to say none of the words. Because even somebody who's mad at the original content of the video, like the whole thing we're saying about the gender wars, somebody can say, hey, they violated the so-and-so, disease thing on our minutes. Go review it.
Wow. Hold on. Pull it up, unbiased, but nobody read it. Just read it in your head, watcher.
What am I reading? Your comment?
You about to pull it up. Yeah, my comment.
All right, let me see.
Oh,
this nigga unbiased, goddamn saving bullets for me and shit.
you know how long this was ago though? Somebody sent it to me. I'm lying.
All right, I see it. So what am I? What's the discrepancy?
So what I'm telling unbiased watcher is that because he read that as me conceding that scurvy fits the traditional model of sickness. Yeah, I'm specifically picking certain words, right? The traditional model of how certain sicknesses occur, right? He thought reading that sentence was me saying that, or me conceding to the concept that certain culprits can enter a house and cause disruption. How do you read what you just read?
It was a matter of fact. What am I?
Yeah, all right. So the way our unbiased read that sentence that you just read, or how he interpreted it is that I'm conceding to the idea that a culprit, right? And when I say culprit, I think I'm using it as a euphemism. You know what I'm speaking of, right? A germ.
Okay, I got it. Right.
So he read that as me saying a culprit can cause a disruption in someone's house. What I'm saying is, no, the way I wrote the sentence was to communicate that no, scurvy was in fact not because of a culprit that goes in a house and causes disruption. It was in fact because the result of a nutritional deficiency. Is that how you interpreted that sentence, or do you interpret it how Unbiased interprets it?
Just taking those excerpts, I can only take it on face value. So unless Unbiased knows more about your true intentions and your true positions, or you've stated certain conversations in the past, then that's the subtext that I'm missing. But if I'm just going off of this, just the context that I have, then it's just face value. I can't make that connection. I need pretext and subtext.
No, I'm asking you just strictly based off that sentence. What
no, based on that.
Yeah,
that
what was I communicating there, in your opinion?
You stated it twice. This isn't my area, so I don't want to paraphrase, and I'm not looking at the statement. It's not up. So, but what I'm going off of is you're just describing scurvy as its point. I can't say that you're going off of the germ theory.
No, pull it up again, Unbiased.
Oh,
I need to understand, like, what's his arching point to know what you mean. Because you can wiggle out of anything. I don't know where he's trying to nail you down. What is he saying that it means?
All right. So I don't subscribe to germ theory.
Right, we got that part. You don't subscribe to germ. Okay.
And that's been for a while now. Y'all know that for at least a couple years, right?
I do know that.
Right. Now, what Unbiased is saying, that sentence that I wrote is me basically acceding to germ theory. Me saying that scurvy was caused by an agent. That's how he read that sentence. What I'm saying is, no, he misinterpreted the sentence. The sentence is saying the exact opposite.
So scurvy is pretty much a deficiency in the body makeup, as opposed to some foreign object infecting your body.
Yeah, it's a vitamin C deficiency, and he agrees with that.
Okay, so whoever gave him that information probably misunderstood the point. They don't understand
No. He misunderstood the sentence. The watcher is what I'm saying. He misread the sentence. Right.
But just the fact that you would bring up scurvy, and if you're familiar with scurvy, knowing that it's not a infectious ailment. If again, maybe I have the wrong understanding, but I thought it was just like a deficiency.
So
like a
in
low blood
other
sugar.
words, all right. So in other words, watcher, what I'm communicating there is that scurvy is analogous to polio. You get it?
Okay. And polio is, define polio real quick, just so I can. Polio. No, I get it, but I'm trying to get it just for layman's terms. Polio is a deficiency in the body, or is it something foreign that affects the body causing polio?
Well, we're talking about the disease itself, right?
Right.
Let's not. Right. So when someone says you have polio, they're talking about a disease, not the cause itself. Right.
Okay.
Same thing with scurvy. If you have scurvy, you're talking about a disease, and how a disease is defined is by symptoms.
Okay.
Right. So
all right, I'm with you.
Right. So the whole thing that I was pushing in that chat, and I've been pushing for 2 years, is that these diseases, whether it be pneumonia, tuberculosis, whatever, none of them are caused by any germ. You get it? And
That's your point.
And I was using scurvy as an example of a disease that science believed for years that, to be caused by an agent. And they eventually came to the conclusion and realized that it was a vitamin C deficiency. You get it? So I'm saying, All the other diseases are analogous in that same way.
I see. All right. Well, I got that about scurvy, but as far as tuberculosis,
right? Yeah. Let's not go there, but but unbiased. You get it now that what I was communicating there. Do you get what I was communicating?
I hear what you're saying right now, but there was a discussion.
Let me see what the chat's saying, bro, because I think I wrote that sentence pretty good, bro.
No, yeah, but the thing is, it was when you wrote it as what was being said at the time. So I think the issue was when you wrote that, it was out of bounds what was being discussed on the panel. And yeah, so like the watcher said, I forgot the entire context of why it was a big deal. I totally forgot. Right, to even have to screenshot it, like we totally forgot because those videos are probably not up anymore. So it's like useless because I can't play back anything. And if it was up, I still can't play it back.
Right.
Yeah. So all we can go off of is what we read, and then now we have.
But the whole point was bringing it up because
my boy Indigenous in the chat.
Yeah, but the reason, but I brought it up because I was using that as an example because the watcher Ask was saying how some people make mistakes, and I brought it up because I perceive that as a mistake he made, right? But it wasn't to like argue and like that. I thought that would be something he was going to admit, but he don't agree. He doesn't agree, so it's like never mind. Bad example.
Nice. For sure.
No, but that would be crazy.
Well, here I got one, and it actually goes to both of you guys because I was always under, and this goes again to the point what Haskell's been saying the whole time, but I remember 2 or 3 years ago, you guys were having a conversation, and again, it was just my naivete. Again, I've been out of the dating and the courting and all that type of gender war relationship damn near 20 years. So I have a skewed perception of things. So I remember Haskell was trying to explain the situation, and I just kept saying as a matter of fact, and I just was not understanding the issue. And I just kept explaining, and then you got short with me. And you was like, look, watcher, everyone believes they have the communication skills, or he said something to get the point across. And to me, I was just thinking like, no, there's always a way to get the point across. There's always this situation. You just got to do better explaining. What I wasn't taking into account is people being intellectually disingenuous,
right?
Who are going to disagree on purpose, intentionally muddy the waters, throw emotion and logic and insults and berate you and question your manhood and integrity, all in the point of avoiding you finishing your sentence or getting that point out. And I was completely missing that because it's hard to operate in that realm face to face. It's so much easier to do it virtually and through chat rooms and Zoom and YouTube. So again, I'm not used to that level of deceit or someone keeping up the lie going or being able to be intellectually disingenuous because eventually something on your face, smirk, eyes. I'm listening.
I'm not going to say the person's name.
Haskell, let me just say that screenshot. The reason why I even put the screenshot up there because I really wanted to delete it like months ago, but I'm like, I want Haskell to speak to it first. So you finally did. So because I finally brought it up to you, finally brought it to you and you spoke to it. So I finally get to delete it. That's why I never deleted it. I wanted you to address it. And you did. And now I deleted it.
That's all good. You keep keeping them receipts. But
it was so long, I forgot the context and why you said that. I forgot everything. But anyway.
Man, them was the good old days, boy. The goddamn the debate and shit with James Lyon Wilder, goddamn Unc Wilding up there. You trying to hit on Shorty, Verstein.
That's bananas.
That was some funny shit, bro.
But yeah, we got no chance for her. She like, if it ain't white.
You could get a conch. You close. You close enough.
No way. Anyway, so what's gonna tell ask the watcher just now? You said no names.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna mention no names. I don't want people thinking I hate this person because, Watcher was speaking about intellectual dishonesty in discussions, and people will say anything to win. Like me and this particular member of the quote unquote conscious community, like that dude be driving me up the wall, bro. I think y'all know who I'm talking about.
No.
And
Yeah.
It's so funny to watch this shit come full circle. And now he's driving members of his former squad up the wall. Yo, because he know what he be doing, bro. That's the shit that be like, nigga. Like you think I don't see that? I saw what you did, bro. You doing it right in front of me. A nigga that's gonna double down, triple down. And I'm like, bruh, this can't be real, bro. Like even recently, Unbiased, I'm dying, right? Because pseudo killers they were talking about was it the Egypt shit? Yeah, it was. The goddamn Afro-Asiatic language filing, that shit, right? I don't know if you've been following that stuff any at all, Unbiased or Watcher, but it's so crazy. Sean spoke against the idea of consensus being the end all be all. And the example that he used to back up his point was the idea of climate change, what was formerly called global warming, not having the scientific data to back it up. Like the projections that were made by the certain government institutions that push the idea of global warming being like this thing being like an existential threat to human beings, like it's not backed up by the actual data. And this is something that he put in writing. And it just blew my mind, bro, because I'm like, nah. So it's just crazy when people believe in a thing or when it's something near and dear to their heart, there's no stops that they won't pull out because Unbiased, I promise you, 2-3 years ago, the idea of going against consensus, that shit was like, no, nigga, like, no. The consensus is the consensus. That shit was like the holy grail. And them used to be the main advocates of the whole consensus shit. But then when it came to the Egypt shit, all of a sudden, niggas speaking against climate change, like that shit blew my mind, bro. That shit blew my mind, bro. They sounded like me.
No, facts. Hey, yo, me and X used to be on three-way with Unc. Me, X, and Unc on three-way. And now Unc talking about Wiki is wrong. We like, you just said Wiki is undefeated, and now it can be defeated by you. Like, come on. Yeah. We like, you sound like a conspiracy theorist right now.
But bro,
7,000.
The fact that he would use that specific argument, right? Because the climate change shit is right up there with the pokey. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The pokey. The climate change shit and that is like those are holy grails, bro, in science and medicine, bro. You know what I'm saying? So for you, I couldn't believe what I was reading. For Sean, Science Sean, as he calls himself, to be speaking against global warming is akin to speaking against the pokey.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And you know what precipitated that, Unbiased?
What's that?
Egypt.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, is it time for me to go already? I heard Egypt.
Eyes glossing over.
Nah, you just time.
Nah, Amber, we talking about these dudes, man. They'll do anything to hold on to Egypt, but that shit is funny as fuck. That shit is funny, man. But Amber, what's up though? I know you pulled up for the smoke. You know,
I really don't have no smoke. Your mind is made up, child. There's nothing I can do. I don't understand. I don't understand why you want a woman that you view as a child. That sounds a little questionable.
Man, you ain't no fun, man. You ain't no fun, Amber.
I'm saying, like, you said women are like children to you, yet you want one. I'm confused.
Yeah, absolutely. And I qualify that by saying, watch that. They're not children in a literal sense.
Oh.
And I even went as far as to say there are plenty of women on this planet that are much more brilliant people than me, unbiased, or the watcher could ever hope to be. Right? So when I say it, there's a nuance there. And I would hope that folks are perceptive enough to glean that nuance without me necessarily needing to spell it out. You know, for you to sit here, all right, for a woman to sit here and say that we could go shake our ass and be up there with Bad Baby, that's childish. To say that, because they're working on making wombs for men, that means that there are no fixed biological realities because those are childish arguments. But the way I philosophize about women from my 40 years on the planet.
So you're saying that women, wait a minute. So you're saying that science is childish. I didn't create the argument.
That's not science. Saying that it's a biological reality that men can.
Scientists are saying that a man being able to carry a child is a theoretical possibility. I didn't make that up. I didn't say that. They said it.
Right.
So you're saying that that's childish.
No, it's childish to present that as a counter to me saying that it's not a biological reality.
I never said it was a biological reality.
Yeah, but you sourced that article as a.
Well, I countered your point by saying, are you saying that, when I said, so are we saying that biological realities can't be changed or altered by science? And you said, of course they can. Like, no. So you presented the concept of a man carrying a child. I just presented that theoretically it is possible, and that is something that they're working toward. I never said that I was trying to counter your argument. I was just positing that.
You should have never read it, because
why shouldn't I have never read it?
Is that indigenous? Yo, indigenous, is that you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, there goes the nigga. Yeah. Oh shit. What's good, brother?
Nothing. I just seen Unbiased that I had to come in, so I just called in to see what he wanted.
Deep ass power, love, our voice having ass.
Yeah, we're
Quiet storm voice having ass.
National rep. Nation.
Hey, I wanted to touch on something real quick. I didn't want to go, get too far away from it, but we talking about some of we were talking about like diseases that was passed around, or the germs, the germ theory.
We doing gender wars.
No. I just listen.
No.
Hold on. Okay, y'all went into it. I'm just touching where y'all went off.
No, we don't want to touch it. That's the whole point.
Indigenous. It's gender. We doing gender war right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We warring right now. We gender warring right now.
Hey, but look, hold on.
Trying to war anyway.
So hold on. Look. Indigenous. This brother right here, what do you call it? A biochemist or something. His entire channel is dedicating, and he's an actual scientist, so you can go. He's going live sometime today. He said all questions. He would love to address the germ theory, all that crazy shit. Come on his channel. All right, today, and you can talk about whatever you want with a real scientist. You ain't got to talk to unbiased, no college as having. You can talk to an actual.
Nah, but that nigga wearing a fro in 2022. I don't know about him, bro.
You can actually talk to a scientist. Look, anti-vaxxers can't read, so he debunks current shit.
Nah, he got it.
20-year-old shit.
He got to twist that up or something, bro.
And look, all you gotta do. Like I was with him already. Me, Chief X, and him, and I brought up germ theory, and he actually made a video debunking that shit. So you guys, indigenous youth, because you want to keep bringing it up, you can go to his channel today to talk about those things, and you won't get banned because he's official.
I was just gonna make a joke, man. You said I can't talk about it now. That's all you talking about.
Fool, nobody can. I didn't even want to.
I mean, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I come in just to say something. I was gonna tell a joke, and then now you go to this shit like you teaching me something, man. Take that shit on somewhere, nigga. You look at that motherfucker. You deal with that.
Indigenous, you hear me?
What?
He's saying the reason why we can't really speak on it because YouTube is shut his shit down, bro. They don't allow.
I was just gonna make a joke. It ain't got shit to do with YouTube. I was just gonna tell a joke. That's all I was gonna do.
Get your joke off there, my nigga. Go ahead.
No, fuck it. It's all good. No, I can't talk about it, but he pulls the shit up and starts talking about it.
No, but
anyway, see, this is the reason why I can't fuck. Just like I said, y'all on here arguing about stupid shit, beliefs, beliefs.
All right, goodbye.
All right, I think he got some smoke with you for real.
All right, but he's acting like the woman that was on Stephen A's show, you know.
Oh shit!
I told him I only mentioned the Haskell comment because Haskell was talking about people making mistakes. I didn't know that he didn't see it as a mistake. I was under the impression that Haskell seen that comment as a mistake. So I was showing him case in point, but he is the example. You dig? I was trying to be funny, not realizing that he did not see it as a mistake. He doubled down. I didn't know that. Had I known that, I wouldn't have shown that as the example of a mistake. So that was like a blooper on my part. So then Haskell said he want to explain it. I'm like, oh shit.
That nigga pulled right up on your ass.
So you explained it, and then the watcher was dragged in, and I was like, let's just end this shit. So we ended it. He wants to come back. No, dude, that shit.
Yeah, but indigenous, if you listening, bro, that's
I was already suspended. I was suspended for a whole week. They said the next time is a whole month. No, that's why I was going to my backup channel, fool. Okay? No. And that's because I was sharing Sean's video dealing with it. So no. I don't want to touch nothing like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Pseudo Killers got shut down for like a month, ain't it?
Yeah. They tried to do me like that. And I'm like, no, I don't want to talk about no jokes.
That shit crazy, bro. That just like how they shut down Buddy. What the name? Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's speaking on that women and men shit, and they shut his ass right down.
Yeah, that dude is that dude IBM is so it's about they say male toxicity. Well, he got female femininity or female toxicity, whatever you call it. This guy, I'm telling you,
he was calling the toxic masculinity thing. Unbiased. You familiar with Andrew Tate, Amber? Amber, where you at, babe?
No, I'm not familiar with him.
Nah.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, they shut his ass, they shut his goof ass down.
I didn't kick Indigenous off, by the way. I just muted him so I could finish, tell him why he can't say that. He hops off voluntarily every time.
Well, I know he left on his own, but y'all be doing IBM bad, man. I
don't want to know, but
I gotta go ahead and take a stand for my man.
But that was for anybody. I don't want anybody talking.
It ain't no y'all. That's unbiased, man.
Unbiased.
But that's a YouTube rule, though. We are not allowed to address certain things, and that's one of them. We cannot address
unbiased. You gotta treat IBM
unbiased.
Better,
unbiased. Yeah. I get what you're saying, and that may be well and true, but like it just appears as though every time. Can you understand? Like this is probably one of the times that what you're saying is like, okay, well, really, you can't talk about that. You can't joke about it. So my channel could be suspended.
I got you, no man, but you came a little late because I was just telling Haskell to don't do it.
But what I'm saying though is with IBM, every time he hit the panel, y'all get into it. So for him, it's no different than any other time he hit the panel.
But I want him to hit the panel about the gender war. I didn't want to hit the panel about some old conversations about the hokey pokey.
Yeah, I thought, you know what happened, Amber? When
Yeah, I can understand him wanting him to stay on topic though. I can get that.
When Bias brought up my comment, I don't know if you saw that, my comment about scurvy, you know what I'm talking about? That ignited IBM juices. That's why he pulled up. Yeah, he pulled up on that tip. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie, he going in the chat too.
I ain't even read it. All right, but look, y'all gotta take over anyway. So I'm not even gonna be here for at least an hour. So y'all can take over, but I gotta go on mute.
Nah, but we gotta be careful though, IBM. If you're in the chat, bro, I know sometimes Unbiased be doing you bad, bro. But you know, as far as like the pokey stuff, like we got to, you know what I'm saying? We gotta leave it alone, man. They shutting people down. You know, you can't talk about it. Even the people who talking, backing up the you know what I'm saying? Who backing up the mainstream, bro. That shit funny as fuck, bro. Oh my God, I love that shit. That shit's so, hey, Amber, that shit is so vindicating.
I think that's why Inky's homeless as far as a channel. I think that's why he's everywhere now.
I don't even know what the because I've been in and out. I had to take a call, so I'm not even really sure what the touchy subject matter is.
Shit.
Now, Amber, you can't say the V word. You can't say the other V word, right? So the V word would be the one V word would be the hokey pokey, the pokey pokey. The other V word would be the agent that supposedly does something to you when it enters your body. You pretty much can't touch that shit, period, unless you're sanctioned.
What about the boxing terminology? Like the hook, cross, JAB?
Yeah, I think they might be hip to that one too, though.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody
man,
has replacement.
Hold on, how I get on your shit list, IBM? What the fuck? Hey, Unbiased, man. What the fuck, bro? I'm not aligned with Unbiased Indigenous.
He's with the system.
Yo, you know you my dog, bro. Like, nah, bro. Like,
Nah, don't be trying to cop please now.
Yeah. Look, he can call back in with his crazy ass. He just can't touch on certain things. I mean, but dudes like to be reckless though. Dudes like to have no bars. Just do what they want to do.
But yeah, what I was saying is like certain discussions outside of a panel, like in real life, if we were to ever meet Amber, you know I would never be talking about none of this shit, right? Like none of these conversations would ever happen.
She just rolled her eyes at you.
Nah, real shit though.
I'm not gonna hold you. I'm trying. There's some conversations I would have off of here, but there's some conversations that I probably wouldn't have in real life.
No, I'm saying like if I like with a woman, I wouldn't have these conversations with a woman in real life. Like if I'm with women,
so you a he-man woman hater on the low.
I ain't even about that. It ain't even all right. If I'm around women, right, it's either gonna be I'm trying to get some money, I'm trying to get some sex, or we're just vibing, having a good time. Like politics, serious discussions, unless it's like a professor or something and it's going towards me like learning something that will enrich my life, like nah, debates and discussions, we not doing that. We finna drink on something, we finna get some thought juice, We finna vibe. We gonna have, you know what I'm saying? We gonna have fun. We gonna, you know what I'm saying? That's how I relate to women in real life. You ain't gonna catch me in real life talking to the woman about fucking land rights in the 1920s and shit. Like, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Or women's suffrage. Like that, you will never catch me in real life. First off, your average woman, you talk to her about some shit like that, they gonna think you a weirdo off top. Like, you gonna get filed in the weirdo category. So like that shit will never happen.
What type of female are you talking about?
Bro, that's it. What you mean? That's your average woman. So hold on. You be talking to women in real life about women's suffrage and the manosphere, and come on now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm in a different position. I don't think, but my point, yeah, I can't use myself as an example, but I'm just
outside of your wife. Outside of your wife?
Outside of my work, it's really work. But outside of work, no. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that you got to realize that if you were to find a woman that you can communicate in those type of levels, it's only gonna, I think, enhance her skill set in your eyes. And then B, you also got to recognize what circles you're going around to get those type of conversations. Because if you're looking for females just to smash, then you're going to go to those watering holes where the females are smashing. You're not going to the other watering holes where they're book smarts or they have opinions, or it may not be something about women's rights and suffrage type things, but it can be in other areas that you may find interesting. Some dudes don't find the need to bond with a female in that area because back in the day, we didn't need to. But in this era right now, it's a detriment if you don't know what her views are on certain areas. And I think that's why a lot of these dudes are messing up, whether they have millions or they're high value or not. They're chasing after females who are specifically looking for those commas. And they don't know anything about what they think about the manosphere or raising the children. The females are just spitting the game to get them, and the dude is spitting the game, and they're not even connecting on 80% of other areas that may matter. And the fact that in the past we weren't looked to value that is what's fucking people up now. They just don't see it.
All right, but let me tell you how the way I go about that in real life.
In real life.
Watcher. For me, there's certain terminologies, the way our woman carries herself that tells me that she thinks like that, right? The quickest example that comes to my mind is having an aversion to the word female. If you have an aversion to the word female, let's say I have a conversation with a woman the first time I'm meeting her, she has an aversion to the word female. She wants it to be redacted from the English language. I'm filing her in the feminist category and I'm keeping it moving. So what I'm saying is, I don't necessarily need to get in any protracted discussions like how I do on here with Amber.
Right.
With women, there's always going to be markers that are pretty obvious if you're paying attention. And sometimes you can even throw some bait out there in a very subtle way and pick up that stuff quickly.
And you're real quick, and this is in Florida, right?
Yeah, this is in Florida. Anywhere, really.
Okay, no, I'm just saying because just to be fair, the expectations and the type of women is stereotypically ranked higher in Florida than other states. Is that fair to say? Like the type of females who feel like they're entitled to stuff is higher in the state of Florida because of their exposure and what's being seen and publicized, as opposed to somewhere like Nebraska or a small.
Yeah, you could say that, especially in Miami. You could say that.
Especially, okay, what city are you in?
I'm in Miami.
That doesn't matter. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not in Miami proper.
But the point is, you're in the proximity. The people in Miami Gardens, the females who have a value of themselves, they're going off of that standard that may bleed into Miami. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I could give you that.
Just being fair, okay. And so, some of the females that you may run across, at least stereotypically, what I am told from Miami, they're very superficial and have high expectations on what they expect to do to be coming out of pocket with before they even do anything. You can correct me if I'm wrong on the stereotypes that I've seen coming out of the females from Miami. Am I wrong?
Not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Especially like you said, in Miami proper, like downtown Miami, Brickell, Wynwood, South Beach, the Gables, you know, even if a woman is not necessarily in that lifestyle, they have close proximity to it. You see a lot of wealth in Miami. You'll see exotic cars like nothing. So there's something to what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
So I would think that those females, just like if you watch these dating shows, these females who may live in proximity, but not in that lifestyle, just adjacent from it, if they're going to go out and date, they're going to try to bag that, or they're going to aim high, or any person in their circle, they're going to project or maybe speak those expectations, even though they may be lying. They never had a dude do XYZ for them, but they're going to speak it into existence with the person and his expectation. Now, the expectations for the dudes are, is it inflated as well? They're supposed to be having their hands in some sort of coastal contraband movement, or they need to be scamming or thieving or doing something, bringing in certain amounts. Like the average dude making an average money is considered low value there more so than any, or I don't want to say any, but majority of the other states. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I guess you could compare it to other like really super metropolitan areas like your LAs and all of that type of stuff.
Bingo. So in essence, what I'm saying is, just being fair, the women's expectations for dudes are exponentially inflated compared to what the guys' expectations nationally in certain areas. Are you getting my point? I don't want to get too specific in the deep.
Exactly where you're going.
Okay, so now understanding that is going to be harder to relate to any of the type of females that you may desire, but since they're not there, that's not even the category that you even probably find a value in, because you're only fishing for certain, or you got your fishing pole, but you're fishing in a certain amount of water. You're only going to get whatever fish are in that water.
Right.
You understand?
No, I know exactly where you're
Okay, so let me speed up my. So let me speed up the steps. If I got you, we're agreeing. And that's one thing I appreciate about you. You're willing to see where I'm going and recognize I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just finding common ground so we can move the conversation forward. And I appreciate that. But if a guy is really searching for a female in your environment, it's going to be harder. He's climbing uphill. So if whatever he settles on or whatever he chooses to deal with, if he chooses to deal with at all, he has to recognize the deficiencies in that area. And he can either work to fix them, or he can just accept the fact that these females are only good for these small categories, whether it's just sex or exchanging energy like fun time or whatever the third category may be. But he may not see the other values in the area. He may not even work on developing or even teaching. Because I heard what you said, and this is my last point about the female. You said, because to me, when I heard that, certain, I don't want to say high class, but just certain women would say, yeah, you're right. They wouldn't view themselves as a female. They would view themselves as a woman. Just like certain people I know would say they're not a male, they're going to say they're a man. And if you call them that, they will look at it as an insult. So if a female was, or a woman, and I got to be careful because I use it interchangeably, not meaning to denote or level down someone. I just speak using certain words that I think people understand. And I don't realize that they're
I just can't understand
how
that word became some kind of pejorative. So
okay, now that's what I mean. Now I can stop and ask you to explain. Go ahead, Amber.
I was going to say, because certain people try to use it to be a pejorative. Like, instead of qualifying a woman as a woman, they're like, in these females, it's intended to undermine that they're not humanity. that they're not of equivalent status or standing as a man. So they'll refer to themselves as a man, but then refer to women as females. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of an implied insult. So like,
do you think?
If,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
If I'm speaking, now I will use the term female here and there, and I'll use the term male. But if I'm speaking in terms of women and men, I'm not going to identify women as women and then turn around and identify men as males. I'm saying something when I do that. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
I think in certain contexts, I think there's pretty much you could do that with any word. So, insofar as the context you use it in and the emphasis you put on it, you can make it into a pejorative. It's kind of like the N-word in that way, right?
Absolutely. So I'm not automatically triggered if a guy calls me a female. But if I'm paying attention to the conversation and I hear that he's intentionally calling, males men, but he won't call women women, he consistently refers to them as females, then to me that I'm gonna, okay, well, at this point, don't call me a female, call me a woman. In the same way you're gonna address men as being men, even though they are also males, you're not making a distinction to call them males. You're calling them men. So now call me a woman because I'm a woman. I'm not a female. So, use like terms. If we're addressing women and men, address women and men. It shouldn't be men and females or women and males, because you're saying something when you do that.
And
that's another
other. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm having a conversation with a woman and she attempts to edit my vernacular in that way, I'm not going to be confrontational about it. I'm not going to fight or rebuff or go back and forth. She'll just find that I've become, distant. Just, little by little, like, damn, why he on? That's it. I'm a firm believer in everybody should be able to live to their standards. So if mine and yours don't align, it's okay. Like, we're all just here for a little time anyway. So you got to do what's good for you, but it's just like this older chick I was messing around with, right? Milk. She was like 46. She was like 46, 47, right?
I knew it.
We just having fun. It's not going nowhere, right? She brought me over to watch this movie about this.
Can you tell me how old you were at the time?
I was 30, 2012, 2014, 32, 2014, 32. 32.
That's
She
the
was
same
around,
bracket.
yeah, she was around 46, 40, but she was bad. Bad. Sexy as hell. So
the movie.
Yeah, she brought me over to watch this movie because she had just broken up with her husband and she was always crabbing about how, nigga did her wrong, all that old bullshit. So I caught her on the rebound. That's how I was able to get in there. So she showed me this movie about this woman, the mafia killed her husband. And then this woman goes on like a fucking Rambo rampage. And all through the movie, she just killing niggas. Right? I'm sitting there watching the shit, right?
Is it called Monster?
I can't even remember what that shit was called because
it was called Monster. That's what it's called.
I'm watching the shit from I'm an analytical person. So I'm sitting there next to her watching this shit like, and she's always saying, yo, you see that? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, she did this and she did that and that. So I know where it's coming from, right? It's about triumph for a woman who was, it gives her that feeling of agency and power, and you know what I'm saying? And then other comments that she would make, and it helped me to draw a psychological profile. And as such, I could put her in a compartment. And that was that. So that's what I'm saying, Watcher. Yes, I can have engaging conversations with women, but it's just like how they say, don't talk about politics like on a first date. I'm kind of like there with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I have to also consider the fact that I'm 20 years removed from being in that type of game, so I don't understand all the costs and the benefits and even the risks involved with how I would handle that situation. And also, again, that big disparity with knowing that a dude has to work 10 times as hard to get a female because her expectations are going to be inflated 10 times as much. So, I mean, I know there's certain things and certain introductory type processes or whatever that I'm probably missing out on. Like I heard you talk about the cars and all that type of shit. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a whole other aspect to the game.
Even outside of romantic interactions, like take that out of it. Like the way our women and men huh?
Go ahead.
No, let's take that completely off the table. In general, the way how women and men relate in society today is vastly different from how we related 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago. So it's not just about being able to get a woman or, that sort of stuff. It's just in general, the way how American society in particular is, the cultural container here. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it precipitates, or it you know what I'm saying? Like every woman in America is gonna have some feminist leanings. Don't mean that.
So you're saying that the whole pool is contaminated. It's infectious.
Right.
Okay. All right, and I understand that. Go ahead.
Certain shit is just so normal. It's because it's just so normalized. Like happy wife, happy life. Like that is some pathetic shit.
But I did want to go back to that comment that I made earlier, because I feel like it has been kind of like abused and overused. I do feel like when the phrase was originally made, they were speaking about a particular woman, and more like your typical good woman, reciprocal relationship where she's all that you need her to be, and therefore maintaining her happiness adds to your happiness, right? But I do think that now a lot of people use it as kind of like a women always get their way, or it has lost its luster for me, because I see so many people using it and abusing it, kind of like a joke that women always get their way, and for a relationship to work, a woman has to always kind of get her way. So that kind of throws me off. Now, what I will say is I do agree with you to some degree about not having certain conversations. It's not that I won't have certain conversations in my relationships, but I am careful about, I pay attention more. So if a guy has really strong misogynistic views, I'm gonna fall back, or not really be engaged, because while I'm not totally burn your bra and fuck men, I do like my men to be a little open-minded about equity, not necessarily we're equal, but just equity amongst genders. So when they're a little too far leaning on the man side, it kind of throws me off, and I'm not going to really be interested. Not like that. We could be friends potentially, depending on your ability to have a conversation respectfully. But I've dealt with, like, my youngest son's father. He's a strong misogynist. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, really?
It's crazy. So
How
it's
did
hard
that
for
happen?
him. Well, really, he was a good time that went too far. But the crazy thing is, for the same reason that he loves me, he also despises me. So he's a guy that really wants a woman, but really has such a low view of women that it's hard for him to maintain a relationship with a woman. Like, it's really hard. He wants one.
In what ways? In what ways would you say like he has a low opinion of women?
Like, he believes that they're weaker, and because they're weaker physically, that they shouldn't have an opinion when a man has something to say. Like, he's real bad with it. Like, so let's say
you shouldn't talk, period.
Damn near. So he was raised by his grandfather, and his grandfather was one of those people that was like, ran his household, and his grandmother was, quiet and super submissive to the point of fear, right? So he believes that his woman should be fearful of him. Like, if you can't whoop me, you shouldn't argue with me.
But that's like, what you're describing is kind of extreme. Like, was he able to keep this camouflage like for a period? Because I can't imagine him.
The thing is, he can have relationships with women as friends, right? But he believes that his woman is his property. So if he perceives you as his woman or someone that should be his woman, then that's when the extreme misogyny really comes out. Because in his mind, you're his property. You're mine.
Yeah, but how the hell did he get past your defenses, though?
Because he was just a friend. Initially, we were just cool, right? Like, we're just cool. So it's not you can't have male friends, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. It wasn't nothing like that. But once I became his baby mama, he looked at me as his property. Now you belong to me. You're my baby mama. You can't talk to other men.
So there were no indications of that behavior, prior to y'all becoming,
no. Not for me, because again, me and him was friends, and he was friends with my brother. So of course he's gonna treat me, better because I'm, his friend's sister. So he ain't finna wild out on me, because that would create a issue between him and my brother. But once I became his baby mama, then he like, oh, well, that's mine, and I love her, and she can't talk to nobody else.
So he didn't want you having male friends.
Yes, like, even if we weren't together. Like, yes.
Even if what?
So like, me and him weren't together. He just felt like he had ownership over me because I was his baby mama, and he wanted me, so therefore he should have me.
Nah, that sounds crazy, man. Ain't too many of them niggas walking around no more. So, man. Because look,
they ain't walking around. Evolutionary.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, unbiased. Them niggas is last of Mohicans. Like, them niggas ain't.
Haskell, when I tell you, your reaction is as good as, like, I've always been the type of person, if it don't work, move on. Shit, like, it is what it is. Like, the trying to force somebody to want me, I don't know what that feel like. I've never had that. So it was like, at first I thought the nigga was playing, like, okay, he gonna get tired. This is a joke. You can't possibly think that me and you are gonna work, one, when you think I'm your property, and now that it don't work, you think that stalking and harassment is gonna get me to change my mind? No, it's not. Like,
so hold on. Let me ask you a question, Amber. When you guys were together,
We never worked
He
together.
objected to you having male friends, right?
We never worked together. I'm gonna go even deeper.
Right.
How the hell?
I was actually with someone and on a break when me and him met and started talking, and he knew that. He knew that.
So hold on. This is your child's father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How long were you guys actively engaged prior to you conceiving your son?
We about to psychoanalyze.
A good 3 months.
All right.
Now
And in
that
those
wasn't us being like intimate the whole time. That's just like I'd known him and been around kicking it with him for a good 3 months.
But you were intimate within those 3 months. Well, obviously.
Well, yeah, that last month.
Okay. Within that last month, did he ever object to you having male friends?
No.
Did any incidents occur where that was tested, where like a guy called your phone or?
No, as a matter of fact, he had a few female friends that I had met. Like, like because it wasn't supposed to be a deep thing, right? He had people that he was talking to prior to me and him, and I had somebody that I was dealing with prior to him. So in my mind, you've been dealing with these women for years. Like, you're clearly invested there, right? Like, that's where you invested at. We just having a good time. This ain't for a long time. It's just a good time. However, shit totally flipped. So then I'm like, whoa, what happened to, like, so eventually he started cutting them off like one by one. And this is once I, became pregnant. Then he started kind of distancing himself. And these is girls that he had been talking to. He had known them and been dealing with them longer than I had been dealing with my dude. Like, so I was just like, okay, well, what happened to such and such? Where's she at? How y'all doing? Oh, I don't talk to her no more. So little by little, he started cutting other people out and making me his focus.
Yeah, because man, usually people who are that strong, they have that strong views about that sort of thing. Like that shit normally permeates like every part of their life. You know what I'm saying? Like it's in them, it's on them, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think he really cares until it's an intimate relationship. Like, he had a lot of female homegirls that he would smoke with, kick it with, drink with, but as long as he's not romantically involved and invested, at least I guess not in love per se, or obsessed per se, he didn't really like care. It was only when it was a relationship that he wanted that he became like that.
So once you conceive, and you could clearly see that he wanted to become serious. At any point, were you also interested in becoming serious?
No. I tried. I say this was after my son was maybe 2.5, 3. After a good 2 solid years of him like really stalking and harassing, because I kept telling him, like, me and you just not compatible. It's not gonna work. Like, I am who I am, you are who you are. It's just not gonna work. After a while of him like really like not letting up, because I thought he was gonna get tired. Like, he'll find somebody else to catch his attention and let it go. But after a while, he didn't do that. I tried to do a relationship for like a week and I couldn't take it. Like, me and you just ain't compatible. We're not.
All right. So all right. So right around the time that you conceived, leading up to that point, you guys weren't serious, right? You were just kind of having fun.
Mm-hmm.
But things happen. You got pregnant. So how short how soon after you were pregnant that you disassociated from it?
Almost immediate. Well, actually, I disassociated from him while I was pregnant.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So before you even found out you were pregnant, you had already.
Yeah, I was back on with my dude.
Okay, and the reason for. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I guess yeah, because like I wouldn't. I'm not letting women know like in put like I watch Kevin. Like I wouldn't like if a guy told you he watched Kevin Samuels or he brought it up casually in conversation, right? Amber, you pretty much you file him in a category, right?
I'm who in the category?
Let's say a dude you was just talking to casually, you getting to know him. You know what I'm saying? And just in the course of conversation, he's like, man, I really like this guy, Kevin Samuels, man. He has some really good, views and da-da-da.
Yes.
I file him in the category of not my type.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I held it in long enough. We really in this rabbit hole. I was asking. This is why the main point I was trying to get at when I was trying to build up to it with your Haskell. It's like you're going to encounter certain females that you may feel are disqualifying themselves, or just like Amber gave a same scenario where there might be disqualifying. And what I'm realizing, I think that's the norm. That's what most people are.
Everybody has their preference of what they want. Like
I get that. That's not where I'm going with it, though. That's not where I'm going with it. What I'm trying to say is, again, I'm conceding all points of being right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying someone who's on the sideline watching the game, and I'm seeing the offense attack the defense, and then I see the defense get the ball, and then they get to attack. So I'm watching both teams go back and forth, and it's halftime. So this is the present. They ask me like, "Wow, you're watching this game, and you're looking at this team, you're looking at that team. What do you think these guys need to be focused on, and what do you think they should be focusing on?" That's the presentation that I'm coming from. Because I hear from everyone how difficult the dating game is, the different scenarios, and I even want to qualify it to make sure I get a full understanding that Haskell's situation can be extremely or even more difficult than the average people's situation.
Oh my God. Imagine if you had to go back out there again, Watcher. Just think about it.
Bro, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I don't need any more trauma in my life. I'm blessed with the one that held me down and helped me get to where I'm at to this moment. But let me get back to my point. What I want to understand is, and it may not even be worth it, but I want to know if, like you, and we take it all the way back down to a smaller point. So before we can understand it, you're talking to a female or a woman. And again, let me say this real quick, Amber, I do that a lot. I'll say those words, but if people know my spirit or they know my energy and where I'm coming from, I hope that they would be charitable or give me benefit of the doubt that that's not my motivation. So sometimes I'm trying to get to an overarching point, so I'll stay in a mindset of using certain words that I think people understand, and I don't mean the loaded part. And if I'm ever rude or uncut, please feel free to correct me or just let me know I'm using the wrong word. But back to the point where he said the female situation, and a woman wanted to correct you on that. Everyone has the game plan of like, okay, this ain't gonna work out. I need to move on. And I want to explore that in a separate paragraph. I'm just sticking to this point right here. Now, right when you encounter a female or a dude and you see that, okay, this is not working, instead of getting confrontational or disinterested immediately, is there a chance to kind of probe and even say like, well, this is what I mean by female, or you know what, I actually encounter certain people, and is it worth trying to have those conversations, or does it normally revert back them to becoming defensive? They're not really receptive to have an engaging conversation. They're not trying to grow, or you may not be willing to grow. It's not even worth it. You've been dating. You don't have so much time in the dating game. There's only so many people. You understand what I mean? Like, is it, there's so many other factors that make that part not even worth it? Or do you think that, you know what, everyone's damaged. I got to get one. Maybe I can try to teach and educate this one, and I can use this person to educate and teach me, because I don't have it all together, and I know they don't have it all together. So is it worth trying to find somebody that's malleable, in opposed to having all these categories?
That's a
like,
perfect
I'm just
word.
asking again from halftime. I'm asking.
That's a
what's more
perfect
valuable?
word. Malleability.
On both parts though, because you got to recognize that she's coming with so much different baggage that, okay, if I do fuck with you, you got to recognize I'm going to deflate my expectations from 10% higher than the whole nation down to maybe 4%. And so you recognize like, damn, she is doing this and that. So maybe I need to start conceding
I'm
to some of these things.
agreeable with a woman. I'm not malleable though, but I do.
Okay, so what? Okay, but again, you shouldn't be malleable to anything. Real quick, Haskell. You shouldn't be malleable to anything that decreases you as a man. I can agree with that. But sometimes your presentation, or recognizing that, again, you're not in prehistoric or Bronze Age time eras. We're in a whole different era, so you may have to shift your things that you can tolerate.
Yeah,
you
so as a matter of survival or achieving some objective, it's just like, you know, I thought this whole hokey pokey shit was just pure bullshit from the very beginning, right? Now, could I run around proclaiming that shit? Or if I went in a store, I'm not wearing a mask. No, I got to do what I got to do, because guess what? It may be 1 in every 10,000 people that see it that the way I do. And I can't fight 9,999 people. It's not going to work. So you adapt in order to make your way or to achieve an objective, or whatever the case may be, right? Now, with that said, as far as being malleable, you can be malleable to learning in the context of a romantic relationship, though. My personal philosophy is that a man has no business being malleable to a woman. Now,
and real quick, just to clarify, in any way whatsoever, regardless of era, time period, gender, any type of shit, just
in any era, anytime, anything. Now, I do make a distinction between malleability and being agreeable, right? Because there's no human being is gonna see everything the way you see it. Obviously not. But being malleable means malleability means formability, right? It means that you are soft enough to where another person can manipulate, and manipulate in this context doesn't have a negative connotation. Just like manipulating clay, right? Another person can manipulate you into a different form, right? And given the relationship between man and woman, that's something that for a woman to be malleable to a man, that's something that's sustainable and actually strengthens relationship. In the inverse, it's not good. It's a bad idea. So that's why I said I can be agreeable. There can even be things where a woman can enlighten me on, or say, hey, let's try this. And, you know, maybe I wasn't with it, but I'll try it. But malleable, that's a strong word. That's a strong word. It means you're open to being shaped and formed. Right. I believe for a man to be open to be shaped and formed by a woman,
it requires a certain vulnerability.
Nah, see, that's another nasty word too. Like a man.
Is it?
You have no.
I hear you, but listen,
if I can chime in a little bit and just
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, so for me, no, there's nothing to work through. So like what Haskell is kind of speaking about, I'm not upset that this is his mindset, but this is a relationship that I would not be in and try to work through this type of mindset. To me, it's like you have so many obstacles that you're going to face in a relationship that I like, this is literally scratch and square one. Like I have to fight to be perceived as even somewhat equal to you in this relationship. You believe that you have everything to give to me and I'm malleable, but you're not malleable. And that me being malleable to you is the natural way order of things. Like these are the type of things that I don't have time to fight against. Maybe another woman can. But for me, it's certain things that when I see it, it's like, nah, we definitely wouldn't be able to maintain a relationship because I just feel like our core values are so disparate that we won't work, period. We'll fight on everything.
Yeah, she's right. She's right. Definitely, man. Like, you know, and you know, that what was I thinking of? Oh, this PNB Rock thing, right? It made me think about, I was watching this IG live between them. Speaking of malleability, right? This is my personal philosophy on how men and women relate to each other and what I subscribe to as far as, you know, how biology informs that, right? So they're on live and he said some word, I forgot which word it was. And I don't know if it was either his Philadelphia accent or perhaps, you know, that's just how he likes saying the word. She corrected him, right? No, you're supposed to say it like this. And he said, well, look, I know how to say the word in the Queen's English the proper way. I choose to say it that way, you know? Well, you need to know this is the correct way. And this literally went on for 1 to 2 minutes, right? And me watching that's a perfect example of just that's an interaction like that alone. I would never be in any serious engagement with a woman like that, right? Because the art of the art of being a woman, the feminine aspect of a woman is influence, right? It's getting across to your male partner or influencing him in a subtle way to bring about, there's a dexterity that you use as a woman.
So what you're saying is she has to tactfully manipulate or malleable or shape her man in his decisions.
Yeah, I
It's
wouldn't
a
use
skill
the word
set that a woman has to do. Of course you wouldn't, but you got to recognize how women have been manipulating or growing
he'd
and
rather
shaping.
be covertly. He don't mind being manipulated. He just rather her be covert about it and not direct, so to save his ego.
Right. Absolutely. Listen.
But those women have to see that you're able, that you have to show that you're pliable. You don't just go run and grab dead wood and you see that it's not able, just like a guy wants the same thing. You don't want to go get dead clay. She's not malleable.
Yeah,
so I think it goes both ways. Because some women have great advice and great experiences.
It cost PNB Rock his life, right? Because he had told this woman time and time again, don't do this. She continued to do it. Why? Because she's one of them hood rat types. You know what I'm saying? And
okay, real quick. I think having a female like that on your team is not an asset. That's a liability. For a female to do stuff like that, that's a whole conversation that should be addressed. But I can't act like he didn't go on different podcasts saying that he enjoys putting on his jewelry, going into the roughest areas, and then just kicking it with people and forcing them to accept him. Whether they're starving, they need to see him eat 5 hot dogs in front of them and throw the rest on the floor because they're not hungry.
But didn't he share his location first? Didn't he share his location first?
No, he didn't. That's some bullshit the police put out. There's no evidence of that. Now, let me say this. Ultimately, he's much more responsible for what happened to him than she was. And I'll always come back.
That's fair.
But
Okay.
I'll always come back to that because I always feel like the man is ultimately responsible. The buck stops with the man. Period.
I respect that.
Every time. Right? So if I tell a woman I'm with one time, hey, look, I'm high profile, don't share my location. Don't do that. You got
I'm
one
low
time.
profile. You about to do something that's going to get me robbed or killed, and you keep doing it?
Right. No, but what I'm saying is, watch, you got one time. There's no, I'm going to tell you again, and I tell you one time, you disobey. Yes, I said obey.
Yeah.
That's over with.
But that, I mean, to me, that's not even really a disobedience. Like, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I've dealt with someone that is extremely private. And for me, I don't even see him dealing with the type of woman that shares her location and the things that she's doing. Like, he would already see that as a red flag because she don't have no discretion about herself. You know her every move. I can't deal with somebody that gotta broadcast their every move. You understand? Like, to me, it's easier to find somebody that's low key that you wouldn't know they was moving around unless you there moving with them, than to try to find someone that broadcasts their every move and then try to change them and say, well, when you with me, don't do this. Because you understand what I'm saying? Like,
right. That's what I'm
goes
saying.
Back to compatibility. Like,
right.
certain, you got to do something. You got to be with somebody that moves the way you move.
Exactly. And like I said, me not knowing this woman and just seeing one interaction with them on live. Number one, right? We on live. It's thousands of people watching. I see a word. You don't think I pronounce it correctly. Okay, you could even say it playfully, lightheartedly. Nah, babe, it's pronounced that way. You so silly. Like, y'all Philly dudes be pronouncing shit crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's this way. I'm like, yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying? This is how I choose to pronounce it. This is just how we, I know the correct way to say it, but this is how I say it, and I'm gonna keep saying it that way. That's supposed to be it. Ain't supposed to be no more, because she was even saying, you don't know how to take correction. And I'm looking at this shit like, the fuck type of, but you know what I realized though, man? PNB Rock is just is a typical dude. Like, I'm the weirdo. Cause most dudes, they'll watch that and they don't really see nothing. They would look at that and say, that's not no huge deal. Cause she kept saying it. Well, no, that's not the right way to say it. He was like, well, I know the right way to say it. I choose to say it this way. Well, nah, you should have. Nah, I'm not doing all of that, bro. I told you one time, I know the correct way to say it. I choose to say it this way, and I'm going to keep saying it that way. After that, that's supposed to be it. You're supposed to let it go. If you keep going, that lets me know you're one of those types. So that goes back to what we was talking about earlier, Watcher, when you say like, yo, you can try to know a person. And Amber, she has her own set of principles and standards where there's certain fundamental things that you can pick up on just in a short conversation that gives you insight into how a person thinks and their worldview, and is so diametrically opposed on a core level that is so disparate, like she said, that nah, no. You know, so I definitely agree with her on that one.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, I want to hear. Go ahead, Amber.
I was gonna say, and I think too many people are getting in relationships where there's so much that they don't have in common, or that they're incompatible in, and they're trying to force it. Like, because most times you don't go into a relationship thinking, I wonder how this person is going to have an impact on my life. Everybody think they the best thing since sliced bread, and they think that they're going to be the ones that positively impact their partner. So you're really going in there with your own agenda to change somebody into what you want them to be. And get disappointed when a motherfucker like, no, I am who I am. And you're not going to change that.
Right.
Well, I guess that's a whole different point of view. That to me, I think that's from the mindset of I am complete and whole, and I know what I want, and I know exactly who the other person should be and what I require from them. You understand? So it's like you're from that point of view, you're feeling like you have it all together, and the person that you're meeting has to have it all together, or they have to have a certain amount of building blocks to warrant your time, energy, and effort. Go ahead.
Most people say potential, right? Like they're not all the way what I want them to be, but they're a good starting point, you know? And that's what most people say. You know, I was looking at his potential, or I was looking at her potential. They had the potential. Okay. So they in it
real quick, that and this is great. So when people in general now, just in general, when we talk about someone having potential, being when you first notice it, not even in really using it, at what point in their life do you realize someone has potential per se, generally? Just like a quick 5-year range, like 18 to maybe 23? Or do you think it's higher than that? Or even lower than that? You got to see prodigies or children with potential, or they may have potential in XYZ. When is like potential really noticed? And if we can't really answer that, can we acknowledge that potential runs out? It's not always there, whether they're 25, 30, 35, 40, like the potentiality can change? Or is that arbitrary? In my life, this person may always have potential. I may always find this person who can do XYZ.
I think potential is always changing, but always constant at the same time. So like, I think everybody judges what potential they're willing to accept differently at different stages. So like,
okay, there we go. That's fair.
So when I was 20, my potential or what potential looked like in a partner ain't gonna be the same thing as 36-year-old me with, you know, a child. And you understand what's like, what I was willing to work with or what I didn't feel like was a deal breaker back then has changed and transitioned over time. Like back in the day, I didn't really harp on certain things like, oh, I don't need to know their family like that and this, that, and the third and blah, blah, skippy woo woo. Like, and it's not like the most important thing now, but it is an important thing for me to feel like I can get along with their family. Because I just don't, back then I had time for the smoke. You know, I'm with it. Baby mama drama, whatever. Now I don't have time for that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't come with that type of baggage. And so I'm not willing to deal with someone. And it ain't like, oh, I don't want to deal with no nigga.
Nor should you.
I just can't deal with no downright fools. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Like a little contention here and there. Oh, she don't like me, but she's respectful, or like I can deal with that because it's hard to get around it. But the dropping the kids off middle of the night and acting a fool outside the house, like that, I'm not gonna be able to deal with because I am with smoke and I don't have time to be fighting cases. You see what I'm saying? So it's just certain things that like
I understand. I get it. That's fair.
Yeah.
What I would say to that is like, I wholeheartedly agree because I wouldn't recommend people making less than a lateral move. And when I say lateral move, is like you shouldn't make a sacrifice less than what you're willing to make or what you can do. So if you've worked hard to get to a certain level, then by all means, then there's certain expectations or qualifications that you really shouldn't compromise on. So if you know that you don't really play when it comes to security and peace of mind, and someone thinks that they can hang up and play on the phone, and you're the type of person loading up the magazine, making phone calls and putting the plastic down on furniture, like really about to go there, then you can't fool around. Your pool of dealing with people dramatically shrinks if their maturity is not there. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I'm more concerned with things that maybe, but again, I guess it goes back to your main goal, like, because at certain stages in your life, your requirements for a partner changes. Like, I feel like if I was not with my situation and my child was all grown up, I don't really see the same necessities for a wife as I do in this moment, being my age and my child being her age, and recognizing that we still have more to go in this game before the kid is independent, able to make their own moves, before we can even type of considering, is this what we still want to do? That can't be put on the table until the kid is there. That's our agreement. That's our pact. Not how we fucking feel and how you may be treated. All that shit, you better get over it and come sit down at the table. Let's get it work ironed out. What do I need to do better on? What do you need to be better on? It's not even about us per se. And I don't think, again, that may not be the most ideal situation. It's not practical for everybody. But I think if people approach from this point moving forward with a whole different mindset on like, okay, this is what I want, so I'm not even playing with that, and put it out on the table. Ask the person exactly what they want. Just put it all out like you're about to make a contract. I don't want to waste any time dating you. I don't want to waste any hours of phone call with you. I don't want to educate you on my philosophy. I don't want to put you up on any game. Fuck all that shit. I ain't trying to get your credit better. I don't want to do any of that type of shit until you can let me know where you at and what you're looking for. And this is where I'm at and what I'm looking for. Other than that,
but
motherfuckers just say that I'm in a play zone.
But the
those
thing
are
is,
fundamental things, though, bro. It's not like you don't like hot dogs and your wife trying to tell you, oh, man,
expound on it. Where am I naive at? Like you, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying it's not like you not liking hot dogs or something. You know, these are like serious, fundamental life things, like you said, like credit or having children prior to getting into the relationship. But like those are, certain things are gonna not be for compromise.
yeah, I think too that sometimes, like, while I get what you're saying, like, well, don't waste time. You just discuss discuss the stuff up front. But oftentimes, like, you still have to, like, people are not always gonna put out their intentions or be truthful in what they want. A lot of times people tell you what they want to hear. I mean, what you want to hear. And I also feel like,
and sometimes, sorry to cut you off, Amber, but sometimes the person could actually be sincere in that moment too.
Yeah,
like
that's what I was just getting ready to say.
A lot of dudes will get with a chick that's in the club, she's stripping or whatever, and he's like, man, I'm cool with it. I like you and da. And then next thing you know, once you start catching feelings, yo, you got to stop this.
Yeah, or not even just that. Like, some people really have great intentions because in their mind, they want to be okay with certain shit, or they want to be cool about this, that, and the third, but they don't really have any idea of what that is comprised of, right? Like, so let's say you get a man with, a few kids. Well, I get a man with a few kids, right? For me, as a woman with children, of course, I want I don't have a problem with a man with kids because I would want somebody to not just throw me away because I got a kid, right? But then you get into the relationship and you realize that, like, they baby mamas run the show. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, so you mean to tell me this bitch can manipulate you in any way she wants to, and you're not going to put your foot down, or you're not going to, you allowing her to disrespect you allowing her to disrespect me. You understand what I'm saying? So then it's like where I had good intention to, tough it out and try to make it work. And now I'm realizing I'm in a situation where unless because I'm not going to overstep and try to run it, because I don't feel like that's my place. I feel like it's your place. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for me, with my kids' fathers, any smoke you got, you better direct it to me. You don't got no business calling my dude or my nigga or trying to pull up on him and that. Like, don't do that, because I'm going to turn into a whole different type of beast. We not playing them games. Like, there's a certain degree of respect that I require from everybody in my life. Family members that don't like mates and stuff like that. You can feel how you feel. Don't disrespect them. You see what I'm saying? Like, but some people, they cool with their mamas being disrespectful to their women, or they're cool with, certain people getting disrespectful and getting out of their body, or they just don't take that. They don't like confrontation. And for me, I don't like confrontation, but I don't shy away from it either when it comes to protecting what is, mine. You're going to respect my relationships. I don't give a fuck how you feel. You're going to respect it if you want to be a part of my world.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you put it all up on the table, I don't see how that can really be an issue. But like you said, damn, you can't really
some people have good intentions. Like, they try, they try to do what they can. And of course, people can't control people. So let's say that the nigga like, okay, yeah, you're going to have to quit coming around here and acting a goddamn fool and doing all of this. Like, you disrespecting my relationship. Let's say he does say that, right? And then she like, fuck that. I'm still going to act a fool and cut up. Like, at this point, he's actively trying. But for the person that's already been going through it, already been dealing with it, and they at their wits' end, that might not be enough. It might be a little too late. Or, like, this is just too much for me. You see, like, to me, I just feel like nothing is like set in stone. You can have all the conversations in the world. You can try to account for everything that can go wrong in a relationship, but sometimes shit just happens. People get tired, people get fed up, people lose interest. Like, it just happens. It's nothing you can do. We're human.
Yes, sir.
I see.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
I just think
you could pick up a lot, man, and just chit chat, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even with me, women tell me all the time, like, man, you different from other dudes. Like, it's just this energy about you. You know what I'm saying? It's not an anger or nothing. It's just, they could just tell, like, they could pick up, like, you can't hide that shit. And that's why when Amber was telling me about dude, I'm like, damn, if he one of them types, he that controlling, man, that shit, even if you just vibing with a nigga, man, like, you know what I'm saying? He gonna make a comment about something, or you're gonna be talking about some kind of current event or something to where it's gonna be some shit you could pick up on, like, okay, that's how he think. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga can't hide that shit, man.
No. Here's the thing. Now, he was an aggressive person, period. So that was a red flag that he was just. Now, the thing is, he wasn't like always aggressive towards women. He just was aggressive, period. Now, he did definitely have issues with women, but I should have peeped that, oh, this nigga's a whole fool. Like, he act a fool.
How old you was at the time?
I was probably like 24. But he didn't shy away from like fighting and cutting up. And for my age group and for, going out to the club, it wasn't like a big deal, but you got to remember, he like 10 years older than me. So it should have been kind of a red flag that this nigga like still out here fighting and don't, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it should have been kind of a red flag because he's just an aggressive person, period. But I didn't know that he even aggressive, because I have another baby daddy that, he ain't no punk. Now, he don't start shit, but he ain't no punk, but at the end of the day, when it was time for us to part ways, we did so gracefully. I never had an experience with a guy that just refused to part ways. Like, it's one thing for a dude to try to, get back in your good graces, like, man, I love you, this, that, and the third. But it's a whole nother thing for it to be like, you adamant, nah, nigga, it's a wrap. And they still like popping up at places where you at and shit and on some rah-rah shit. Like, that's a whole different vibe. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's funny.
That's some wild shit, bro.
I couldn't. Nah. Nah. I couldn't go to those extremes. If I got to do that. No, that don't make no.
Yeah,
that's really scary.
Hell yeah, it's scary. There's whole newspaper articles with my name in it. Shit. Like, hell yeah, it's scary. Like, at the end of the day, like, I didn't even know that was a thing. You see the shit on TV and a lot of people be like, oh, my stalker. Like, nah, bitch, that ain't nothing to play about. Like, people that actually been stalked for real, that shit ain't funny.
Yeah, women be bragging about that shit.
Yeah, nah, it's really not a funny thing at all. Like, at all.
Hell no. You look out the window, nigga outside. Hell no, that ain't enjoyable. I don't even like when nobody come to the house unannounced. Like, nobody likes that. So imagine, hell no, man.
Yeah,
Bitches pop up at your job and
it's a lot of listen, a whole lot of bullshit. I mean, and not only just that, but like to the point where then it gets to trying to do shit to you when they can't get their way. Like, they gonna harass you, try to get you locked up, and like it was just like I said. And I know somebody that's kind of going through it now, and I'm just like, man, I know what you're going through, and it's fucked up because it's some people that honestly, I don't even think it's like a love thing. It's like you just want to conquer. You hate that you came across something you couldn't conquer, and now you laser focus on being able to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just want to win. Like, so it becomes an obsession.
yeah, but Brad, I don't know how he ain't know that about you though. Cause the shit that you told us, like, even with dudes like approaching you and shit, and how you want certain dudes to come, like, he supposed to know that ain't your get down. You know what I'm saying? Cause there's women out there that's like that. They're real, soft, and they ain't gonna get no pushback and all that. But then again, I guess that's what the fun is in it. It ain't no fun if the woman is laid down.
But see, the funny thing is, like, he finds it entertaining or like a bragging right. Like, so he'll be telling, oh, baby, my baby mama don't play that shit. Her has to go in and just that. Like, he loves that element about me, but he hates that he can't control it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it was a woman who was just a docile type of woman and he could dominate, like, it wouldn't give him he wouldn't feel no win out for that.
Yeah, no challenge.
No challenge. Ain't no challenge in that. With the fact that you is the way you is, it's like, yeah, she be on that with everybody else, but nigga, I'm me. Like, I could make her bow down. Like, yeah, he like that challenge.
Yeah, and most do, but and shit, I like a challenge, but in a healthy way. Like, you're not gonna tell me you don't want me and there's no chance, and I'm gonna just be like, but no, absolutely not. Like, you ain't got to tell me twice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So shit. The hell unbiased at?
He said he was gonna be stepping away for an hour. But what else did y'all talk about when I left the panel? I heard y'all trying to take a few shots from way up high. I was just trying to figure out what it was.
Oh yeah, we was clowning about that whole how Unbiased was saying like the reason why you'll double and triple down on these horrible arguments is because if you concede to them, then you'd have to concede that men and women aren't equal in certain ways. Like, so for example, when we was talking about
Well, I heard that part. He was talking about the OnlyFans and then the whole
that's what you was talking about.
But the thing is though, so really you guys are being disingenuous, right?
Oh,
because
Lord.
There are differences that exist in society, but there's nothing preventing a man from making an OnlyFans and being successful other than them not wanting to because of how they'll be perceived. That's y'all own hang up about it's a woman industry or women have the advantage at this or women have the advantage of doing that, because y'all look at that as feminine shit. What blows me is men will try to complain about not having the same things that women have, but then the thing that they're complaining about, they don't even want because they think they perceive it as feminine. They perceive it themselves as being less than a man if they actually take advantage of it.
So you
it's
think
not
there's
that
actually
you can't do it.
you think the male sex industry is just as viable a market as the female sex industry. It's just the men aren't capitalizing. That what you're saying?
Yes, I do believe that the men aren't capitalizing, and I don't believe that they want to capitalize.
But
I believe they just want to use it as a talking point.
Hold on, I want you to stipulate to the idea that the two markets, the two markets are the same size.
Yes, I believe that men have just as great of an opportunity, if not greater. Now, see, the issue comes in because heterosexual males don't want to perceive the fact that the people that will be buying their content are homosexual men. Yes, heterosexual men probably have a larger market of people that's willing to buy the content. However, they're not going to put themselves in that arena because they don't want no gay man jacking off to their shit. So at the end of the day, they're not even going to put them.
If you had to put a percentage on it, Amber, how many? If you had to venture a guess, how many homosexual men percentage do you think are in the United States?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't even give you a guess. I think it's a large quantity.
Would you say it's less than 5%?
No.
Less than 10?
Probably not.
Oh, so you think it's higher than 10%?
Yes.
Less than 15?
Probably a little less than 15.
All right, so let's go ahead and set it at around 13% then. All right, now, what percentage of heterosexual, well, obviously the percentage would be 87%, right? Duh. So, you're saying that combining the 13% of homosexual men, by the way, that percentage is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. It's really more like about 2 to 3%. But whatever.
I'm accounting for the closeted men.
Whatever. 13% is insane. But anyway, besides the point.
So what is this agenda that everyone is talking about?
Well, the agenda would have to do with the media and
so you believe the media is catering to 2% of the population?
Well, it's not about them catering to 2% of the population. It's about them normalizing. It's about them normalizing a certain behavior to bring about to achieve a certain objective. Like the people who are in power
U.S.
things that
adults
all right.
estimate that nearly
Hold on.
1 in 4 Americans
Hold on.
are gay or lesbian,
Hold on.
23.6%.
Hold on a second. You know the people who are most influential in policy making in really any country, normally you're talking about the 1% or less, right? You would agree, right? So, them, catering to, I didn't even want to get off into that tangent. Let's stick here with the men have just as large of a market in the sex trade. I can't even get through this as women. Hey, it's bad when the watcher is like, he's like, Amber, you really, because we told him that you did say that and you was doubling that. He couldn't believe it.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do believe that, yes, men can have just as successful a career in the sex trades as women. Yes.
In America?
So I'll say American men, first off, is the internet not global?
It is.
Okay, so if we're talking about OnlyFans, so does it have to be limited to Americans? Or I'm speaking of an American man, but that doesn't mean that his market is solely in America.
I apologize. I had a narrow scope of it. I was thinking like street walking. You're saying OnlyFans, which is virtual. So you're saying
I'm
potential
saying
earnings.
more of a new,
Yeah, because remember, Watcher, what brought about the conversation was,
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't even think women do a great job at street walking anymore.
The Cash Me Outside chick, and the fact that she made 52 million in a year.
I don't believe that, but go ahead.
Huh?
I don't believe that, but go ahead.
I mean, a lot of them exaggerate, but she showed.
Yeah, but I mean, Steph Curry trying to get a $52 million a year contract. But okay.
Right.
I just call cap on that. I just call cap on that. But go ahead.
It's a good possibility that it's capped, right? However, as a one-off, of course, she's not going to make that every year if she is even making that, right?
Okay,
but
that's fair.
As a one-off, it's not outside the realm of possibility, considering that she had a high profile, right? Because she was like rapping and shit. She had a bunch of followers on Instagram, and most importantly, she was only 17, and she advertised that she was going to be doing this at 18.
Okay, so she had a promo tour to show her snatch. All right. And so if your argument is saying that there's no possible way that I would believe a man can make 5 million is equating to her making 52 million, I can say that's fair. Because I don't think a man can make that money off of that.
Because in any business,
I definitely believe that they could.
In any business, right? Hold on, because I wanted to go back to I wanted to do this exercise with Amber. We got sidetracked, right? In any business, when you go to a bank, you propose your business model, right? They're gonna bring up market share. Okay. How large of a market do you? Because there is a ceiling. Right.
Right. You got to have comps, comparables.
Right. How many people are actually interested in this particular product? Right. Now, if Amber's argument was that men could be more successful than they are now in the sex trade, I could concede to that possibly. The idea that they could compete on the level of women, that's where we would have to diverge, right? Sharply. Because just on a pure numbers basis, the market just isn't nearly as large. So going back to the 13%.
So where's your
Hold on.
market analysis to
Hold
make
on.
that assertion?
Hold on, because we were going through it. And this is using ridiculously inflated numbers, right? So I'm going to work with those numbers and show you that even with that ridiculous number, it's still nowhere close. All right. So we have 13% of homosexual men that are that would be potentially interested in seeing feet pics from men and pectorals and you know what I'm saying? All right. Now, we're going to add to that 13%. What percentage of women you want to throw on to that? That would be willing to pay a $20 per month subscribership to look at naked pictures of a man. I'll give you 50%. How about that? Which is a fucking ridiculous number. You want to work with that, or you want to work with me and say it's a little less, Amber?
U.S. adults estimate that 23.6% of Americans are gay or lesbian. If we would just split that down the middle,
that's
we
bullshit.
would see how ridiculous. Okay, I can say it.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. What's the source? Where's that from?
Gallup.
Okay, and how many people they polled?
It did not say how many people they polled. Hold on, let me
so you don't know the methodology behind it. It could be 1,000 motherfuckers. 1,000 motherfuckers from San Francisco they polled.
Oh, it has a link to it. I'll drop it in the chat if you want to get it.
That's funny. He said 1,000 from San Francisco. That's funny.
They they interviewed 1,000
coming out of the gay bar.
San Francisco.
How many people have you posed to come to the conclusion that men can't be just as
from San
successful?
Francisco and Atlanta, watcher.
How many people have you polled to come to your conclusion?
You got a fair point there. What can you counter that with?
Well, mine clearly is based more on anecdotes, right? And comparing notes with other people, like. And
so that's a weak argument. You wouldn't let indigenous or
no, not really, because I could point to
just being fair.
I could point to something like homosexual porn and the type of money that it makes, and I guarantee.
Does it make money?
Hell no. If you're comparing it to heterosexual porn, it's not even on the fucking radar.
Okay.
Right. So I have tangible things that I could point to. But the argument is just so silly that I'm having a hard time working up the drive.
It's hard for me to be bothered with the anecdotals. I think the anecdotal argument.
Again, I have tangible things I can point to. Listen, if 23% of
you pointed to Bad Baby's accusation that she made $52 million, and you're building your argument around that.
No, but she showed actually her analytics from the website, and
that does not mean that it wasn't photoshopped or tampered
with.
Not
necessarily, but even if you want to go away from Bad Baby, right? You could go to
there you go. That's fair.
Right, you could go to OnlyFans's their quarterly report.
Didn't Amber Rose do OnlyFans? You telling me she made more than Amber Rose?
I don't know.
And is she having sex on there? Like, what is she doing that's gonna repeat?
It was her marketing strategy. She started marketing at 17 for all the petties that love child pornography.
Right. So it's a confluence of factors, right? But even if you want to take Bad Baby out of it, right?
Right. Like, who's the top 3 earners? We can just Google that real quick.
Yeah, you could Google that quickly. But if you wanted, this would even be a better methodology, right? You can see what was OnlyFans' total quarterly earnings or total earnings in an annum, right? In a year, right?
There you go.
You could find out how many male creators there are and how many female creators there are. And you could find out how much did the women make, and that would be directly from OnlyFans itself, right? Even though they're not certainly not they're certainly not beyond reproach or not they're not excused from manipulation or inflating numbers, but it'd certainly be a lot less than a bad baby or something trying to, you know, cloud up, right? So you can find out how many male performers versus how many female performers are on the platform, and what percentage does each gender account for in terms of earnings. And I will go out on a limb without doing the research and say confidently and absolutely that the male earnings are nowhere near the women. Now, if someone can find the information and make me look like a fool,
but what you can't do is
go ahead, do
assume that all of that is based off of gender. It could be based off the quality of content provided. Like, it's easy to say, well, they're women and they make more, and there's men that don't make as much, but are they investing in the content on their platform? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I heard you. I mean, you could always ask questions, right? There's always a deflection to be had. But
a deflection or reasoning?
Nah, that's definitely a deflection. Because look, just the same way how you brought up the 23% and I said it's bullshit, right? If I wanted to invalidate that 23.5%, how I would go about that is interrogating the particular methodology that they use to arrive at that number.
Tigger is in the top 5 earners.
Who? Tiger?
Tigger, whatever the fuck.
Right. Okay. That's cool.
Wait. Tiger, the rapper?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who are the other?
He's smashing broads? He's smashing broads? So, like, what is he doing?
He produced smashing broads. Remember, the argument is, does a man have the viability in the sex trade market?
Behind the scenes videos, intimate photos.
As a standalone. Meaning, and going back to the little baby, the bad baby example, right? Just a chick showing her holes, showing her feet or some shit, versus a man showing his body parts.
Black China was the top earner. American reality TV show star, entrepreneur, and model, and her OnlyFans account has about 150 photos on her profile that only subscribed users can see. China makes $20 million per month from 16.2 million followers who pay at $19.99 monthly.
Yeah, that's cap.
Yeah, you see that? Come on, man.
Listen, nobody who makes
Number 2 is Bella Thorne, an American actress, model, writer, and singer, made $1 million USD within 24 hours of signing up on the platform. Her 24.3 million followers used to pay a subscription fee of $9.99 per month, which accumulated to $11 million per month. The celebrity does not share nudity on her page, and the subscription is now free.
Yeah, where is this OnlyFans itself? Who's the source on this?
This is briefly Kozai. I'll drop it, but it's numerous.
Yeah, that's I remember that they had the article about Black China making it's bullshit. Listen, sometimes you can apply simple logic, right?
It's on Statista as well.
Yeah,
it's
Statista,
on
it's bullshit.
RNN.ng. It's on Tuco. It's on Ricky Spears.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's nothing reputable. Listen.
Variety.com.
Watcher. Nobody who makes $20 million per month. Watcher, did you hear that?
Bro, I remember a few months ago when she was dealing with her child support situation where she lost custody of the kid.
Hold on. I'm biased. Don't fuck my talking point up, man. Don't fuck my talking point up, man.
So you're saying Statista.com is not a reputable site? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. Those statistical Statista, that's all bullshit. None of that shit is reputable, right? Listen, people who make $20 $20 million
That's
per
before
month,
tax.
per month, right? That would equate to what? $250 million yearly. I can't even get through this.
Well, it doesn't say how many months she was doing it. It just says she made 20 million per month.
I can't even get through this, right? Listen, even if you made $20 million in 1 month and you never made that again, let's say you made 5 million or some shit, right? People who make 20 million in a month, they're not gonna engage in celebrity boxing matches for $50,000. They're not gonna be in child support trying to get a couple $1,000 out of niggas. Okay? That's not how that works. So Statista and what, that's all bullshit. You know,
yeah.
$20 million a month.
Yeah. But the point is that it was a woman up there, but I heard a dude was on there. So
Tiger.
I'm surprised that a guy was in the top 5. I would have bet money that no guy would break the top 20.
No, I doubt he's actually, listen. Again, remember, those are statistics based on those same non-reputable sites.
But what are your statistics based on, Haskell? You keep saying that all of these sites don't have the right statistics. Well, find the right statistics and present them, other than presenting your anecdotal argument.
Yeah, you can't hand wave half articles with no articles. Even if they're quarter articles.
I'm
being fair, realistic.
to hear you, but you just regurgitating and dismissing everything that's presented. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, but it's based on simple logic, right?
It's based on your opinion and how you want the narrative to be. Like, that's
no, when I say this, Amber, so when I say that a person who makes $20 billion a year isn't gonna fight in a celebrity match for $50,000, that's
your opinion. Do you make $20 billion a year? You can only speak on what you're going to do if you make $20 billion a year.
No, it's a matter.
You can't speak on what other people are going to do if they make $20 billion a year. Like, I'm pretty sure if you were making money and you could potentially lose your job by sleeping with somebody in the corporation or with their wife, you probably wouldn't do that shit either. Or at least you would like to believe that you're not going to fumble your job just for some pussy. You would love to believe you wouldn't do that, right?
Shit.
But there's niggas out here doing it every day.
God damn. Yo, they say the average, I'm looking this up on Google now. They say the average that a woman makes on there is $180 a month.
That sounds more reasonable when you're calculating all of them. There's some women that work at gas stations who also have OnlyFans when they say they're entrepreneurs and they're entertainers. So I believe that. But I want to know the highest earners.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that have OnlyFans lie about what they make so they can justify why they have an OnlyFans. Like,
bingo. And also, we got to be realistic. Like, people will subscribe or donate money in the beginning to the interest, but once you've seen all 3 holes, how many people want to keep paying that?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, Black China paid $20 million a month, but her OnlyFans could have only been active for 2 months. Shit, like, if she made 40 million total and they said she made 20 million a month and her shit was only active for 2 months,
make no $40 million
she made
off
20
no
million
motherfucker, man.
Like,
stop the malarkey, man.
Grab your stats.
Show me the 1 million.
I don't want to hear your
that
anger.
That bitch ain't make no 20 million.
I don't want to hear your anger, Haskell. I want to hear the stats.
$20 million a month. You in child support court trying to get a couple thousand out of nigga.
Hell yeah.
The fuck
That's
out
still
of
his
here.
child, and he still got to do what he got to do.
You talking about some hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's still his child, and he still got to do what he got to do.
You say you got to get your coin. Right?
Oh shit, like, that was funny.
A lot of people look at income like, oh, well, they making this much money, but you don't know what her overhead is. You don't know how many business she's got or how invested she is, how much of that money is.
Your ass so cap, bro. Hold on.
You know how much that overhead on that weave is?
Hell no.
Expensive. Them lace fronts. She got the most expensive.
Oh, and she got her shit repossessed too. And she got her shit repossessed.
Ah, damn, yeah, that's right. I remember that. That shot it all down. We got abandoned shit.
I know what. Hey, before you counter, I already know your counter, Amber. I I already know your counter.
You because I'm warming up.
Abandon ship, Amber.
Hey,
Go to 52.
I'm like the nigga in them karate movies with that long white beard. I know every fucking punch you finna throw. I'm reading a book and hey Amber, I'm reading a book and fighting you.
I
know
didn't
what I'm
hear what you said, so I wasn't finna counter with anything other than can you repeat that?
Hey, watcher, I'm reading a book standing on one leg, using one hand, breaking it down. You hear me?
Eating an apple and then throwing it in the air just to block it and catch it, taking another bite. I saw that the other day too.
Bruh, you know what Amber would say? Well, maybe she's not good with her money. That's an Amber type argument.
She could be not good with her money.
See,
What is that?
there it go.
It's a possibility. What are we talking about?
What I would do, honestly,
your ass make $20 million for a couple months, and you getting your fucking Range Rover repo.
Mm-hmm.
Man, get the hell on, man.
And come get this shit.
Man, you trolling. You trolling,
break it down. I've been start making these payments.
Amber, you trolling, man.
Am I?
Hold on.
Yeah, I would actually hop off of the what's her name? Fucking
China.
Black China. Yeah, the Black China. I had to fall off of that. Maybe she made $1 million or whatever, but I don't even want to. I'd hop on the Bad Bobby shit. Her making 52 million is more believable than Black China making 20 million.
Like I said,
just because of the cases.
The pedal angle, right? Her notoriety and that pedal. Listen, that pedal angle is a motherfucker, man.
To me, she might be too old by then. They done moved on. It's so easy to have your little black market and get the real shit.
When she initially did it, watch her.
How y'all know that the Kardashians didn't put out that she was making 20 million so that they could try to say that her trying to get child support, she don't need child support because she make 20 million. How y'all, because it's multiple articles that state.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to say that that's not the case.
Huh?
Amber, I wouldn't say that that's not the case. You could be absolutely right. I wouldn't argue against what you're saying. That could be very true, especially knowing how that family get down. That makes a lot of sense to me. Which goes back to the point that I don't believe she really did make that amount. But
so Amber is of the belief that a male. So Amber, do you believe a male prostitute on average could make as much as a female prostitute?
Yikes. They're probably more exotic, bro.
Depending on I don't think that all female prostitutes can make what the next female prostitute make. I think it depends on the prostitute and the area that they're marketing themselves in.
That's why I said.
I'm not saying that every man can go out there and make exactly what a woman makes. No, but I am saying that if there was a man that wanted to make a good living being a male prostitute or making an OnlyFans, and he marketed himself and did his research.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
I'll
amen.
I'll give you amen.
2 men. Again.
Because there's always statistical outliers. So I'll give you that. I mean, we could stop arguing about this now if that's where you're coming from with it.
Yeah. So what we talking about? You act like any old woman can get on OnlyFans.
So
and
you
make
were talking
bread.
about a man?
Some men. Hell, let's say a group of 10. I think there's at least
10 niggas.
I think there's at least 10
I'm about
niggas.
to log off on your ass.
I think there's at least 10 niggas that can make a good living as OnlyFans models. At least 10. Yeah. At least. Now, whether or not they're going to do that is another question. But yeah, I think there's at least 10.
I agree. I think I can get a couple of coins, shaking in some Timbs, get creative with the colors, different do-rags. I think I can put in some work. But
are you willing to do it is the question.
No, my wife would literally physically kill me. She would kill me and probably get my daughter to help. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm
not joking.
I'm not finna be out here like, oh my gosh, why can't y'all notice y'all don't hear me talking about a woman fighting in war, and why can't I fight in the war like the man? I don't want to fight no motherfucking war. I don't want to. So I'm not going to pretend like this is an argument that I want to have. But like when men talk about, oh, well, a man can't be a successful nigga. Do you want to OnlyFans? Just jump out there and believe in yourself. Like, do it. Shit. Like, but otherwise, what are we talking about? Yeah, there's men out there that can do it and make money if they fucking want to. But if you don't want to make no OnlyFans, what are we talking about?
To that argument about you not wanting to be in the military and not wanting to fight those wars, there's a whole bunch of very mean, angry, Karen-looking blue-haired females who are spitting and arguing and screaming about they want to go do that. And so they become the talking
I'm gonna let
points.
them have it. I'm gonna let them have it. Shit, go ahead. I don't want to do none of that. None of it. I don't want to do none of it, and I'm not gonna argue and say, "Oh, well, women, we can go and do." Yeah, we can, but I'm not gonna argue and make the point because I don't want to do that.
But see, you're one of the rare ones who will be honest in this type of a situation, because I don't think that you're the only one who has that opinion. I think a lot of these women have the real opinion. They don't want to do the hard manual lifting, the building, and all the gun toting type shit. They can say it. They may want to have the ability to do so, but their voices get heavily magnified, and they get pushed to the front, and they're the new talking points for women's femininity and women's rights. And it's just red bait to put out there just to trigger men. And then on the opposite, because I don't understand how Cynthia G can even say that this war on black men is solely so black men can go sleep with white women. Yeah, even with the Celtics coach, you know what I mean? They're talking about he was being prosecuted or another black man being lynched. It's like, wait a minute. I thought it was the George Floyd and the Trayvon Martin and little black boys being executed by people of authority with guns and they're unarmed. So, I mean, it's just like it gets skewed into gender wars somehow. But, I mean, it's entertaining. It's fun to hear people's talking points. But to misrepresent.
Yeah, I
quote
mean,
unquote,
to be perfectly honest, I don't particularly like being parts of the extreme conversations. Because it's just, to me, it's a waste of time. Like, nobody wants to be at fault. Like, oh boy, earlier in the chat, like, oh, she's saying she did. Yeah, I did. I did have a unprotected sex with someone and had a child. And like, yeah, like, what are you talking about? I can own what I did. Now, at the end of the day, for me, like, I don't understand when people try to harp on things or, you know, own it, move past it. But it's the whole gotcha. Like, soon as someone owns something, then it's like oh, well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. This, that, like, it's just so weird. Like, what do you want? Do you want somebody to be upset with or blame or what have you? Like, or do you want to move forward and try to make some real progress and change? Most people just want somebody to fucking be mad at. I just want somebody to be mad at.
I see that more and more. I get caught feeling naive or really misguided, thinking that people are actually seeking a solution in opposed to an opportunity to slur or hurl hate, frustration, and anger. It's just like, oh, wow, that's what the whole goal was. Just like certain people will call you on the phone and they really want to start an argument, but they'll just waste their time trying to have fake, phony conversations then to get to build up to the argument. But I see a lot of these debates, like even the debate was on the thing, like they were just, everyone's geared up with their talking points in opposed to saying, well, let's put these points out there and see if they're valid or not. Because I'm all for just holding an L if it's legit. Like if I really fucked up or if I really have the wrong point of view, or if you can actually educate me to the point where I can change my point of view, I'll hold that. That's the point of growing. Just like I'll argue plenty of points and then I've had it brought to my attention. Like when I was sharing with Haskell, I don't remember the point, but it was just like I was in one position arguing and a female actually changed my point of view based off logic. I didn't like it, but I had to recognize it superseded my point to the point that I actually bring it up even though I know it's counter my original ideology, but I recognize it's a valid point. We don't do that shit. But then again, people will call me a narcissist and arrogant, not knowing that I'm continuously trying to change my point of view, considering what other people's opinions are, and apologizing for it. I didn't know that's what a narcissist was. We need more narcissists.
I wish women never learned that damn word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, Unbiased lied on me earlier, right? I don't know if you but the nigga Smooth lied on me, told Haskell that we jumped, that me and another woman jumped you a few weeks ago. Just straight lie. You tried to act like you got beat up on the panel. Like, I was like, oh, wow.
I was laughing. I'm like, that's what happened? I thought, again, I could be wrong, but I thought it went from me trying to moderate between y'all two, then me asking indigenous questions, me trying to steel man what he was trying to say, him not liking it or feeling like I was over talking and interrupting him, which I was, and I apologize for it. And then she hopped in, and then she made it more about me. What is she like? She came right out the gate and like, the respect that you demand for yourself, you're incapable of giving to other people. So she threw out the gauntlet, and I'm like, wow, okay. And so I'm second guessing everything I'm saying, making sure that I'm not over talking.
She said that to you, Watcher?
Bro, she came out the gate firing, because first her and Amber were going at it. Like, Amber kept trying to make a point, and what was she doing? She was mischaracterizing it. Like, she was straw man, the opposite of steel man. Like what we were doing before. You would let me get it out and hear where I'm coming from, because I'm trying to put it in the good light so I can make sure that everything we agree on, we can move past. Whenever she would respond to someone, she was taking their point and then put it in a way where she can easily shoot her arrows at. And it's like, that's not even what Amber was saying. And so Amber was getting frustrated, but I wasn't really analyzing what she was doing. I just saw the energy going back and forth. You understand?
So that's the one called you a narcissist?
That came later on. But yeah, she started with, I'm not capable of giving the respect that I require for myself. And I said, you know what, if that's true, I'll hold it. But I'll work on it. Because I don't, when people throw insults,
what was the discussion about?
It was because our indigenous was trying to, like, I was agreeing with indigenous' solution to a conversation, but on his way there, he was throwing in different points. And I was like, hold on, don't contaminate with that, or clarify what you mean by when you say that.
I'm saying, what was the overall discussion about?
We was reviewing the Umar and Cynthia G on Fox.
Okay. Yeah, it was that one. But just to sum it up, I know once I diffused that, I was trying to be a moderator to let her know that let Amber finish her point before you respond. And Amber let her finish her point before you respond. I was doing that. So once indigenous got on, and I went from being, I think I was still moderating, but I was trying to sharpen his points so he couldn't get attacked in a rabbit hole. And he was getting frustrated with me because he felt like I was fighting what he was trying to say, going against it, but I was just trying to steel man it so the little holes wouldn't throw his argument off point. And so when I was cutting him off, or I was trying to have that conversation with him, not that I was cutting him off, I was trying to explain what I was doing. He just wasn't trying to hear it. He felt I was misrepresenting his point. And then when she got on, she took that as an opportunity to pretty much undermine any authority I had being a moderator by the example that me indigenous went through. So, which neutralized me. So it forced me to fall back. But so when she was having her conversation and talking with everything, I was hesitant to respond to her because somebody in the chat kept telling her, hey, chill out, watch it, chill out. And I was like, all right, well, let me watch what I'm saying. But it got to one point where I threw something, and I think I misheard. I don't know if it was her or someone else saying that they had kids, or they had 4 kids, and where's the community at to take care of the kids? Or Black men haven't built anything to substantiate or to help the community. And I was going to go into my anecdotal, like what I've done directly, but I stopped that and I said, you know what, let me just share this. I said, sister, not a lot of men view that. And I think I even got personal explaining an embarrassing moment in my life when I'm hanging around some people who got commas in their account.
Trying to hit her with the sister.
Bro, I was doing that the whole time just because I don't know her name. And I think she was religious because she came over. She worked with the NAACP, and so I think she was Christian. So every time I was saying I was being respectful, even when she was telling me I'm a bitch, you punk that, nobody telling me that, I was still trying to be respectful. I did lose a little bit, but I think it was just off that energy. I recognize I can't deal with when someone's like I have a habit of trying to match people's energy. And so when she was yelling and screaming and hitting me with all that, I can't match it without being disrespectful. But I'm not going to call her no B's and H's and all that. That's like not my nature. So I was trying to like troll her. So when she was saying shit, so she was just yelling at me and I seen she was like nobody like you, So once I heard that, I'm like, she's going petty off looks. I'm like, man, ain't nobody checking for your, what I say, 50, 60-year-old. I said, ain't nobody checking for no 50-year-old baby mama with 4 kids. And then she just blew up. And bro, I felt so bad for saying it. Huh?
You hit her with the Kevin Samuels talking points?
And I think I heard somebody say that too, because there was multiple women on the panel. So I heard someone, he's trying to shame me with Kevin Samuels. I was like, oh gosh,
yeah,
where did
that
this
was
come
kind of
from?
misogynistic, boy.
It could have been, but
it was
go
only
ahead.
me and her. Now, what I said was, I said, well, shit, I'm a baby. I said, I'm a baby mama. Shit,
Right, but I wasn't. But
nah, but she
go
a
ahead.
50, 60-year-old baby mama though. You right?
But
Ain't nobody checking
first
for that.
of all, she wasn't. She was. So
She
that was
wasn't. She's
actually
married.
she was married,
Go
but I
ahead.
believe widowed. But
She's a widow.
Yeah, but he deduced that because she was telling the story about how, like, when her kids was coming up and there was a lack of male role models, you know what I'm saying, when she kind of needed that. So that's kind of how we kind of got it. She was like, well, where are y'all programs for boys? Because I know when I was coming up, you know, when I was raising my kids, there was a lack there. You know, there weren't many male mentors or role models that were accessible.
Right. Facts.
So,
thank you, Amber.
So Watcher deduced that. So, I mean, I don't think that was his intention when she was talking, but when they got kind of started getting into it, he deduced from her needing role models for her kids as they were coming up as her being a single mother with 4 kids, like just a baby mama. Like,
right.
So,
because real quick, just to give the subtext to it, because I felt like I was trying to explain to her, like, society as men, first off, in general, they don't look at trying to raise another man's child. What they're trying to do is, like, most of them, like, that's when I opened up.
yeah,
I
and
was
that's
like,
what
I
y'all got
remember.
hung up, because she said the my for and no more doctrine, and
Yeah,
she said, well,
my
that's
for
what
and
you
no more.
said. Yeah, the my for and no
Right.
more doctrine, which
and go ahead.
and
Meaning
my
that
understanding,
she ain't
I
dealing
knew.
with no dudes with kids. Is that what that means?
No. So the my for and no more. So Watcher was pretty much explaining that, like, in the Black community, like, it's a lot of kids without fathers or without, you know, like, male role models in their life, and the ones that are there, you know, like your coaches or your, like, they have their own kids, and they may have maybe one other kid or maybe 2 other kids that they'll look after, but it ain't their job to really be out here trying to model and bring these kids up, because they looking at it as competition for their kids when they come up. So their job is to input and instill into their own kids so that they can have a fighting chance. So they not out here trying to mentor and make everybody great. Not that, you know, not that, like, it's an intentional thing. It's just that, you know, my tribe kind of shit, you know? So,
right. And Amber, I'm sorry, and I just have to get this point out. I knew that making that type of a statement direct, like, declaratively, it may hit some sensitivities. So what I did is I explained my scenario when I was sitting around some older dudes and I was trying to ask them some type of books to read, and these dudes make millions. And the main person who brought me there, he played in the NBA, and so he was coaching with our junior college, and so I went in the circle with him, big house in the mountains and shit, and big mansion shit. So the dude looked to me, because I guess he went to his Ivy League school and all this other type of shit, and they're the blue buds, and I was in that type of circle, and he just looked at me like, man, I already have a son. He's driving this, he makes this, makes that, and so I already gave him all that type of shit. And all I was trying to do was ask for some books to read. And he looked at me and was like, all right, just read this book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. This is only like 10 or 15 years ago. But he just broke it down, look at me right in my face, because, yeah, you're a cool coach. I like what you're doing with my kids and shit, my younger kids. But as far as giving you wisdom or any game, I'm not doing that. So I have another son but in other words, it was one of the first reality checks that I got. Like, when you're moving in these type of circles, don't be expecting any help. Ain't nobody trying to help you. Matter of fact, now that I know that you need help, you might not be in this circle again. So I was revealing, it was a traumatizing moment for me to let her know that that's not my point of view. But right when she went to paraphrasing, I felt I was being straw man. So like what you're trying to say is like, I see, I'm not against what you believe in because you, and I was like, she was pinning it to me like, sister, that's not my point of view. I'm just putting it on the table. And she just, in order for her to hit her points, she had to keep tagging it with me. And that's what was pissing me off. Because I felt like after I said it, go ahead.
So yeah, he's right. And he prefaced all of this with saying, this ain't what I believe, but in my experience, and he went into his, childhood or earlier life experiences with him being someone that needed that role model and him seeking that out and being kind of rejected or kind of spent off with, nah, nigga, we ain't really trying to do that. So he did preface with that. So she started and she said, okay, so if you're talking about the reason why we don't have this is the my for and no more doctrine, and Watcher was like, well, no, that's not what I said. She said, well, it is what you said. And he was like, well, no, it ain't. And I understood that the my for and no more had to have been kind of like a phrase that was used. But
right.
I think Watcher thought that she was trying to say that that's how he felt when she wasn't. So he was saying like, I didn't say that. And she's saying like, yeah, you did. Like she was paraphrasing. Yeah, that's pretty much why you said the reason is. Not saying that you feel this way personally, but that's what you pretty much have outlined, the my for and no more thing. And Watcher was like, well, that's not what I said. She's like, you literally just said that. So, but Watcher meant like, that's not my perspective. But she meant that's what you just explained. You see what I'm saying? So it was kind of like, it was a miscommunication.
Yeah, we gotta get her back on the phone to straighten him back out.
Yeah, I mean, really, because I mean,
we got to get you to tell some truth because you be out here lying on people.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Soon as they not on the panel, you be lying on people talking about we jumped him.
Y'all did.
No, we didn't.
Took turns slapping them up.
Oh,
where were you at, Unbiased? Where was Unbiased at?
With that shit?
Where was Unbiased at?
Boys helping you out though.
Who? Ain't nobody was helping me out. Everybody was quiet. No, her son?
Nah,
her son that you trying
man.
not to say? Her son?
Yeah.
Yeah, see how you trying to play games? Stop, Unbiased. Stop, bro.
He definitely trying to play games.
Bro, I'm over here on a panel with a dude and his mom trying to be respectful, and she called me a bitch. She called me a nigga. You ain't worth nothing. You ain't nobody. And she was going off, and I'm sitting here trying to hold it in, being respectful. And then at the end, she told me I'm arrogant and narcissistic. But then she was saying that she's the best debater, and when she'll be back, maybe if Yale and them are doing this type of shit. I mean, she was just throwing her weight everywhere. Every time somebody was saying something, she was cutting them off. But I was being disrespectful. I still was holding me and trying to get my story without putting her all the way in the blast, bro. Knowing that her son was in there and he was telling me to want to please chill out in the chat. Now they get rude and disrespectful. Give me
but
mine,
the funny
bro.
thing is, while Unbiased talking that shit, it was a point in time. Now, I think he got it confused because when me and her was actually tag teaming, it was her son we was talking to. It wasn't Watcher. We was talking to her son because he didn't understand why we took an issue with Umar calling them black queens and beautiful queens, and he wanted to make that kind of an argument. So me and her was going back and forth on that with him.
Wait. Hold on. So what's your issue with him calling? I mean, I guess it's kind of
the same way you understand, because a second ago you was like, Watcher was like, I said sister. He said, you said, oh, you hit her with the sister. You know exactly.
No, but hold on. Don't. But Amber, I was hitting her with the sister while I was moderating when you and her were talking because I didn't know her name.
I know, but
okay.
Haskell understands that when you use phrases like that, you're trying to disarm or like chill. You said like you're
a beautiful black queen.
No, but I agree with that, Amber. But I even heard mumbling while I was speaking like that. But that's not my intentions.
Hey,
like when I come into the chat, it's always all love to whoever the females are that I see and I recognize. And then salute to all my dudes. It's like I don't do that in my queen shit. I do the sister because I thought she was Christian.
No, I'm not saying you.
Yes,
I'm not saying you do the my queen stuff, but I'm saying like Haskell was getting ready to ask a question that he already knew the answer.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
So how was y'all breaking it down to the son for that beautiful Black Queen stuff, Amber? Like, how was y'all explaining to him that's like a tactic?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, I said sometimes, you know, people use that. So at first Tiffany was on the panel. But we were just pretty much saying, like, sometimes that's something that people use to disarm or try to kind of handle you in a conversation. Like they throw out those, you know,
Queen, listen, Queen, listen.
Yeah,
Queen, stop and listen, Queen. Shut your ass up and listen, Queen.
It's like, you know, you getting into it with a white person. And they're like, calm down, bud. You know, hold on now. I ain't your motherfucking bud. Like, quit trying to, you know, like.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Just relax. Like.
Oh my God, yo.
It's a diffuser. And you got to recognize why people are saying that they're trying to
Umar, though,
diffuse it.
Amber. I thought that was the man.
I fuck with some of the stuff that he talks about. I do think that to a degree, too many parents trust and believe like school.
Amber, Umar is a grifting nutcase.
Even grifting nutcases are can make it like.
Yo, I can't believe that even at this point, right? Somebody like you who's about lots. Well, somebody like you.
You're getting ready to try to do something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, don't do it.
No. Let me get it out.
If you don't shoot, don't miss.
Someone who at least they pride themselves in you know, in being in reasoning and that type of stuff. After all these damn years, you don't see that this nigga is a friggin' clown, like of the highest degree.
He can be a clown, and I can still agree with some of the things that he says. What are we talking about?
Yeah, but none of that shit is sincere. Just like that.
It doesn't matter whether or not he's sincere in what he says. What matters is whether or not I agree.
Just like that Queen shit. Just like the Queen shit. Of course, a motherfucking con man knows. So, like, everything Polite saying incorrect. Like a con man knows the right shit to say, or the shit that people want to hear, or that people agree with, or that's like the societal norm or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So so that shit crazy. Like, it's not sincere is what I'm saying. Just like the Queen shit, nothing that nigga Umar talk about, none of that shit is genuine. None of it.
But does he have to be sincere for me to agree with something that he says? If he says the sky is blue, does he have to be sincere when he say that, or can I just agree? Yeah, the sky is kind of fucking blue.
Nah, but you be riding for him though. Or you
no, I don't be riding for him. I do be riding for people.
For Polite?
No, I ride for, like, to me, I think it's kind of weird when anybody starts obsessing over other people.
Amber
like,
be victim blaming, victim shaming, yo.
It's not victim shaming, but one thing about me, I'm not finna sit around and dog niggas out on the panel and call them scammers and shit when they ain't never scammed me. Like, I'm just not finna do it.
So a motherfucker gotta grape you to be a grapist?
Or
what
be
kind
convicted of grape. They have to be
good one.
They have to be convicted of grape and found guilty of grape. I'm not just out here calling people grape.
Oh my God.
Because somebody said they was a rapist. I'm not doing that. I will hope that you feel the same way. Because if a woman accused you, do you want people out here just calling you a rapist with no real evidence or proof just because a bitch said it?
Right.
You cool with that?
But there's other evidence and proof outside of just conviction in the legal system. Look at them goddamn weirdos unbiased be showing all the time. Most of them fools ain't getting locked up and shit.
But
come on, man. Come on, Amber. Come on, man.
Here's the thing. Even with that hassle,
this nigga was standing in some goddamn cargo million talking about, I'm selling these cargo
problem
millions.
that I have with Black people in general, because quick to jump out there and just accuse somebody of some shit. Now we see men
Amber used to fuck
guilty.
with them scammers. That's what it is.
We see men guilty of having inappropriate communications with minors. That does not make them rapists. Now, are they guilty of having inappropriate communications with minors? Yes. Can I say I believe that that's what they would do if given the opportunity? Yes. But them having inappropriate communications with minors does not equate to them automatically a molester or a rapist. So for me, I'm real careful with my motherfucking words. Personally, I don't just throw shit out there because I wouldn't want nobody to just be throwing shit on me. That's just me personally. You can call people whatever you want to, but Amber not finna jump on that train.
Look, Queen. Look, Queen. Look, sister. Look, if a nigga correspondent online, you know, talking all this weird, spicy shit with a jit, right? And then a nigga pop up to the crib naked. He coming in the kitchen naked. Because he ain't consummate the shit. It shit need to be consummated for me to... Come on, man.
You do know that there's attempted. There's attempted, right? So unless it's not great until you actually perform the act.
Amber, you gotta stop.
There's attempted rape.
Amber.
Which is still a crime.
Amber. We
Like
gotta stop
going.
You gotta stop going through this, man. You gotta stop this, man. Come on now. There's enough of this now.
Going through what? Going through the legal terms for certain shit. Like you're trying to make it like I'm being unreasonable, but actually you're being unreasonable. This actually a part of the law. You're not gonna get convicted of rape for attempted rape. You're gonna get convicted of attempted rape. So what are we talking about?
Don't let me see up there with Amunet and what's Polite other wife name? I don't want to see what the hell.
No, you're not that because I don't just be riding niggas' coattails and pumping them up, which is why I'm not jumping on your bandwagon.
Hey,
just because you
I
say
want you to come on Zoom and your name about 5. Hey, unbiased, she finna have about 5 names. Nefer.
I mean, honestly, you take a bigger interest in Polite than I ever will. To be perfectly honest, so don't you change your name to no Amunet and none of that shit, because you got more interest in that nigga than I do. Whenever you through,
yo, nah, man, but we've seen. You know, Polite hasn't been convicted of anything, but who here has seen the Targaminium video?
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it, Amber?
I think we reviewed it on this channel before.
All right. So this man, that's like me going to a house, right? You know, they be having them houses, they be the shit up for sale.
Squatters.
Yeah, and like one of the Moorish niggas. I done got up in the crib and I'm on here showing, you know, I could get you 0 down, no money down. You know, I got these cribs and then come to find out it ain't my shit. But I need to have been convicted to, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Amber.
I'm listening, Haskell. Go ahead.
Amber. The man said he owned an electron motherfucking microscope, Amber.
That's none of my business. None of my business.
Amber.
It's none of my business. Like, what you want me to do? First of all, I don't give a fuck what the nigga
Amber.
owns. I troll in the chat.
Had an electron microscope in his motherfucking garage.
I troll in the chat, but I don't give a fuck what that nigga got. Like,
next is dirty clothes hamper.
I'm gonna be honest. You remember how earlier you said that you don't be talking about certain things with women in your real life? Like, in real life, I don't be consumed with what the fuck other people doing. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care what they say. I don't care who they scamming. I don't care what their doctrine is. So I can't. automatically start fake caring when I come over here and pretend to care about what this nigga, he got an electron. Like, I don't move like that in real life. I really be minding my business and don't give a fuck. So
Is it
it's
enough
not gonna
to
change.
say, is it enough for you to label him a scammer, knowing that information?
I'm
Even
not
if you don't,
labeling him no scammer because the nigga ain't scammed me. It's none of my motherfucking business what other people do. Now, if he scammed you out of some money, go ahead, call him a scammer. The nigga ain't scammed me, so I'm not finna call him no motherfucking scammer.
So
I ain't gave
hold
him
on.
$1.
So hold
Can I
on.
be honest? Can I be honest? That's
Hold on,
how I
real
feel
quick,
about R.
Walter. Hold
Kelly.
on, real quick.
This is
Walter,
how I
real
feel about
quick.
R. Kelly. Everything she's saying is how I feel about R. Kelly. I fall back.
Oh, damn. Well, damn.
Yeah, and I
I
don't
know
have
where to
no
go with
opinion
that
about
one.
R. Kelly either. Shit. The
Well,
nigga was
look.
convicted, and that's that on that. I don't sit around talking about R. Kelly either. I don't give a
Look.
fuck.
So hold on. So if a bitch don't rescue me from a burning building, they ain't no firefighter. Just because they ain't rescue me. Amber, we better than this, man.
Again, I'm not saying that they're not on fire. I don't know because I ain't watching like that. I don't give a fuck. Like, again, other people can be consumed with what other people are doing in their personal life. Me personally, I'm not situated to where I can sit up and be worried about what other people are doing in their life. My life ain't situated like that.
Is
I'm minding
Mike
my own
Tyson
motherfucking business.
is Mike Tyson a boxer?
Nah, but
No, she got to answer
man.
that. Is Mike Tyson a boxer, Amber?
Yes, that's the sport that's the profession that he's in.
You ain't never fought him?
Again, I don't have to fight him for him to be in the profession of boxing.
Well, there you go.
Let me say this.
But legally,
No, just leave it right there.
but legally,
let me say this though.
you can't go around calling people scammers with no proof. Now you can present your evidence that you think is evidence, but again, you can't go. That's called defamation when you just walk around here walking with a narrative. I don't walk with other people's narratives. The nigga ain't scammed me.
Hold on. Wait. Let me address that right there, because I be watching hella, like, been watching it. I don't do it anymore. But it's still an interest of mine. I watch all of the Judge Mathis and everybody's show. So the defamation, that comes on there a lot. So the way they handle that is this.
If it's true, it's not defamation, but you got to prove that it's true.
Well,
she said if it's true, it's not defamation, which is
look.
But you got to prove that.
Well, hold on. Let me get. Can I get some key words out first? Okay. If somebody is claiming a fixed credit in a certain way that the law says is illegal, I can say that. I can say that's wrong. That's some scamming shit, because the law calls it defrauding and a scammer. The law says that. It says no, you can't do that with credit. You can't take no money up front. Blah 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 blah. The law says you cannot do that. That's illegal. You're defrauding people. Scammer. So
Okay.
so if we can show them clearly saying what you have done, if we can show them, give me 5 more seconds. If we could clearly show him, which he did, saying that this ERC is for all black people who wants to just pay for this program, that's a lie. That's defrauding. We can say that, and we dare him to try to sue us for defamation, like that.
And again, if he wants to sue for defamation, you will have to present that in court and let a judge decide. For me,
that'd be so easy.
I mean, it could be stupid, whatever the case. But for me, I don't even.
No. I said so easy. It'd be so easy.
So easy.
I'd show his video. Like, yeah, here you go.
To me, it ain't that deep for me. It ain't none of my business.
Okay. So this is what I was doing. So this is what I was going with that.
But hold on. For me,
I got
whether
but
it's true or not, I'm not going to be going to court to fight somebody I don't know over some shit that I said, and the nigga don't affect my life. Like, I could have just minded my business and not said the shit. That's my point.
But ma'am, you can. But what the thing is, a lot of us that be on YouTube like this, like, we call ourselves like YouTube journalists. So we would do things like that. Like, that's an interest to us. Like, we get views and people to hop on panels. You know what I mean? That's what you keep up with the Joneses. Same thing with the sports people. Like, I play, like, I like watching sports, but I'm not a sports fanatic like that. So I'm not gonna know everything LeBron does. So I'm out of that argument when they start doing that shit. Like, nah, but he scored this. Like, I don't know. I just love sports. I know a couple things, I'm not a fanatic like that. But so I can't get mad at the person who loves LeBron and loves the sport for knowing everything. I'm like, hey, well, that's what
right,
you
and
into.
you can't get mad at the
So,
person that don't give a fuck either. Like,
no.
like,
That's not
I
my
don't
thing.
care
I
that
never said
people
that.
want to talk about it, but like my thing is, you can't get mad because I don't want to join in. Like, to me, that's elementary, high school shit. Nigga, I ain't stopping you from talking your talk your talk. You don't like the nigga, you think he a scammer, talk your shit. I ain't finna do it with you. Like, that's your business.
All right, so that's you, Haskell. Because I was kind of like telling her that I really don't care. You know, like what she's saying. Yeah, I don't need Amber to co-sign.
Nah, you care, of course. Listen, if you're getting on the internet and you're talking about people spreading misinformation, right? And you're informing people about, you know, credit score ruses and scams, you care to some degree or the other. This idea that we as human beings
about what? About what specifically? Like, I care about what?
specifically about people being defrauded and possibly
No.
putting information out.
Saying, no. I care about that. No, Haskell, I would say I don't care. I don't need Amber to admit that they're a fraud
Agree.
to me.
Yeah, like, and for me,
that's what I say I don't care about.
And for me, I like the platform itself. I like unbiased platform. So I hop on and talk about anything in the moment, but you got to know.
I'm
not looking up videos. I'm not researching. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Well,
like,
I need Amber to admit that for me to retain my sanity. Okay? Because look, if you care about my sanity at all, Amber,
I don't.
First
of all, you're insane. You're insane, been insane, and there's no saving your sanity at this point. Your sanity been a wrap. It's no saving it.
Look. Ain't no goddamn way. I'm not, listen, you could call a spade without caring, right? Would you agree with that, Amber?
Yes, I can agree if I agree that it is a spade.
Right. So we agree on that part. Okay, bam. If a nigga been goddamn talking about he's gonna open a school for 12 years. And ain't nan school open. The nigga gonna get an old abandoned trap house. A goddamn bando. Okay, ain't nan light in there, ain't nan AC.
What is you doing to baby bias?
Nah, I was taking that hoodie or fleece off, but I take off the head so tight, and I was like, my hand was holding the sleeve, so it wasn't come off his head.
Don't be over there torturing.
I was pinning it to his head. All right.
Yeah, you gonna have to get better with taking that off without pissing them off now.
Nah, but I haven't been when I finally left, when y'all was on the live, I finally left. That was my first time leaving the house. I didn't know the weather. So this weather's so crazy. It was just freezing 2 days ago. So I dressed him up warm. It's fucking hot as hell. So he was just bugging off that.
You got a blanket to put over him?
Huh?
You got a blanket to put over him?
Yeah, but again, I thought it was freezing. So I went outside. I had overdressed. I'm like, oh, shit. And I was rushing to get there. So I didn't have time to even fill stuff off.
Yeah, Amber. So
I heard you back. I heard you.
Me and you, man. Look, we got to get a resolution on this shit, man.
No, we don't.
Check it out. Check this out.
We're never gonna agree. You do realize me and you are never gonna agree.
Look.
Agree on what?
On anything.
I need you to admit that the sky is blue. That's all I need.
Well, currently my sky is kind of a yellowish blue, transitioning into a lighter blue. The sun is going down a little bit, so you and I will never agree. I'm going to make sure that
incorrigible. That's what they call that.
I'm going to make sure that you and I particularly
incorrigible.
I'll agree with unbiased. I'll agree with watcher, but you and I in particular will never agree.
They agree, but they agree.
Damn, she said, I agree with watcher. God damn. Am I'm right of center towards Haskell.
No, but they agree with me, Amber. They agree that Umar is a scam.
Oh man.
And I don't
Wait,
agree.
No. Umar has produced a school, so the scamming thing might gotta be taken off his name.
Uh-oh.
Now he has a school back there.
What school?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Hey, I donated to that school.
Got a band though.
Because he just had a scandal.
I donated to that school.
He's finna attack you, unbiased. Now you taking up for Umar, his arch nemesis.
Nah, he has a school.
Okay,
Why
how many students he got enrolled at the school, unbiased?
I don't know, but he definitely got a school.
Unbiased.
Wait a minute.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
Have you donated to that school?
No, I ain't doing it. No, I can't come to those.
You've never sent any money to Umar?
Nah, because I disagree with the whole idea of black.
Okay, I was just
curious.
curious.
To his ideology.
Okay,
nah,
I mean,
never
in the beginning, I donated early.
I never sent one.
Blogs,
I ain't never sent
$1. Like even when I thought the school was like needed, like way back when I was with this guy, I never. No, I ain't bragging, but I never donated 1 penny to a school. Never did.
Okay,
yeah,
but you bought.
Me neither.
But you bought Tariq stuff,
I didn't
right?
buy Jay Morrison stock either.
But you bought what's his name? Tariq Nasheed shit, right?
Yeah, I got all of his documents.
Oh, okay, just making sure. All right, okay. You recycle black dollars.
I want to say I almost paid to watch a documentary, but I want to say it came on Netflix, so I didn't end up actually paying.
Yeah, so I think.
But yeah,
How do we define a school?
Haskell is not gonna like that. He's over there Googling. But
how do we define
he has
a
a school?
How do we define a school?
HVAC shit being installed.
I'm biased.
You only saw a truck. All you saw was a truck with some metal shit on it.
I'm biased. The nigga has a building. The nigga has a bando in Delaware. Okay.
Was that the bando he was in with the basketball talking shit?
Right. That's what he's calling a school, Amber.
Was that the bando that he was in the other day with the basketball when he was talking shit about?
Yes.
It didn't look like no bando to me.
Yeah, Michael Jackson at the bando. What was you saying?
Wait. Are you trying to say he's a squatter at the school? Now that'd be crazy.
No, he paid for it. It's like damn near a condemned building. Like, listen,
that didn't look damn near condemned. You putting 20 on 10. It definitely didn't look damn condemned.
Listen.
Will Michael Jackson go to a condemned building? A white Michael Jackson? A white Michael Jackson would not go to a condemned building.
/ Michael Myers.
Yeah,
he's a cross mix between Michael Jackson and Michael Myers.
Hey, unbiased, man. You still got that blackology in you, bro. Listen,
all right, bro. You want me to show you? I can source up for you.
Listen, you ain't got no faculty.
I can source up for you.
Hold on. You ain't got no faculty. You ain't got no students. You ain't got no curriculum. You ain't got no AC.
You still got a school.
But my question is, how he got all of that? Like,
a building doesn't a school.
There,
a building
doesn't
a
if
school.
He had a curriculum or not, or faculty.
A school is an institution of learning. There's no There's no human beings there. What school are you talking about?
Wait a minute. So are schools created?
You let me
down, I'm biased. You let me down.
If you rent out a church, right, the church could be abandoned, or it could be a former church.
Right, it was a former school. So that's what you mean?
Right, so everybody knows the school still.
Okay, yeah, it was a former school that he appropriated. Okay, all right, but he ain't got no school.
I'm not saying this guy got a staff and print, student. I don't know about all that.
I mean, but the reality is,
I don't think it'd be functional.
But the reality is, the nigga really don't even have to though. Like, let's say he wanted to borrow some curriculum and he just had kids homeschooling at the school, right? It's still a fucking school.
Yeah, that would be a school, but he ain't got that either.
I want to know how you know this. Are you a part of Dr. Umar's tribe?
You want me to prove the non-existence of something?
We need Chief X on here.
Yeah, I mean, just because you say
we need Chief X on here. Chief X will fix all this.
You say he ain't had no building and nigga was in the band though. Bias said he was gonna source up. Then you changed it to the nigga ain't got no curriculum or no faculty. Like you keep moving it so you could be right.
Yeah, we need Chief X to get Amber mind right, yo. Chief X to get Amber mind right. She tripping.
She was not lying when she said, "Yeah, you gonna agree on."
Let me ask you this.
We're not gonna agree on a
Let me
goddamn.
ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Man.
Wait, Haskell, let me ask you this. So if he, I mean, because technically, like you said, he bought this. Like it appears he bought the school. So like people wasn't calling this scam. Look, Haskell. People wasn't calling the scam about the school
I can't
running.
believe you fell for that.
No. Just listen.
Damn, bro.
The scam. When people attach scam to Umar name, it was about buying the building. Nobody believed he would do that.
Hell no. So hold on. So all the niggas.
It was.
So hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Whatever happened to at my school? We gonna have an aquarium. At my school, we gonna have goddamn karate lessons over here. At my school, we gonna learn about the real history, not the history of the white man. At my now you telling me it ain't about none of that. It ain't about learning in the curriculum and the facilities. Nah, just buy a building.
You got scandals in the title of this live.
Building. That's all. That's
You're avoiding the whole argument.
The community is by building.
You're avoiding the whole argument that unbiased just.
You let Nas
You're
down.
avoiding the whole argument that unbiased just proposed, which was when people were calling him a scammer, they wasn't calling him a scammer because of lack of curriculum or faculty. They was talking shit about the niggas took all that money and he ain't bought no building. He scammed the people and the nigga ain't bought no building. That's the fact.
So that's all they wanted. When they said a school, that's all they want. That's a building.
Yeah, because they say
all
took
we
the money
saying
and
is
ran.
now the argument.
Please, I ain't gonna lie. I'll take it. As bad as they don't walk them and drag them, I'll take it.
I can't call him a scammer.
You take the building.
I cannot call him a scammer.
You take the building. So hold on, watch it. You take the building with no AC, no insulation, damn near no electricity. You take that.
He just had an HVAC party, so you got
Originally,
but
a few years ago.
Yeah. You know about the
a few years
party?
He just had an HVAC party, so you got him.
You ain't fooling me, man. You ride for that nigga, Amber.
I'm just saying, you putting it out. Niggas, first of all, they said the nigga wasn't a real doctor. They said the nigga wasn't a real doctor. He had to show him. Then they said that the nigga. Then they said
she got a point, dude.
People
Bruce
money.
Watkins.
Took people money. And he didn't buy no building. He sourced stuff.
About the conscious stripper. You got conscious stripper.
You got to.
Yeah, I can't really.
I'm saying it looked like Umar lives to show and prove.
I don't even like Chief X, man. You got Chief X number. You got to call him, bro.
Hey, he even didn't. Amber, didn't he diffuse the scandal that's going on right now? He didn't want that big girl.
With which one?
Oh yeah, he didn't want his kid with a big ass. He was pregnant.
Wait, who?
He got some
pregnant. No, you
everybody be trying to get the man. He wouldn't mess with a pregnant woman, have him come back to sweat off his head.
Hell no.
He won't do that.
I'm missing the current scandal. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Yo,
Unbiased.
So cap, bro.
Unbiased, please catch him up.
Bruh,
you provide the source.
She don't give a fuck about the nigga, right?
Oh, wait. So I gotta. You can finish Haskell, but once you get done, I gotta
most of these talking points I know from being right here on this panel. No shit,
man, your ass.
Like the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, I gotta catch up on the latest scandal. Hold on.
You got
that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the latest scandal here. You got to catch up.
Headbands and draws and shit. I know.
You trying to say Amber is in the portal? You're gonna transfer her kids to them schools?
Amber got.
Is that what you're implying?
Amber got RBG lingerie and shit.
Keep fucking playing. I might be the next beautiful queen to wipe the sweat off his brow. Keep fucking playing.
I'm no bro. She not even playing about that. I already know.
Keep fucking playing.
Oh shit.
You wipe the sweat off the King Kong.
Consciousness.
Yeah. And that energy is why you be chasing them away, Amber.
But the gag is like half the time when she not playing, nigga, I could never. He talks a little too much for me. All that energy and all that hard ass talking, I can't do it.
Oh, the
Amber,
repeating shit three
I need you to
times?
get up and make me a sandwich. Amber, I need you to get up and make me a sandwich. Amber, I need you to get up and make me a sandwich.
No,
He got said 3 times.
that nigga would have me on live trying to put me on blast.
And nah, he gonna hit it. You would have hit it with the queen, watcher. My beautiful queen.
I came home, and this queen said, "Get it your damn self." I said, I came home, and this queen said, "Get it your damn self." She said, "Big Papa, you get in the kitchen and get it your damn self."
Right.
Oh, period. Okay?
He gonna say it 3 times. I can ask nigga a question, man. He gonna say it 3 times.
For real, that nigga would be live on my ass. Live.
Nah, but I have
Let
to
me go
y'all,
live
I've
and
been
talk to the
following
people
these
behind me.
alleged scammers, bro. And when I don't have enough information, or when some proof is presented, I gotta back away sometimes. So for Umar, I gotta back away over him.
What? So all the nigga got to
produce a building.
A building unbiased?
That's what he had to do.
So he ain't got to do nothing
He's
else.
called a scammer for what he. Yeah, he's called a scammer for what he's gonna do with the money. Everybody said he blew the money. Even his alleged scandalous women said that they spent the money on them.
Yeah.
Unbiased. Do you know how much he collect? Unbiased. Do you know how much he collected and how much that building cost?
Nah, I don't know that stuff. But who said he got it? But who said he had to spend all the money on the school? But that wouldn't be wise anyway.
Haskell been in his finances.
Like, nobody would do that. Yeah, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't spend all the money in the school.
Yo,
you would spend enough on it and then have enough
I'm
payroll
biased, bro.
and teachers. Yeah, he's trying to get that ERC loan. That's why Umar did that. Because technically he had the school during the pandemic, so he might qualify for that ERC. He better talk to Polite. Pays $2,000.
Wow, I'm biased, bro.
But Umar might be able to collect.
I think the people that invested or donated are pleased with what he's done with their money. He's produced the school as he said he would, well, the building for the school. I mean, I can't speak because I didn't donate, but I do believe that Watcher said that he did donate a long time ago. And unless you donated, you can't really say the nigga scammed you.
Hey, Watcher.
So.
Hey, Watcher. You got finesse, bro.
Oh.
I'm just letting you know. You got Watcher.
You got finesse.
He said, that's all right.
I mean, I got finesse all those damn Hidden Colors documentaries. I swore.
And you know what it is? I
got finesse too from fucking I got finesse by
Sarnetta though?
No, I got finesse by the lottery. Shit, I thought I was fucking millionaire.
I don't think I got finesse.
They took my money.
I can't look at it as finesse. I gave with the intentions of not ever getting it back. And if he did it, good. And if he didn't, I hope he enjoyed it.
Not, anybody who had NBA dreams was also finesse, because the percentage to make the NBA, I think, is lower than the damn lottery. But you could use basketball for like great things like free scholarships, things like that. That's great to go to school for free. But those NBA dreams, that could be considered finesse too.
Yeah, and them y'all remember them shoes where you used to pump up the basketball and it was supposed to make you jump high?
The pump up Reebok.
You got finesse.
Dominique Wilkins pump ups.
Mm-hmm. Them light up shoes, they used to light up and then the light went out. You thought they was
the
gonna
LA
light
Gears.
up. You got finesse.
The LA Gears. I always wanted a pair though. I never got a pair. Dang, Cookie. I know you're hungry. Eat food now.
Yeah, it's a whole finesse game.
Yeah, what luck I got? Every time I take the pamper off, I get peed on. Every time. Like, yo, you can't say that.
You ain't moving quick enough.
Really?
No, you ain't moving quick enough, or you got to put that pamper over. Like, you can't just let him, that when the air hit him, yeah, he gonna want to use the bathroom. You gotta either move faster, or you gotta cover him with the pamper while you adjusting and doing what you need to do, or he gonna tell you every time.
I'm definitely moving slow. I'm cooking. I'm online streaming, and I'm pamper chasing. So I had to run around without the pamper.
Oh damn.
Yeah, you letting him do it, and he definitely on you.
You said, man.
Listen.
Okay. Man, yo, my ADD is ridiculous. I have my mind set on something. Once I get distracted, it's over.
It's a, what they call it, baby brain fog, some shit. Yeah,
I be there saying,
supposed to be when you pregnant.
yeah. Well, if you carrying your weight, you gonna feel that shit too. The hell what they talking about? Shit, she gonna make sure you feel.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Shit.
Parenting can definitely make you a foggy brain.
What can? I hear you.
Parenting.
Especially in the beginning. You got, once you get a routine, it's easier. But trying to get that routine down, and I don't even know how you can do 2 kids, let alone by yourself.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I be like, yo, yeah. I'm more for having one. Then you wait, 5, 6 years. If you want to be successful, like, guy, when I see a 2-year-old with a 10-month, like, all right, you bugging.
Yeah. But I also notice that some people have skills for that.
So I had a little issue the other day that, well, really, I gotta address it tomorrow. Maybe y'all can relate, maybe y'all can't. I guess y'all kids still fairly young, but maybe this might have been your experiences. So y'all know I have two boys, and my first one was more.
Are they twins?
Huh?
Are they twins?
No, they're not twins.
What's the age difference?
7 years. So
you said how many years?
7.
Okay, they said 30. Yeah, that's about right. You could focus on the little one.
Yeah, so the first one, he was more the quiet child. My youngest, he's more assertive and louder, but both of them have always been like really honest when it comes to like getting in trouble at school. If they get in trouble and I ask them like, okay, tell me what happened, they'll tell me, run down everything that happened, even details that wasn't included initially. So he allegedly got in trouble the other day, right? Teacher called, I tried to call back. They said somebody's gonna call me back, never called back. Now, no, I had just emailed her like, oh, well, that paperwork that you said that got sent home, he wasn't there that day, so I'm gonna need you to kind of send it with him today. So she was like, she didn't even read the email. Oh, well, all the students got it on Wednesday, and if they didn't get it on Wednesday, they got it on Thursday. I said, well, he wasn't there on Wednesday when he had your class. So from there, I could tell that she kind of had like an attitude because, I challenged her. So she finally emailed back like, oh yeah, I gave him the paperwork, but can we discuss, him doing A, B, C, and D? Now I have to go back and say that the reason why he wasn't there on Wednesday is because he got into a fight on Tuesday. So he was suspended for 1 day because he wasn't the aggressor. He was defending himself. But in my experience, because it tends to happen like this, as soon as a child get in trouble or into a fight, especially when they have predominantly white teachers in the school with mixed, then everything after that becomes a threat or an intimidation. So his first day back was Thursday. On Friday, it's all of this, oh, he did this, he did that, right? So in the email, this bitch said he put a child in a headlock / chokehold. So I'm confused because no, he ain't got suspended. That's something you would take somebody to the office for.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, you do that to my kids. You better do something to document it.
Hell yeah. We ain't letting that one go.
So
You don't
all
want to
she
experience
does
that
is call.
again.
She ain't got suspended or nothing. So when she sends the email, I read it, let her know, like, oh, I talked to him and see what happened. So I talked to him. He said, no, I ain't put nobody in no headlock. Like, no, I didn't do that. Well, first she said headlock. He said, I didn't put nobody in no headlock. Like, what's she talking about? So he go through, tell me what happened. So I email her back like, okay, he said that didn't happen. I'm inclined to believe my child, but this is what he did say happened. And, you know, we'll discuss it. You know, we're going to handle that and address that, blah, blah, skippy woo. She then responds back yesterday and says, oh, well, maybe I used the wrong language. It wasn't a headlock. It was a chokehold.
Oh,
that's worse.
Oh.
So she said that I watched him have his hands around another student's neck and apply pressure. This is what she's saying. So, of course, I emailed her back because the whole document that he was supposed to bring home was a safety contract. It's supposed to be a safety contract. Now, all this contract has is what the students is supposed to do, but it has no consideration as to what she's supposed to do, right? So I email her back and I'm like, well, my question is, first off, you're saying every time you email me back, he did more problematic stuff to the point where I'm wondering where's the documentation for all of this stuff that happened in your classroom. According to you, he wrapped his hands around a child's neck and had him in a chokehold while you watched and observed him smiling when you told him to stop. You called me Friday because he wasn't doing his work, not because he put another child in a chokehold. So at what point are you going to document and do something regarding this chokehold? Because now I'm confused. Now I question your judgment when it comes to the safety of the kids in your classroom. Because had that been my child, it would be a problem. So of course she hasn't. So then she says, "Well, tell me why he was absent Wednesday." Now, note
Shit.
She emailed this on Sunday. I said, ma'am, we've emailed back and forth 2 to 3 times. It is Sunday. I notified you on Thursday that he was absent on Wednesday and didn't receive the paper. You've emailed me 2-3 times since then. You're just now asking on Sunday why he was absent on Wednesday, but it's an important question and it needs to be answered. I said, please explain and advise why that's relevant to the current conversation we're having. And when you do, please ensure that you have a track record for asking parents directly via email why a child was absent from your class. Because policies and practices that are selectively enforced can be perceived as discriminatory. Now, of course, she hasn't responded back, and I expect to see her and her union rep tomorrow when I go up there. Because I have plenty of experience with this. Another teacher, when he returned, told him that if it was that up to them, he would have got 2 weeks. What?
Okay. Okay, here. Yeah, that's interesting. Here you go.
No write-up, no student that said that. What are we talking about? Now you're gonna have to explain why you sat there and watched all of this and you didn't think it was pertinent enough to report to the office.
Yeah.
I would love to know the answer.
Hey, Amber.
Yes.
Hey, dog in the chest say you should send him to FDMG. You won't go through these problems.
FDMG.
FDMG, because if I did have these type of problems, they're not in a position to pay.
Nah, FDMG is Umar. That's Umar's school.
Oh, and I'm saying Umar is barely got the building, let alone faculty, let alone money for discriminatory practices when they're highlighted and enforced. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go with the public school system that's accountable.
I've been trying to tell you.
We're funding.
How is a school named Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey gonna discriminate against a black boy? That's impossible.
Definitely not true.
Half the school is black.
You got schools called Obama and all type of good shit. Shabazz and Newark, they discriminate.
Yakub. Yakub. Yakub Academy.
Hey, now don't forget the nation believes Yakub is the righteous guy in spite of all that. So they would name something after him, righteous. Yakub, mosque. They will do that because he's right.
Yakub University. Yakub U. YU. Oh shit. Yakub State University.
YSU.
Yakub State University. All right, so let me find that Umar schedule.
Yo, that dude is a character.
Yakub.
Dude is a caricature, man.
Umar is the best though. Well, I don't know because Tariq did either him. Tariq is he's good on the roasting. Tariq is good on the roasting. I haven't seen him in such a while though.
You ain't seen Tariq?
Since that Andrew Schultz, it hasn't. Yeah, no.
Nah, he been pushing this shit real tough, man. He been on academics, no jumper.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that. But what's his message?
You said what's his message?
Yeah.
He on this FBA shit.
He took it from the tone and event people.
Oh yeah, he done basically usurped their whole shit, boy.
Where are they at? Are they still around?
They still around.
Oh, okay.
But like nobody don't even use ADOS no more, dog. It's FBA now.
Yeah. They took that shit and renamed it.
Wow.
Hey Yogi, here.
Dang, he Beyonce they shit. It's mine now.
Yo, Tariq funny as fuck, bro.
Yeah, that's what I have to say, bro.
Hey, Tariq said.
Yeah, but the thing is Tariq is that like he's not qualified to hijack something like that. Like he's stupid as hell, and he won't go talk to any politicians because he's stupid. Like he cannot sit down with legislators and politicians, anybody serious, activists, and
but I'm biased. That's not the point of it. Like he has no intentions of doing none of that. His whole objective is to get paid, and he's doing that. You think he actually gives he means any of that shit? No, the man was selling Malema. What's Malema first name? Dude in South Africa. I think it's Julius.
I'm not sure.
Malema, he's a political guy over there in South Africa.
He's a leader alive?
I think it is Julius, right? But he was selling Julius Malema shirts like 3 years ago.
For what was the purpose? To bring awareness?
Does it make money?
Just to make money? Okay.
Yeah, what do you think selling t-shirts are for?
But it brings awareness to it. Like I'm not familiar with the guy. Who is the guy? Is he back in the movement?
Yeah, Julius Malema he's a main figurehead for like pushing the movement to
get the land back.
Get the land back.
South Africans out of South Africa and get the farmlands back to the indigenous people.
So both, that's his whole platform, to get rid of the people and the land, or just the land?
It's probably both, but it's definitely land. It's definitely land.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, both of those are two huge different points. I'm gonna look into it, but your point is you're saying he exploited the person's name and likeness, image, or
no. The point that I was getting at is right. Nowadays, he's pushing this kind of extreme nationalistic agenda of our group needing to coalesce and not be trying to make these alliances and stuff with these Africans and these Caribbeans, because they're not sincere, or there is no alliances to be had with them, right? He's basically, he used to be a Pan-Africanist 3 years ago. Now, one could say, if they're disingenuous, right? They could say, well, you know, people come into new information all the time and they changed, and that is absolutely true, right? But if you know Tariq, you're familiar with him, you know, you just know there's just nothing sincere there, bro. And then he shit on the ADOS people, but you stole their whole shit.
Let me tag in on that. So, and not really just on that, just him as a person, his character. He can't get along with anybody. Like even his own like host. Like he has some women hosts on his like side show, whatever. He fired on air because you can't challenge him.
Wow.
I'm, Tariq Nasheed, you can't challenge me. And like, it was a righteous challenge. It was like just a difference in opinion, and she has the right to, she wasn't disrespecting him. She just felt a different way. But don't forget, like these co-leaders can't be wrong, and they can't be wrong in front of their members. So once you challenge them in front of their members, you got to go. Malcolm X had to go, and she had to go. He fired her on air. So the dude he can't, like he, Polite, all these guys, they have a track record of not getting along with people. They always beat things. And to me, I noticed that, and that's a red flag too. Like they don't have no long friendships with anybody, no long relationships, business, whatever, for nobody. They burn all their bridges. Tariq cool with this person, I ain't beefing him. Cool with that person, beefing him. That person beefing. He was cool with Vlad, and I hate Vlad.
Yeah, that's so funny to me, right? When he fell out with Vlad, because he tried to run up on Tommy Sotomayor at Vlad's show, and Vlad basically took offense, like, bro, you can't be doing this at my, you know what I'm saying? It's a professional platform. That's how I eat. You can't be running down on people. Like, what the fuck? Right? So, Vlad's a white supremacist. All of a sudden, Vlad's a white supremacist.
He's informant. He's an informant.
Yeah, he an informant, and he be getting niggas that he be snitching on. So hold up, when you found this out?
Yeah.
You ain't known that before you went on his show? Right? And then fast forward 3 years, he going on No Jumper, which is basically Vlad 2.0.
Right. Nah, that's a fact. Hey, but I see the same issue with.
Yeah, bro.
I see the same issue with Inky. Inky was cool with Ali Muhammad. They fell out. Inky was cool with Polite, and it's always a nasty fallout. It's never like a fallout. Like, all right, you know what? You go your way, I go my way, and whatever. May the best man be more successful. It's never that. It's always a sloppy, messy fallout where they got to expose each other and diminish each other. Work.
And then they be back cool the next month. That shit crazy.
It's profitable. Yep. It's the boost in the views. It has to equate to certain dollar amount.
Yeah, bro. The man going on Adam 22, dude. The No Jumper Adam 22 dude, he do the same shit like Vlad, bro. He bring all them little gangster rappers, and they talk all that street shit and the same shit. You know what I'm saying?
That
That's
TBN,
what I'm saying. Like, the dude ain't got no kind of sincerity in him, bro. It's just all about that paper.
So he went there to expand his views. So okay, I see what you're saying. So there's no infrastructure for this. What is post ADOS? What is it? Foundational.
Not if he's spearheading it, it goes nowhere.
But what I'm trying to say is, I'm just saying as it stands, he usurped ADOS and he created foundational black. What is it called? FBA.
Foundation Black Americans.
Foundational Black Americans. Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong. I like some of his points better. I like some of his points better than the ADOS points.
Okay, but my point is like, is he generating money and taking donations for this said group?
I believe so.
And is there any type
I
of
know he got a flag.
infrastructure?
He made a flag for it. He got a flag for it. The members
Oh,
can buy
wow.
the flag.
You know, he sell T-shirts and all that. As a matter of fact, right? He's always
wow.
proclaiming, "Oh, FBA isn't a group; it's not an organization. It's a lineage, and there is no leaders and da da da." And then when I went and looked at
So there's no accountability then.
right, which is perfect.
There's no
right?
expectations. Right.
You
He
see
has
how-
no
you see how
fiduciary responsibilities. There's no compensation required.
So it's
Yeah.
perfect. But guess what? Guess what, Watcher? He
What's
got the
that?
goddamn, or he tried to have the goddamn name copyrighted. Or
Really?
trademarked.
What happened with that?
Up online, he was a registered owner and all that shit. But it's not an organization or a group though. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, how black people in particular keep falling for this shit, bro,
It's feel good doctors. Once you're on the inside, it's cool. You're so disgusted with it because you're on the outside of it. So of course it's obvious to you, just like some of these people I'm around, they feel that white power and make America great to them. It really speaks to them to the core because they're on the inside of it. People on the outside is like, what the hell is wrong?
I'm gonna say why. Because he solved the problem really in Black America. There's an identity problem.
How?
Okay. So there's an identity
Keep
problem.
going.
There's an identity problem. Amongst Black Americans, there's an identity problem. Like a lot of us don't want to claim American because you feel like that's white people. Then we can't claim Africa because what part of Africa? And then if we claim a part, they don't claim us. You know that becomes pseudo. You just say that's
Right.
Morocco shit. We're from Morocco. You can't just
Right.
say all right. So, but everybody else of color got a flag, and they have a sense of pride and identity. Especially when they come amongst us, they got a flag. We got shit, but the American flag, that's like you spit on it. It's like all right, well, we need a sense of identity as well. So he with the ADOS, with the FBA, they attempted to solve that problem. Give Black Americans a sense of an identity so we can have some type of pride shit too. So who knows? We have everybody had their annual day, right? Every ethnicity had their annual day. So now Black Americans can finally come together. Like that's the goal, that's the dream. Come together and finally have a pride day. Well, we're FBA. You're Haitian, you're Jamaican, you're this, you're that. Well, we're FBA. But it wasn't supposed to be like a beef.
Yeah, but see, he took it to another level too with the because the ADOS people, they kind of introduced the little talking points about the continental Africans and the Caribbean kind of having their messed up ways, but he amped it up. You know what I'm saying? Like he be saying,
he's an extremist, and this is why he always like extremist.
He uses that to play on the emotions of people, right? So he'd be like, oh, the age statistics that they be having, like in Atlanta and all that, when they be saying black folks got the highest age rates.
He be absolute. This is a fact. When he says it, there's no research. There's no research. There's no paperwork.
Yeah,
he says it. It's true.
So family. Family. You know, family. You know what it is, family. You know what it is, family. What they don't tell you is that the majority of these cases is them tethers.
What the hell is a tether? I heard that before and read that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what a tether is. I couldn't tell you. Ask might be.
What is a tether?
I have no idea what the fuck it is.
You dig, watching? It's them Africans and them Caribbeans. They got all that. They the ones bringing all the AIDS over here.
No, break it. No, what the hell is a tether? What is he saying? It's a derogatory word from people from the Caribbeans and Africans. They're trying to tether to black content or something. What the hell is he saying?
Do they call them self-tethers? Wait, I think they have to. Do they call them self-tethers?
Nah, hell no. It's a derogatory term. How they gonna call themselves that?
No.
It implies like you're trying to hang on type shit.
Right. You're tethered to something. And this ridiculous talking point that black Americans, if you that black immigrants eat off of black Americans. Like, what do you do?
What's the division for?
But we don't own anything. You don't own any institutions. What are you talking about? Eat off of you. Like, it's ridiculous,
but the whole point,
bro.
At what point do you see, that's that. It's just division to me. Because if he was saying he was causing some sort of division to make it a smaller number so he can apply for some sort of reparation, some long-term gain. But even then, there is no demarcation line of when you're no longer attached to some sort of shit or you got to renounce this and that. America don't work that way.
Well, look, Watcher, ADOS, they had their stipulations insofar as what demarcated an ADOS person and eligible for reparations and all that stuff. That's why I said that's fair, because when you use the term black, it could be used as a catch-all for literally virtually anybody.
Yeah, anybody.
Right? So when you create that identity, ADOS, it's a way to specify your particular group and, you know, so that you could pursue whatever objectives you're trying to pursue for your group. I'm all for that, right? What Tariq did was he took that concept and then he just started adding in shit about Africans having conversations around the table and talking bad about black Americans, which they do. But in the greater scheme,
I was gonna say, like he lately been showing
the 3% of people. What is some fucking Somalian sitting at their dinner table talking about black Americans are lazy? What fucking effect does that have on anybody?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's concerned with what someone else is thinking of, like what other people think about me is not my business.
Yeah,
like,
so,
I mean, like, why would I?
me,
Go ahead, go. I'm sorry, I just can't
let
get.
me say this. Let me say this. Like black American in this country, I definitely felt some type of energy, like my whole entire life, of people of the continent Africa, like those black people. When they come over here, I definitely don't feel like they're coming with open arms my entire life. I've never been embraced. Like, yo, like with Jamaicans, man, they playing ball. I don't know none of them. I could pull up, play ball, and play dominoes. You dig? That type of welcome, and to some degree with Haitians. But with the Africans of the continent, I ain't saying all of them, every last one, but largely my entire life, like that has not been the case. There's been like a little wall in their community where it ain't so embraceful. You ain't pulling up at the basketball court.
Yeah, a lot of them do think they're better than black American people, right? But unbiased, what percentage of the population do they account for?
Oh, yeah, very, very small. They're very small. They have no impact, no influence on black American lives at all.
Right. So for you to make an entire movement out of that, like, nah, bro. What Yvette and Tonin was talking about was the fact that the economic situation black Americans are in, a lot of them don't realize just how dire it is, and now in the coming future, how much worse it's gonna get. And they were trying to bring about some paradigm shift and change via reparations and other restorative acts that would basically reset black Americans' position. Now, that's something real. Talking about some Nigerian calling you an Akata, that shit ain't got no bearing on nothing. Gives a fuck. But you know what it does? It's something to incite people and enrage people, and it gets them emotionally engaged and ready to open up their pocketbooks and feel like they're a part of some. It's sensationalism. You know
It's
what I'm saying?
boogeyman. It's
And
another boogeyman.
He knows how our people are. You know what I'm saying? And he plays.
So Fox News is right by calling him a race hustler then. So is this a definition of a race hustler?
Oh, he's definitely that. He's definitely that.
Yeah. Now listen. What he did was he came through the same door every other black guy just come through. And that's why he's able to do that. He's able to target, because we target only white folks mainly, Europeans. And then niggas be laughing, and when I get on indigenous or whatever, nobody really back me like that. Everybody let indigenous make a fool of themselves, and they let that door stay open. So now that door's still open. So a guy named Terry, now she comes through that door. So now he don't want to focus on white people anymore. He want to focus on certain black people in the world. You see, and that door is still open for that. So now black folks is turning their head towards black folks now. Like, yeah, they the problem. See, that door should have been closed way long ago. We should stop that conspiracy shit way long ago. So he's appealing to the same audience who believe that conspiracy shit. Did they stop it? Did they hurting us and harming us and killing us, depopulation? that same audience. He's able to trick to now believe that black folks outside of America are the issue now.
Hey, you know what? Another thing
So
it
the
did for
tickets came home to
Bias?
roost.
By him focusing on black immigrants, it allowed him to not speak so much about white supremacy anymore. If you notice, he used to say white supremacy like 100 times every show.
What?
He don't
Oh
really,
my God! White, they did everything. They did
if
everything
you
wrong.
if you
White
peep,
supremacists. That's a white supremacist.
if you peep Unbiased, he don't say it that much no more.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
He
He's
never said
found a new safer, because look, him steadily talking about white supremacists, that shit bring a lot of heat, bro.
Right.
We might not see it because, you know what I'm saying? But
Why
that
they
should bring a lot of
bring about, all type of
that
negative.
That should bring a lot of real life pressure. You know what I'm saying? But if you find a new boogeyman, a safer boogeyman, there you go.
And that's why we shouldn't believe in boogeymen at all. And that's been my stance all the time. I'm the boogeyman shit.
Yeah.
Nobody under your bed. And look, and if it is a boogeyman, it's being heavily misrepresented, right? We add the pseudo and extreme shit to it. It can make more sense if niggas just be real. Like I said, we're not experts. Let the expert connect the dots. We should be connecting no fucking dots. We should be taking information as the experts present to us, which they do anyway. Like I said, example, the Rico shit with Young Thug and them. You see, the experts connect the dots.
Yo, did you hear what he said about Young Thug?
Huh?
Did you hear what this fool said about Young Thug and them?
Who, Tariq?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the most dangerous rhetoric that a motherfucker could be saying right now.
The white supremacists are using the RICO laws to lock up the black rappers. They not doing that for the white people.
And he's blaming the sister Fannie Willis. Like he act like Fannie Willis is an agent and everything about her just horrible.
Like, bro, does he know Young Thug's reputation in Atlanta? Like, what type of?
Has he even read? Look, the watcher and ask. You got former FBI agents. You got lawyers. Everybody's breaking down the RICO case. They're reading what's going on. Even academics. This dumb nigga Tariq Nasheed, I bet you he never read the details of the RICO case of what they actually got on these niggas. They said 80% of the crime, the violent crime, comes from these niggas in Atlanta. 80%, we could damn near say that's all the fucking crime.
Damn.
And he's saying they targeted these 80% of the fucking crime companies, YSL niggas, and Tariq saying, leave them alone. And then when you leave them alone and allow them to kill themselves like Chicago, then you'll say, see, the white supremacists is allowing us to kill ourselves. It's like, no way.
Speaking of Chicago, watcher, he says the murders in Chicago, that ain't Negroes killing Negroes. That's police doing them killings.
Yo, if that's not the worst demonstration of blackology, I mean, please tell me what it is. He said there's no really black on black killings in Chicago. It's unmarked police officers.
Yo, man.
That's strong denial.
So where did drill rap come from? Police wrote the music too?
Those are undercover cops rapping.
Like, unbiased, does this idiot realize that Chicago murder rate, as high as it is right now, that shit was way higher in the 90s?
Right. It's not even top 15 right now.
Yeah, but the point is, well, if you put it in its proper context, it's up there because it's concentrated in particular areas, right? It's not 15 because the Chicago metroplex is so huge. But if you were to just base it on, let's say compare it to, because I think New Orleans is number one right now, right? If you were to compare, let's say the South Side, the East Side, let's just say the South and the East sides of Chicago, from a per capita standpoint, just those areas compared to New Orleans, that shit probably higher than New Orleans. But In the 90s, it was even worse than that as far as just pure numbers. The point being is that those numbers, those murder numbers, been like that consistently year after year. Chicago has been a murderous city for decades. Right. So you telling me that police been killing all these niggas for 30 years? That niggas full of shit, man.
Wow.
Yeah, you're actually right. It was worse in the 70s. That shit was high as fuck. Somebody from the Nation of Islam had pointed that stuff out. It was unbelievable. Like the black on black crime in the 70s. Make Chicago today look terrible. I mean, look like it's nothing. It's peaceful. Here.
I wonder who was doing the killing. The police was doing it back then too.
All right, so I think no man
what percentage of the killings you gonna assign to the police? And I guess it's the same in New Orleans. In New Orleans in the 90s, right? When they shit was out of control, them was police too. Miami in the 80s, that was police too. Like, come on, bro. LA in the goddamn.
It was the CIA. Get it right.
Yeah,
CIA
like,
in LA. Come on now.
So he was on somebody's show. I think he was on somebody's show. What? He didn't do nothing. So he was on somebody's show, and they asked him, so you know, you got the white folks out there, bit Scriptural, you got Lateral Crowder, and they named somebody else. They said, this other guy wanted to debate me. But he said, but I'm gonna go in there. He made some excuse. Like, yeah, they pick, like, they know who not to debate. Like, they know in that white wing, that right wing stuff, they know that their best in their mind is the Bishop Pierce, and like they want to see Tariq debate them niggas, not these low level niggas who call on the show, who's unprepared, don't know his talking points. You see what Andrew Schultz did to him? Here.
Hey, but see, at the end of the day, unbiased, he winning because he's achieving his objectives, bro. He don't care about a white boy making him look bad or nothing, because he know his constituents will ride. You know what I'm saying? As long as he can get on the platforms with the millions of subscribers and get on TV, and that's gonna generate business, bro. He don't care. He winning. He don't give a damn if them white boys make him look stupid.
Shit, Uncle Luke and his crew made it look dumb. Like, made him look really small. And I'm like, man, he's done. Nope, he got more problems.
That was horrible. When he for office, and he was like,
right, they did him dirty
because it was his first time running. And then dude was like, yo, he ain't getting no votes compared to nobody. Well, you got to
they had all the numbers. Like they was thoroughly prepared for his dumbass talking points. They debunked him, rebuked him every chance they got. Tariq didn't know what to do. They had all the numbers. Like, your candidate was number 2 as far as money, and he had the worst outcome. The Tariq tried to make it about money. Oh, the money. Okay, the money, huh? Well, your guy had more money than the others combined, and still produced worse than all three of them separately.
Yeah, and what did he say after that?
Is it the money?
I'm not going to take your word for that. I have to see the numbers. We're just having a conversation up here. You could be making that up, and
but Tariq, you should have your numbers of your candidate, though. Like, you should already have the numbers. That's why you're not qualified to be in these spaces. And that's what the sister was saying to him. Like, yo, I do analytics. Like, we know what to bring to constituents. Like, we know what to bring to the voters because we ask them what they want. And then when they tell us, we bring that to the politicians. You don't do that. You don't know what they want. You just tell them what they want, and you bring something to them, and when they don't like it, and they don't campaign for it, you act like they bugging. Like, you got to feel the weather. You got to see, hey, like, what do they want? And then you might put this shit in there, like, hey, okay, well, what about reparations? You can educate them that way, but if you're not even asking. But at another live, like, Tariq Nasheed admitted, like they did not do nothing, like no numbers, no, their strategy was piss poor. He blames it on, well, this was just the plan to signal boost the message. All right, whatever. So
Right.
he's not gonna take an L on that.
Nah, just to get the message out there. But like I said, bro,
signal boosted.
Listen, all that stuff that he said about Vlad, right? And he may very well be right. You think he didn't know that stuff before he went on there? You know what I'm saying? My point is that guy he doesn't believe in nothing that he says, bro. Nothing, bro. It's only one objective: get more exposure, more eyeballs, more money. Trust me, Tyreek could hire people to do research, or he himself could do research and make sure he had his talking points in order. But why do all that when you don't give a fuck about that? You could just make shit up. All the AIDS is coming from Black immigrants. This candidate ain't win because money. Why do any research, bro? The people gonna ride with you regardless. You're gonna get on these big platforms, people gonna see you. You know what I'm saying? Because Buddy be on vacation like every 2 months. He ain't got time to be goddamn looking up stats, and he ain't got time for that shit, man. He don't give a fuck about that.
Haskell, can I ask you a question? Have you seen or heard from anyone that you know of or even witnessed yourself? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Witnessed some sort of backlash due to this man's rhetoric, like a certain amount of resentment, hate, or even slick talk, hearing those talking points?
Nah, I haven't seen it in real life. Like,
so he's really it's feel good doctrine. There's no real follow through with his.
Nah, because
Okay.
all right. Because here's the thing: even if you was sincere, if you got like 100,000 followers on YouTube, which is like what he got, like 100, 200,000, that's more than enough for you to be a millionaire, right? Especially if those people like are really, really engaged, right? But in the overall scheme, 100,000, 200,000 people is nothing.
Right.
You know, people in real life, you could talk to 1,000 Black people. It might be 10 out of 1,000 that know who Tariq Nasheed is in real life. But on the internet, if you got 100,000 and they really believe in you, man, you golden. You know what I'm saying, Watcher? If you could get 200,000 people to buy into whatever it is that you're campaigning, bro, you good, bro. You super good.
I'll be asleep.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious, just making sure that none of his rhetoric is causing an impact, like in certain communities or certain societies and whatnot.
I mean, I'm sure his believers, they're out there and they buy into it, but you know, America is a what, 330 million people?
And another thing is, you got until about 3 days.
It's not going to be big enough for you to really.
My senses started kicking.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope it's not, you know what I mean? But I'm just wondering, because I know certain rhetoric, it grows. There could be many people who do their commentaries on his videos and run around with his talking points to certain people. Because there's a lot of universities and colleges that were actually seeking permission to play his videos in their courses.
Right.
So I mean,
the hidden colors.
Right. So I mean, when you indoctrinate people with some sort of validity in the courses and they follow, because that's how it came to me, sort of, in the academia sort of realm. And then I started, and then I followed through and just to get them all to get a context. And then I recognized Sonetta. Then I saw how it was kind of repackaged information. And then once I saw that information's origins and the holes blown in it, then it was just like, oh, okay. So I saw it necessary as far as like a stepping stone to get out of a certain thought process. And then, but it's not a place to stay. You got to keep growing and go beyond it.
Right. You know? And that's what separates Tariq from Sonetta, because he's always reinventing himself. He's always finding some new campaign. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point, Sonetta was getting like, shit,
He got videos where he got damn near over 500,000 views. You know, that shit done significantly went down because Sa stayed, you know, as far as like the topics and the type of stuff he covers, he stay in that same pocket. You know what I'm saying? They've been talking about Hebrews for about 20 years.
Yeah. Then switch to the Moors, then switch to the Christians. Yeah.
And Egypt.
And Egypt. Of course, you got to switch Egypt in between all of them, right?
So it's only going to be a very small niche audience that's just going to keep listening to that same stuff over and over. What Tariq do, you know, he'll talk about the white supremacy, then he'll hit you with the mink slide. He got music coming out. He be doing, you know, making little puppets clowning on people, you know. Then he'll make a Haitian movie and talk about, yo, the Haitian Revolution. But then he'll come back and say, yo, them Caribbeans don't fuck with us. Yo, we FBA now.
Wow.
Then, you know what I'm saying? Then he'll double back and start selling some perfume. And, you know, then, you know what I'm saying? Like that nigga will do, he don't give a damn, bro.
Man, what's the internal conflict for someone? He did a huge Haitian Revolution monument movie and really big up them. So now he's really dogging Haitian people. You serious?
What he'll tell you is when he speaks about the tethers, that's only speaking to a particular subset of.
Man, I don't like hearing that word because that bothers me.
Of Black immigrants who come here, who are ungrateful, who look down upon Black Americans, and that's what he'll tell you.
Did they ever clarify what that was? Because I missed it. What is a tether again? I'm confused.
Basically, somebody who's a latch on. You know, when something is tethered to something, you know, it's latched onto it or tied onto it. So basically, you're saying these Black Africans, they're tethered, or these Black immigrants, excuse me, are tethered to Black Americans for their subsistence and their survival.
Yeah, it's a reference to me like parasitic type of relationship.
Right.
Like if you think of tether ball, like the ball
is
tethered to the string and the string is tethered to the pole, so the pole is stability and you're just going around. So them as immigrants, they're tethering themselves to Black people to survive and to live in it, but at the same time feeling like they're better than the host. It's like a real deep connotation. That's why to hear something like that, it's like, that's not, if you mean it in the most charitable way, I still can't be nice. And if you mean it in the most diabolical, that can be real deep-seated hatred that can be bred into people. Like a lot of these talking points, like Mbias was bringing up earlier, it's just regurgitated white people's talking points, but it's just repackaged and put out there. That's why it's hard to really understand this red pill manosphere stuff, because if you follow it till its core and you boil it all the way down, it's very eerie reflective of the white male European WASP ideology. We built everything. We started everything. This is our culture, civilization. They are the weaker ones. They need to submit. They got to follow order. Like everything falls all the way in line. So it's like you got to recognize it to a degree and be able to pivot from it. But that tether, that connotation to it, again, I'm speaking just where my mind can go with it. I haven't heard him break it down. That's why I asked them if they've heard any references.
Well, he actually read.
So pretty much, he's claiming that they're leeches.
That's what it sounds like, but I haven't heard that word. It's just,
yeah, that's what it is.
It ain't a compliment. That's why I said it sounded derogatory.
No, that's exactly what it is. You know, it's funny. He read a definition of it on his show the other day.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm trying to be charitable. I don't want to attach my or any of our understanding to the word. So I'm trying to give him some room. But if he read a definition and it wasn't, I'm guessing it wasn't flattering.
Yeah, let me see if I could find it online, because he said somebody put it on Urban Dictionary, I believe he said.
Oh, wow. See, that's kind of fucked up.
But see, my thing is though, so when that is done, you can't do that on the reverse side either, because you can't say that they're trying to leech off of, Black Americans, but then turn around and you want to include them in the credit of accomplishments for Black Americans. So when we have doctors and we have this, that, and the third, when it's immigrants that are taking up these professions in large numbers, you can't have it both ways. Either you want to disassociate from them and you don't want them included, or you want to be associated with them.
Okay, here we go. So apparently the term had already existed among like conservatives, it looks like. So the original definition is a baby born in the United States as a ploy for citizenship. So basically an anchor baby.
Anchor baby, yeah.
I told you
Right.
that they call themselves that. I told you, I could sworn they some call themselves tethers.
Nah, nobody calls himself an anchor baby or a tether, do
No,
we?
no. Well, I think originally they didn't used to, but over time, because it is like it's a real thing, people don't care anymore. They'll say, "Well, I was an anchor baby." You know, like they'll say it now. Like
I heard. I'm trying. I heard it all
like
ears.
I've heard them say that. Yeah, I'm an anchor baby. Like I've definitely heard people refer to themselves as
So
that.
it's kind of like they like the N word, like what we did with the N word. All right, so, but that's like the conventional definition, right? So the way how he uses the word, and this is a definition on Urban Dictionary, and he co-signed this. He said this is basically a perfect description, right? So it says on Urban Dictionary, tether, a term used by members of the American Negro ethnic group, referred to later in history as colored, African American, Black, FBA/ADOS, to describe African and or Caribbean immigrants who moved to America for economic opportunity, using the benefits of the American Negro civil rights struggle, while simultaneously disparaging the history, legacy, and lineage of the Negro American movement. And then they have a second definition here. A Black person who moved from Africa or the Caribbean. Y'all can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
A Black person who moved from Africa or the Caribbean to the United States and pretends to be a Black American native to the country. Often they take anti-Black white supremacist viewpoints despite being Black.
Now I can see him co-signing that definition.
Now that first one he co-signed, look at his last stream.
Yeah, did I watch it?
Yeah, that first definition is extremely specific, and it's kind of red flaggy to me. Like they made sure to make very clear that Black people, formerly known as colors and Negroes, call other immigrants.
I don't
like
think he co-signed
it
that
was
one. Yeah.
really kind of cringe, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think he would co-sign the first one.
No, it's on his like I said, go to his last stream.
No. You know how that works. If I'm referring a video, I'm gonna give you date. I'm gonna give you timestamp. I'm not gonna tell you watch the whole thing because it should be 2 hours long. I mean, I'm watching anyway. I'm gonna watch it anyway. But normally you're supposed to timestamp it.
Shit, man, I can't remember exactly where he said that shit at.
Now, okay, the reason I'm saying timestamp because when I listen to Polite, Umar, or Tariq, if they say something outrageous, I usually write it down.
Yeah, but you do content. I don't do content. You know?
All right. So anyway, yeah. But I'm gonna check it out because I didn't really watch his last one. I check, but let me get to this Umar scandal, please, before it get too late.
Cleaning off the backboards.
Uh-oh. Oh, hold on, wait. Back to that. Wait. This guy, Umar, is hilarious. All right. So I'm gonna let it play from here.
How in the hell were we in a relationship for 9 years and I never saw you? Can somebody help me understand?
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, we could hear it clear.
How you can be in a relationship for 9 years. Can somebody help me understand how you can be in a relationship with a woman for 9 years and you never seen her, never kissed her,
never touched her, never went on a date, never spent the night with her, never had no cookies and milk. You are delusional. You shouldn't have done it, but I'm glad you did it. Can somebody please get Cardi B and Offset's entertainment attorney? Because I'm a Tasha K, I'm tired of your ass. Can somebody please get Cardi B's entertainment attorney for Tasha K? I'm going to take care of the fat, pregnant, married girl. I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to take care of her. But I need Cardi B's entertainment attorney for Tasha K. I'm about had it with this woman. Keep interviewing these women about me who don't even know me. Okay? Okay? I saw you 5 times. You came to my 2012 lecture. You invited me to Haitian Flag Day. You drove the elder to the FDMG Academy to look at the wall so he could paint a mural. And when you drove him to the school, you wiped the sweat off my face while I was cleaning off the backboards.
Uh-oh. Back to that.
Yo, this Amber Man's right here.
Back to that.
This Amber Peoples.
Might be my future mans. You never know.
European today, brothers and sisters. Stop worrying about me sweating. Okay. I need one of the queens to come wipe the sweat off the king. We're not even gonna call it sweat. We're gonna call
please
it
report
gloss.
to Dr. Umar's office, please.
Garvey
Amber,
gloss.
please report to the
Is
office,
there any
please.
queen watching
Amber,
this?
please report to
Is
the
there
office.
any queen watching my live in the Dessalines Turner Gymnasium? Is there any beautiful black woman watching me right now on the Dessalines Turner?
Pause, bro.
That was highly specific.
Yo, do you know what he did? What he did right there? This nigga combined the names of Jean-Jacques fucking Dessalines and not Turner, bro.
Oh no, no.
Who's Dessalines?
Dessalines was one of the Haitian revolutionaries in the when they fucked the French up and the Polish and all that. He was one of the generals, probably really the main one. This nigga created a fucking mashup. Yo, this man's something else, bro.
Amazing. Who wanna come wipe the sweat off the bronze golden skin of King Kong?
Yeah, somebody stepped up. And you pissed off.
I cannot take
Does
him
anybody
seriously
remember
with that.
the sweat off so he could paint a mural?
So now look, now he gonna complain about it later.
And when you drove him to the school, you wiped the sweat off my face while I was cleaning off the back.
Yeah, you can't make this up, man.
And when you drove him to the school, you wiped the sweat off my face while I was cleaning off the backboards. Does anybody remember the woman who was wiping the sweat off my face when I was cleaning the backboards? Does anybody remember the woman who was wiping the sweat off my face when I was cleaning the backboards in the gym? And then you came to my Garvey lecture in Harlem, and then you came to the FDMG festival. I saw you 5 times. When did we have sex?
Yo, dude, you let her wipe the Marcus Garvey gloss off the bronze.
Off that brown, golden brown skin.
I saw you 5 times in my
That
life.
copper colored.
All public. When were we intimate? When were we ever behind a closed door? Did we go into the bathroom together? Did we meet at a park? Were we ever in the same car? Oh, yes, we were in the same car. Because after my Garvey Day lecture...
He answered his own question.
Same
Listen,
hold on. That's
I'm
okay,
like,
claiming
you
that
said
they were
5
intimate?
times. You
Because
could have
after my
knocked
Garvey...
it down every time that you said
Right.
Like,
Yeah, this dude is bugging.
Day lecture on August the 17th.
Man, don't laugh, Amber.
So
This
you don't
your
remember
this
you
your
was in the
people.
same car. How can you trust your memory going forward?
In Harlem, you jumped your fat ass in my back seat when I had to drop the 2 elder...
Fat ass, no longer the queen.
In Harlem, you jumped your fat ass in my back seat when I had to drop the 2 elder queen mothers.
Yeah, the last woman he supposed to call marry at the Michael Jackson festival, that chick was thicker. That chick was thicker than a damn ox, yeah.
But I dropped you off first. Or I dropped you off second. Either way, I made sure I was not in the car with you by yourself. You know why I made sure that I was not in the car with you by yourself? Because something told me you could not be trusted. So you was defaming my character and slandering my name, but you didn't hesitate to jump your fat, pregnant, married ass in the back of my car and get dropped off after my Garvey lecture. And then you ran to Tasha K. I'ma tear your ass up when that video drop. You better pray.
What about when the baby dropped? Then what?
Tasha K don't let that video out. I'ma tear your ass up because you should have never lied and said we was in no relationship. And guess what else I found out? You told sisters we had sex.
Hold on. I need a peanut butter chocolate mousse from vanilla ice 5-5 thick in a thigh.
Hey, do you remember when he had the whole thing with the stripper unbiased?
Yeah.
Back when he was claiming he was celibate?
Yep. Oh, he's gonna bring it up right now.
Get out of here.
Yep. You ain't my type. You ain't my type, sweetheart.
All right, this is about to be funny. He about to get real funny. I know he was kind of like a comedian, but that's another thing about these charismatic.
Wait a minute. You say you ain't know he was a comedian. This nigga's pointing at the camera, calling her fat ass, pregnant, married.
Yeah. This all caught me by surprise. Though. I didn't know he go like this.
This is weirdo.
Hey, you need to watch that compilation. That nigga's hilarious, bro.
Leaders, they are funny. They are really funny. This guy.
Your ass is flatter than a European, flatter than a snow bunny. Your ass is flatter than an omelet on Sunday morning. Your ass is flatter than a street freshly paved on a Monday morning. You is not my type. You are not 5'5" thick in the thighs. I'm going to tear your ass a new one when that interview drops. Let me digress. I want to thank everybody who donated to the shockumentary today. But we got another scandal coming, and I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready for this one.
Okay.
Oh, I'm ready for this one. Oh, I'm ready for this one. Because this scandal involves a woman I never touched. This scandal involves a woman I've never been alone with. This scandal involves a woman who's saying all kinds of things with her pregnant, married ass. You 7 months pregnant doing an interview with Tasha K about Dr. Umar. You 7 months pregnant doing an interview with Tasha K about Dr. Umar with your Neanderthal booty. Your
Neanderthal booty. Yeah, this is actually funny.
It is funny, but I'm not gonna lie. This nigga sound like he guilty as sin. Like he trying to sell it.
He's scandal certified. Like police scandal certified. Definitely.
with your Neanderthal booty, your smashed in booty. You think I want to look at that?
He just spit ill. He
This
just spit
looks disgusting, yo. I can't watch this shit now.
Umar, with your Neanderthal booty, your smashed in booty.
Ew. Pause. What the hell is that?
Neanderthal booty, your smashed in booty.
Ew.
You think I want to look at that? Do you really think I want to bend that over? Do you really think I want to look at a Europe? You must have a white ancestor. Check your DNA.
You must got a white ancestor. Yo, this dude is hilarious.
Because I know my Haitian Africans, and what I love so much about my Haitian Africans, they are one of the least mixed Africans in the Western world. And that is a good thing. That's why they got that revolutionary spirit. Shout out to my Haitians. Shout out to my Haitians.
That's a fact, Dice, man. If you having a bad day, tune in to SETI. Oh, you're going to definitely have fun with SETI. Young Pharaoh, you can find him. Still banned. Umar. Oh, yeah, definitely. And you got to throw him polite. I'd be laughing at his ass. These claims he be making about how much money can get you. What color?
Yeah, SETI funny as hell.
Oh, yeah. Scandal. And thirsty, it gotta be black.
Yeah, if you want your friends to laugh, if y'all all drinking whatever, y'all just have a good time, play SETI. They're gonna be hollering like, yo, who that?
It gotta be a black one.
Reason our Haitian people are so strong. The reason the Haitian Revolution was able to happen is because the Haitian people have the least amount of European.
We should do a black star, like get to conspiracy theory stuff. Cause you know that star, that black, something about that star that they be a 6-pointed star. No, because it's gonna be a 5-pointed star. We should do a 4-pointed star.
Calm down. Calm down. Sister Valerie says, show some mercy. Show some mercy. Show some mercy.
Hey, yo, watch the next question. It's going to piss them off and y'all all going to laugh.
Show some mercy? The woman is telling people I had sex with her. Show mercy? I was never even alone. Where did we have sex at? Which hotel? On what day? When? Where?
Now, he didn't even see the interview, he said. So how does he know what she's saying?
She's only seen me 5 times in her whole life. How did we have sex?
Every King Kong likes the white women. Oh, that's a good one.
I know she's mad. She got kicked off the fashion show. I understand. She wanted to be one of my wives in the FDMG Festival fashion show. I understand. But to go on Tasha K talking about I was stalking her and I wanted her to be my New York sex buddy.
Now, the chick he showed a picture of her at the beginning of it. She looked like she's mixed, right? So yeah, I mean, if they can't get a snow bunny, they damn sure be trying to get close enough. And it'd be the people who just hate white folks the most. They just
because all the chicks I've seen Umar, all the chicks I've seen him mess with is
get married. It'd be the lightest of the lightest.
Yeah, all the chicks I've seen him mess with unbiased is them light skinned chicks. I ain't never seen Umar with them.
Neanderthals, right? Black folks with Neanderthal blood. But yeah, you saw the picture.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the niggas be really thinking that like, are y'all listening to what he's saying? The niggas be really thinking they sound convincing when they go through all of this. Like, you going too hard. I see. I actually like the Haitian blacks better because they at least diluted by white. Like,
hell no, niggas don't do all
like he's literally throwing the whole kitchen sink at this thing. You pregnant, you married, you fat, you too light skinned for me, you ain't got no booty, your booty too flat. Like, yeah, you still smash. I only seen you 5 times. How could I have done? And you still smash. I was never alone with you. Tell me when we was alone. Like, she finna answer on the live. And you still smash.
Right.
Like,
yeah, the worst
but you don't want her to come out. You asking these questions, but you saying she better not tell the story on Tasha K. I'm pretty sure she's gonna cover all of that.
Oh yeah, all of it. Now, the worst thing a woman could do is lie about having sex with us. We laugh at that shit. We don't be like, "Oh my God, you're lying." I'm gonna call. No. We laugh like, yeah, all right. Because we, come on, like that's too easy to disprove. Where at? What time? What day? Go ahead and embarrass yourself. Because you gotta say car because you can't say hotel because you can prove that bullshit. Yeah, so like you really gotta do like the I don't remember shit. Did I last long? Was I quick? You see, like there's so many questions that you can't really answer. That's gonna be too funny, especially if he already got a girl.
No, when motherfuckers get to dropping them goddamn receipts, or she pregnant now and the baby come out his, then he gonna swear that he must have been drugged. Like, motherfuckers is taking it too far. You smashed, okay? Like, if she married and she all of this, what married woman come out and say that they cheating on their husband,
right?
And lie, like,
and lie,
pregnant and all, like, come on, man.
And like.
Laughing.
And what I said was, she's 7 months pregnant. Like, isn't she supposed to be kind of big, fat, whatever? You should be showing by that time. Some women get big. So to call a woman fat who's 7 months pregnant, like that's not really saying much. Like she's supposed to be
significantly bigger than what she was before.
Yeah, and it's kind of weak side. Like, even if she was, for who he claims he is, you know, like, you should still carry yourself with a certain, like, you're trying to intimidate her and rally people around her, you know, to kind of like come at her. That's what I'm gathering from it.
Yeah, he's trying to set up the mob. You know, same thing. Who be doing that? Oh, Tariq. Like, it's just a mob.
Yeah, he was denying that stripper chick way back then too, till she pulled up them text messages.
Yeah. I had an NBA athlete who's going to invest in my school, but now he pulled back. Like, really? Oh man, screw her. The school for the babies. Yes. Anyway, that was pretty much it. Like, that was the whole scandal. He asked which queen could come wipe the gloss off his bronze golden forehead. A queen stepped up and did it. He had sex with her, and now she exposed him, and now he's mad. And they're both married, by the way. He's talking about, why would she wipe the sweat off his head? She's married. Fool, why would you have a woman wipe the sweat off your head if you're married? So she felt like even Steven. Like, we're both married. We both got a secret. All right, let me see what else I got in the deck.
Yeah, he not no scammer though.
Nah, a scammer is a totally different.
Well, he's a grifter.
Yeah, he could be something else, but the scammer thing is really you giving him money, he's not producing results to your satisfaction. And
He's not producing nothing to nobody's satisfaction, bro.
his donors are happy with.
No, they're not, unbiased. Dude, they were giving money with the eventual hope. Remember, what he was selling is the idea of getting our children or getting our Black boys specifically out of the European educational system, right? To where they could be taught real history. They wouldn't be put on those drugs or right. How are you doing that with no students? A building? How did you satisfy any of that stuff you taught? Come on.
No. I get what you're saying, but his donors are like Tariq Nasheed donors. When they donate to his projects, Mink Slide or whatever, the museum, they're all happy what he produced. Now, I heard his little meeting in Atlanta was janky. They said it was hot, no AC, he had no food. You know, he really just took the money. But guess what? Only the people who just criticize him, regardless, said something. His fanboys was satisfied. Like, they just want to see him. And same thing with Umar. His donor they love him. They don't care about what kind of school, all that. They love him. They love the man. They love Tariq. They love Trump, and they love Umar.
They love who's the second person you said?
I'm saying, like, when it comes to Trump, white folks love Trump. Like, you know, certain white folks love Trump. Yeah, certain racist white folks, they love Trump no matter what. He didn't do much for them, and they love him. So when you love someone like that, you kind of just love them. You don't give a fuck what they produce.
Yeah, but look, with Tariq, what he said he was going to deliver on, he delivered on, right? Now, the amount of money he might have collected ain't, you know what I'm saying? That shit wasn't nowhere near,
No.
you know what I'm saying, what was necessary to deliver the product he delivered, but the product that he said he was going to deliver, that's what he delivered. In the case of Umar, that's not the case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but all I said was his donors are happy what he produced. They actually came to his 8th batch party. And matter of fact, and he said, like, he's only inviting donors to his, like, parties and stuff.
Right. They're just fans. Like, they don't care.
Right.
Like,
That's what I said. Like, they just pulling up. Like, they just pulling up. Like that's like me. Like when I bought some of his DVDs, like I didn't like some of it. It was corny. I'm like, all right, oh well. Donation. You know, that's how I looked at it. Right? Donation. Like it's okay. Haskell. It's one thing if he showed them a projection. I've got the proper term for it. A blueprint, a projection, a digital projection of how the school gonna look, inside out, all that shit. That's one thing. Now you got to produce that. He never did that.
Yeah, but unbiased, he did make promises saying, yo, the boys are going to learn this at the school. We're going to have this center for this discipline. We're going to have this for this discipline. And so he's not delivered on any of that.
Well, look. All right. So now,
but like you said, though, they don't care. You know, so that's.
Wait, let's back up a little bit. To teach those things, you got to first have the school, right? So he dropped the ball on getting to school, and his donors was patient. Like he made up whatever excuse he needed to make up. They bought it, right? And they were patient, 15 years? So now he finally has something, and they believe like their kids are grown as hell now, right? Their kids already in college, so like they're not gonna benefit from the school at all. But you know, they said, all right, it's gonna take some time. But
some time.
No. But my point is, like,
like you said, they kids like 24.
Yeah, their kids old as hell.
What time we talk about, bro?
Now their kids old as hell, but you gotta let them at least open the school and teach. Now, if you don't teach those things, now they can say scam because you said you're gonna do this and that. That's different. That's what white public schools don't offer. And you didn't do it. You're offering the same thing as the day people. The people under the stairs. I'm gonna start calling them that. You offer the same thing as those people that's under the stairs.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I could find something. Hold on. Trying to see if I could find a video where he was outlining all the stuff that his school was going to provide. He said he need more donations.
Yeah, he always need donations. Did you see these right here, Haskell? Hold on, look at my screen. Now, everybody might be mad at me, but this right here.
Oh shit! Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
So I just went on YouTube, right? I'm Googling Umar Johnson. This nigga was on what's the name? Shit, the other day.
Oh,
Nepal.
Really?
Yeah.
Sarnetta?
Yep, not Sarnetta. He went on the Paw channel.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It said the Sip Down debut, special guest Dr. Umar Johnson. I might have to go watch that, man.
Of course, I gotta watch. Put the link. I'm gonna go to bed on that when I watch that one. Put the link in the chat.
All right, that's funny as hell.
Now, did you watch this video right here? I'm sharing.
Hold on, let me go back to the Zoom. I saw part of it.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I like to play just the beginning part of it because it makes me laugh. All right. So while you doing that, let me show the cat because the cat trying to get in, and so is the catcher. They're both trying to get in. All right. So.
Hey, I put the link in the back chat.
All right. They got mad locks on that goddamn door. Damn. You hear that? That's a lot of locks. Look at this shit. That cat never gonna get in.
up, Craig? Come on, Craig. What you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Yes, dude.
Come on, Craig. What you doing?
Nothing. You want to
Nothing.
move your car.
Look, you want to move your car?
The camera.
You got a camera? What? Camera? What? You checking out kids or something?
Hell
Huh?
no.
The hell no.
What? Camera? What? You checking out kids or something?
Hell no.
How old was the kid you're talking to?
Who the hell are you?
Yeah, look at
That's
the
gets
neck.
ready.
The neck is the neck is just.
What? Camera? What? You checking out kids or something?
Now,
Yo, this nigga got the 90s women gesticulation. Like, women don't do that shit no more.
But Haskell, look at this over here. The penis stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember you pointed this out.
Yeah, now what somebody pointed out to me, that was interesting. I know, man, were you gonna say something?
Goddamn weirdo. Now she ain't on here no more. She been dropped.
Okay. So let me play it. Let me play it. Look at this shit, yeah. Hey, yeah, but they got a lot of these catchers. They got a lot of these catchers in Florida though.
Yeah. I've been watching this shit even before you started posting them.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't that crazy? It's a lot of these people. It's so many people. Yeah, Haskell, you would think since Chris Hansen that these predators would know not to go online talking to a, you know what I mean? Like you would think, like, that show was big, bruh.
Nah, but you gotta understand, man, that shit insatiable, man. The thirst is too much, bro.
The whole delusion to want to believe is like, you know damn well it's an 80% chance it's a cop or a catcher behind that computer screen.
Man, they willing to take the chance on bias.
That's crazy. I'm gonna stop that one. I had one I know nobody's seen, but yeah, some of the catches are good. Some are, I don't know. Some could be predators themselves. Like okay, you caught them, you ask them questions, but like you're too hard on them now, where you become the predator. You know, you ask the same question over and over and over and over and over and over. It's like, yo, get to a direction, man. You ask the same question over and over and over. You caught them. Now what, nigga? You don't have another plan? Just let them go.
Right. You're not gonna get them locked up or nothing. It's just
right. They're just badgering, like over for an hour. Like, oh my god, this nigga gonna kill you. Gonna blow your head off. Yeah, like, but some are really good and they have a direction. Like, some always call the cops, but they just get the predator to confess on camera, and like that's most of their strategies is to get him to confess on camera, because the computer thing, they could say that somebody was on their computer. You know what I mean? All that type of shit. I was at Starbucks. I went to the bathroom. Some little kids ran off. You know, you could do shit like that if you wanted to, and possibly have an argument. How about this one? I was drunk. One guy said that. I was under the influence. I ain't mean none of that shit, you know. So they got to get them to confess on camera. And some of them are good enough to do that. And then they confess on camera. If they're in a city that prosecutes, then they're going to do that. If they're not, then all they're going to do is just embarrass them. You know what I mean? That's it on social media, but there's no consequence. Yeah, but yeah, I would think the Chris Hansen show should have these guys.
Hold on. I'm biased.
Mm-hmm.
You got to play this, man. Your boy with his school, as you call it.
Well, as you've seen it.
Okay, hold on. Or maybe you could play his funniest moments. You remember when him and Seti was going at it?
Yeah. Light skin something you called him.
Man, that shit was funny as hell. Then he act like he was on the phone with the goons, right?
He just got bad luck, bro. He just got bad luck.
Yeah, like he was on the phone with the goons and the phone rang, bro.
Yeah, he just got bad luck. Bro.
I'm like, this dude, man.
No goons.
Old goon.
Yeah, old goon. Ow.
Old goon. Hold on, bro. Yeah, play that funniest moments, dog.
Right,
That Umar Johnson funniest moments.
Where's the link? Where's the
Let's
link?
look at it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send it to you.
Right, throw my
Oh,
phone.
I just see it. Damn, they got a part 23?
No way.
God.
They
damn.
got 23 parts of this guy.
I mean, I could believe it though, because dude is
Memory.
a nonstop laugh factory, man. And what's crazy is this dude been on Breakfast Club, man. Like he been on legit platforms.
He been on it a couple times.
3 million views, and yo, bro.
Yeah, but you heard what No Jumper said about Tariq. They want him on there every month.
Oh, that what No Jumper said?
Yeah.
Wow.
He said every week. He said, nah, every month. We want him to give him status. Oh my God.
Damn, yeah. Damn, he be doing some big numbers when he go on other people. Like all of his Breakfast Club shit.
Yeah.
Is at least 3 million to 6 million.
Wow.
And then the shit when he went on Roland Martin, that shit 5.5 million.
Wow.
You remember that shit when Roland was trying to go in on him?
Yeah. It's funny, like when I believed in this conscious community shit, I thought Roland was wrong when he dressed Tariq and Umar. But when I started to understand the conscious community characters, how they all just liars and just got wrong information, then I started to look back, like, hold up, let me look back at the Roland shit. And I see like, yeah, like they be having better arguments. They be right most of the time. I was more like a fanboy, like whatever. Tariq, now, whatever he said, he won. He said he won. But when I went back, clear mind, I'm like, hold up, wait a minute.
Oh yeah, he always went according to him.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, dude funny as hell, man. All right, I just put it in the chat, Unbiased. It's the second one.
Talk, he got the phone. Goofy. All right, so let me get it.
Yeah, I ain't agree with what Roland did with Umar Nita.
I don't even remember it, to be honest.
Yeah, that shit was corny. Nah, he basically confronted him about having a degree and shit.
Okay.
22. Try not to laugh, man. Let's start to this thing.
Black Bible. If you a black parent and you ain't got this book. Yep. If you a black parent and you ain't got this book.
I literally ain't heard about this book.
If you a black parent and you ain't got this book. If you a black parent and you ain't got this book, you in trouble.
Hit the camera.
Let's open it up.
Masculine are stronger physically. Y'all see that? That's the great balance of the universe. A man get a divorce, it'll mess up your health and everything else. Especially if you know how to cook. Damn, you ain't getting that food. Now, if she has you on TV dinners, you sign that no-fault divorce, son. That was nothing but McDonald's any damn way. Okay?
And then he eating. They know how to set this shit up, don't
Yo.
What was this for?
You gonna live or something?
No, it look like you're alive.
He was like, I love my glasses. I was like, oh, you can't get a great piercing with glasses, I guess?
That's what we doing. Get them donations in. Let's get this school up for our sons. Let's get this school ready for next fall.
Been 13 years in the making.
2021. 2021. August the 21st of 2021. 82121. We want to start. 82121. We want to August the 21st of 2021.
Here we are in November.
82121.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting.
Sisters and girlfriends and cousins, you go to one of the corners and get 5 of the weed boys. I said go get Mike, Ray, Little Dave,
He enjoying this now.
Tom, and Little Shug.
Step up in there, man.
And they
So you tell
What the
them,
hell is going on?
you still got support.
as I need some backup, don't talk.
Don't talk. Don't talk.
Go ahead, Queen.
Like,
Stupid.
all two of y'all. What he mad?
And they gonna say, do you want us to dress up? Oh, hell no. Come with wife beaters, pants sagging, smell like marijuana and Egyptian musk.
Egyptians must, bro. What?
And I just want y'all to stand there like this the whole meeting. Stand at the white folks. Don't look, stand up.
Still for white folks.
What is he doing?
I think he just
Time
enjoying
to
himself.
uprise, brothers and sisters. It's time to oh, I'm so North Philly. I'm so North Philly right now. I'm so North Philly right now.
Where does he live?
I'm throwing my hoodie on for the interview.
Think Pennsylvania, I want to say.
No, I'm saying
I'm throwing the
this is,
hoodie on for the interview. Because I'm going to get so North Philly right now.
They say he always look like he in hotels.
I'm so Marcus Garvey. I'm such a Garveyite right now. I'm such a Pan-Africanist right now. Get your Dr. Papa, your Ifa Tunde apparel. Get your Ifa Tunde apparel right now. We not playing with y'all.
It look like some Rockets.
We not playing with y'all. New York City, 10 years,
94,
October
95,
30, and he's still number one.
Take the green off.
New York City, 10 years, October 30, and he's
Okay,
still
gold.
number one. New York City, 10 years, October 30, and he's still number one. Get that Black Parent Advocate, get that unapologetically African apparel. We not playing with y'all. It's not a game. It's not a game right now. The number one scholar, the number one book, number one organization.
The number one scholar.
Frederick Douglass was 6'3", I'm 6'3". Frederick Douglass was 6'3", I'm 6'3". Stop the hate. They hated on him, y'all hating on me. It must be a family thing.
What does that got to do with it?
Well, I'm passing this to you. This is going to be your book, Queen Mother. You doing the interview, you getting a free copy of the Black Parent Advocate. That's how we do. We take care of the elders.
I'm here on YouTube listening to one of your speeches, and in one of your, you suggest that half of the black males might have to be killed. I would like you to address that, because I do research people before I give them my money.
Yes, let me respond. Let me respond, man. Let me respond, man.
I got you, my dear Dr. Johnson.
Oh, man.
I gave a lecture a few years ago, and what I said was,
Bullying, a lot of boys who got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is. Masquerading as some sort of hyper masculinity. I know, because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this, because they started it. But I want to be clear. And I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that.
You gotta put
because
some
you
to
live in
sleep.
reality.
Mafia rule.
But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. Fuck God! I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner.
Yeah, to put the emphasis
Some
on.
of them going to sleep.
So
Fuck God! Fuck God! Fuck God! Fuck God!
and I stand by what I said. I did not say that we should kill half the black boys.
I said there's people walking these streets where we're going to have to put to sleep. In other words, you might have to create violence to end it. But you have a population of unreachables.
All right,
the
Thanos.
white man wants us to think they all unreachable.
If he is Thanos.
He
is the black version of Thanos.
That whole
Wait a minute. Does Umar agree with me? But hold up. It's like Umar agrees with me with this predator shit.
So you on some Thanos shit too?
Somewhat, yeah.
Segment.
That's if you gave him the Infinity Gauntlet, that's
Boy.
exactly what he would do, bro.
Should have aimed for the head.
That's no. Wife beaters start disintegrating.
What the hell going on, folks?
Do-rags start leaving.
Black forces fighting.
Oh my God, bro.
90% are reachable. 10%, we will have to have a civil war with them, and that's facts.
He is
Just
the
saying
Black
killing.
Thanos, bro.
Just said killing.
He's the Black
It's
Thanos.
pull-up time.
You're supposed to be an administrator of this
His father?
facility right here to teach young men, or boys rather, how to be men, first and foremost. You got no time for the drama you putting on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about.
He let her repeat it.
You said I've been working on the school too long? Well, you ain't been working on shit. You ain't done nothing for the people, my brother. What have you done for the people? How many kids you kept off drugs? How many kids you kept out of jail? How many kids you kept out of special ed? How many parents
Yo,
you
that
helped
what have you done
save
for the
their children,
community?
brothers and
That's a
sisters?
go-to right
Oh
there,
yeah,
bro.
oh yeah, oh yeah. Yo, they all do that. They're like, dude, what are you talking? How many kids you kept out of special ed? Dude, I believe those kids belong in special ed. You fucked their lives up. There's nothing worse than having a special ed kid in a class that's regular ed. You're gonna fuck that kid life up forever. He's gonna be a normal kid, but I don't know if it's nature or nurture, but they can spot out irregular behavior real fast. And they're gonna always distance themselves and sometimes bully the special needs kids. That's why you don't have them together, especially like the younger they are. So if you got a special ed kid in a regular class, you ruined that kid's life. So that right there, I don't agree with that. But according to these blackologists, black folks with the melanin, we don't have special ed kids. Like all of our kids grow up perfect. I was in high school and we had like an alternative building for the badass kids. The kids who deserve to be on drugs to slow niggas down. They were very violent. So it's Umar in Umar's school. Is he gonna let those kids just run rampant? Those badass alternative kids, because Haskell, you best to believe those parents that got their kids in those alternative schools, they're gonna be the main ones sign up to Umar school.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas punching teachers in the face, bringing guns. I mean, is he gonna have metal detectors? If so, how's he any different? Is he gonna have armed police officers guarding the schools for a mass shooting, Haskell?
Hell no. How you gonna pay for that?
What about
Donations?
What about metal detectors? No?
Come on, bro. Have you seen any other part of that school besides that gym?
I've seen the outside of it.
That's what I'm saying. Have you seen any other part inside besides that gym?
Nah, that's probably the most cleanest part. Anyway, let me finish playing it. Yeah. The go-to is, what have you done? Like, nigga, I'm not Superman. I didn't sign up to save the damn community.
Record is impeccable. Nobody in the conscious community got a track.
Yeah, his record is impeccable. These kids graduated high school. The parents that donated to you, their kids graduated high school already. They have no use for the school. It's not impeccable.
Like me, I'm not worrying about that. But get on that Cash App, brothers and sisters. $FDMG School. Get on your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. We're about to do the interview.
There's room for every black mother in here. Don't you ever.
What happens when you do see it? It wears people's faces like masks.
Black sister, ever in the rest of your life, go to your son's school with your damn pajamas on.
I can agree with that.
I mean, yeah. I think people should be going to their school, picking up the kids, walking around. You was disagreeing.
But now I know better. He's part of that movement that wants to destroy me. He's part of that movement that wants to destroy me. And I want to say this for the movement. See, he's part of that whole army. He's part of that whole booty bite army.
What?
Okay? He's obsessed. And now we know why he's obsessed. Now we know why he's obsessed. The brother put the video out. Okay?
Jay Morrison. Okay, both of them got the name Jay, which is interesting coincidence, but I'm not slandering those brothers. I haven't seen sufficient proof to tell me that those brothers are worthy of slander. I am not going to tear black men down. Black men have been getting torn down for 400 years. Black women too. Black women too. And I'm not tearing nobody down without sufficient proof, not evidence. Evidence is not enough. You see me walk into a store. That's evidence I stole something. He was in that store. That's some evidence, but that ain't proof. Just because you saw me walk in the store don't mean I stole from the store. I deal in proof. Evidence is not enough. I deal in proof, and to deal in proof is to deal in truth. Did y'all hear that?
I
I'm
ain't
gonna try to
gonna lie,
repeat
that
that.
sound like
I
some
deal
shit
in
Amber
proof,
be
and to
saying,
deal
yo.
in proof is to deal in truth. If
more
you
you
ain't
know.
dealing in proof, you ain't dealing in
Dr.
truth.
said on
Evidence
himself.
is only suspicion. Evidence can make you look suspicious.
You said Amber?
Yeah, that's the same. It's similar to the argument she made earlier. So like if you got video of a dude in a condominium saying, yeah, this is my shit. And then when the shit cut off, the real owner come in during the video like, man, what you doing in my shit, man? That's evidence, but it's not proof.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see why she fought with Umar. They kind of
Yeah, man, you can't throw black men down. They can't throw them under the bus. They've been doing too much they've been going through too much during history, man. White folks did enough. No more. It gotta stop. No more slandering.
Evidence is not proof.
Wow.
Somebody might have saw your girlfriend talking to some dude outside the store laughing. That's evidence. Is that proof she was cheating?
That's
right.
That
Is
is
that
not
proof she was
evidence.
interested in dealing with that brother? It is not. It's only evidence. Evidence can only draw suspicion.
Be visionaries. Marcus Garvey was a visionary. This man behind me, Thomas Sankara, was a visionary. El Hajj, Malik El Shabazz, Sekou Touré, Osagyefo, Kwame Nkrumah, Winnie Mandela, Robert Sobukwe, visionaries. Visionaries.
Amazing when people can remember all those
Walter
names.
Rodney,
I couldn't.
visionaries.
Yeah.
We need visionaries. And when you are a visionary, you said tomorrow's not promised. Let me deal with that Negro quote. I'm glad, no disrespect to you, brother. I'm not attacking.
What? Black Parent Advocate, 570 pages. 570 pages, Dr. Papa. What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about? 570 pages, Prince Pan-African. Now you see that? All
Okay,
mines.
pages, that
all
means a
mines.
lot, right?
All mines. Y'all.
Let's get this shit. Let's get this. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
I don't give a damn. It could be a new edition shag.
Not a new edition shag, bro.
Oh, tis the season.
Yep, tis the season to get this electronics.
Caribbean tour. We're going to get that Caribbean tour popping.
Sure never have.
Black Puerto Rico is calling for the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Black Puerto Rico is calling for the Prince of Pan-Africanism. The Afro-Ricans are calling for the Prince to descend on the island of Puerto Rico. The Afro-Ricans are calling for the Prince of Pan-Africanism to descend on the island of Puerto Rico. Our Haitian Africans are calling for the Prince to descend on Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I gotta get there. I got Jamaica. I'm overdue for my return. I ain't been to Jamaica since 2015, 2016, when I blazed the Garvey Day in Garvey's hometown backyard. So I got to get back to Jamaica. Bermuda, Bahamas, St. Martin, St. Lucia, St. Croix. I gotta get back to the Caribbean islands. Brothers and sisters, the book of the decade for black parents is out. The book of the decade for black parents is out. The book of the decade for black parents is out. You can order it now.
He says it in 3.
Down Low Lennon, Madball Monty, banned from the campus.
Does your phone case need an upgrade? For only $1.04, you can bring home this new phone case. Temo's phone cases are good looking, tons of options available, compatible with all mobile phone models.
Campus?
Huh?
You would agree that he has a campus?
I don't know about that. I just got school.
You say he just banned somebody from the campus.
Now, I don't know how old this is, though.
The date right there.
Yeah, I don't know how long he had to school, though.
Nah, but I don't think you could have no campus. You could make an argument that a school is a school with just a building, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you could have no campus without no people, bro.
I mean, you can if you bought a school with a campus already. Because all we gotta do is Google campus.
Right? What the hell is a campus anyway? What makes a campus a campus?
When I hear the word campus, I think of like a school plus all this walking area to this place, that place, this place.
Campus. Yeah, go ahead, keep playing it, bro.
Here. Are you serious? Let me play it.
Down Low Lennon, Madball Monty, banned from the campus. If you want to be on the FDMG Bureau of Investigation,
You did say campus.
to help us finish filling out the Book of Negroes, haters,
Negroes.
saboteurs, backstabbers, frenemies, underminers. Who wants to be a part? I need a chief of the FBI, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Bureau of Investigation. Who wants to head that up? Down Low Lennon is the first name on it. Madball Monty. Asexual anti-Afro. Asexual anti-Afro. I just figured it out, brothers and sisters, that most of my haters belong to the LB. Most of them belong to the alternative life. I didn't know Down Low Lennon was an alternative, but now I know why he makes so many videos about me. Now I know why. I didn't know that before. I thought he was, a hetero, loyal family man. That's what I thought, but now I know better. But y'all better get it on DrUmarJohnson.com and stick it in your Bible.
I couldn't, bro.
Stick it in your
Shit,
Bible.
dog.
That got
Why do I
you?
keep going to this damn clip?
That got you, dog.
Shit, dog.
How did he get you?
No,
You
they
just
went
put your
back
money-
to the damn clip.
You just put your money up too. You should have left it out.
That damn book, bro.
This
That
nigga
damn
say,
book.
Oh my.
This nigga say you a part of the LB. Bet you ain't finished it. Even he ain't crazy. LB.
Marcus Garvey.
Well,
look, man.
This
Shout
nigga
out to the
said the Frederick Douglass Marcus.
shout out to the
Garvey.
people, man, that's trying to uplift the situations we go through. But you gotta be aware of false. I don't even want to. I don't know. Umar Johnson, he done.
Umar Johnson seems like a smart person.
He's a
bro.
smart, intelligent person. But
Very
over the years
intelligent.
now, it's just like, bro.
I was waiting for the school.
People have been donating, giving this man millions of dollars, bro.
See, he ain't been in
Just
Jamaica.
started.
He trying
And
to go
yet-
to Puerto Rico.
So
He's spreading the word, man.
he's spreading the word, but it's just like
Afro-Kens. What he said?
Afro-Ricans.
Afro-Ricans,
yeah.
yeah.
Which I mean, they deal with a lot down there too, man. So anyway, let's
Better get it on DrUmarJohnson.com.
Just
Order it
have
right now.
Yeah.
Unless you live in New York, come get it October 30th. If you live in Atlanta, come get it November 19th. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, come get it December the 10th. It's the Black Parent
damaging
Bible.
the book.
One place, all the solutions.
just
First
put it out the
psychologist in American history to do this for Black parents. I'm the first psychologist in American history to do this for Black parents. The Black Parent Bible. The public schools are scared now.
Why you keep
Betsy
flicking the
DeVos
book
is
like
scared
that,
now.
bro?
Donald Trump is scared now. All 50 state departments of education.
Well, something's wrong
running his
with this dude,
vehicle.
bro.
Because I just dropped the
He's
Garvey
under
grenade.
influence, man.
560 pages. Once you read this and you read psychoacademic Holocaust, there'd be nothing they can do to you. The Bible. Come get the Black Parent Bible.
nigga
Look
said
how
the
thick
Garvey
that is.
grenade.
Look
I
how
have
thick
never
that
heard
is.
such
Order now.
term.
DrUmarJohnson.com. Order now. It's a revolution. It's a revolution. We're not playing with y'all.
What about
Games is over.
Amazon?
Academy. You can
donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. You could donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. You could donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. PayPal for all those.
That was funny.
All haters will be added to the. You could donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. You could donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. You could donate on PayPal, or you could donate on the Cash App. PayPal for all those. All haters will be added to the Book of Negroes. Do not pay them no mind. The Book of Negroes has 2,500 names in it right now. And the funny thing, most of them don't even know they in the Book of Negroes. Most of them don't even know we have done the research.
Not the Book of Life, bro.
Speaking of research,
Not the Book of Eli.
I need a team of people who are willing to investigate all Dr. Umar haters for legal names, photo, and address.
He just said legal research or official research, and you go hire anybody to come up with anybody's names and photos. It's weird.
If you want to help me, I need a group.
So you're not gonna vet that group? Any group? It could be white, suspected white supremacists.
You can't be
I
asking
need a
people
Dr.
to.
Umar FBI, the FDMG Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey, RBG, International Leadership Academy FBI. Who wants to be in the FBI?
This
I need
nigga
a
said the
private team
Frederick Douglass
whose job is to compile all hater
Marcus
legal
Garvey
names,
Bureau
because you
of
will
the.
have to show ID when you come to the FDMG grand opening. You will have to show ID when you come to the FDMG grand opening. You will have to show ID when you come to the FDMG grand opening, and we're going to have the Book of Negroes on the table. The Book of Negroes, so when they pull out their ID, we will see if their names show up on the Book of Negroes with their face, and then they will be banned from the campus. Banned from the campus. Banned from the campus.
It comes in threes.
Okay? Banned from the campus.
The book. This is your second work.
That's my second book.
Looks like a manifesto.
It's a manifesto. The Black Parent. I should have called it that. That's going to be the next one. Black Parent Manifesto. First time ever. First time ever a black psychologist ever broke down the school system legally, step by step, strategy by strategy for black parents. I'm the first to do it. I'm the first to do it.
So the question I'm going to ask you is,
I'm the first to do it.
the first book, first give them an idea.
The first book, and then where the second book pick up at.
And the second. Now, give me the name of the first book.
The first book is Psychoacademic Holocaust. The Special Education and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys.
Oh, this is
not the.
Let me just do this. Okay. It's in the back seat. Okay.
Oh my God.
How I feel, nigga. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping, bitch. I know I'm tripping. You can't trip like me. You wish you could say what I say, but you ain't living like that. You ain't even real with yourself, boy. Fuck wrong with you. And I'm gonna do this shit forever.
I'm broke as shit now.
Fuck that! Fuck that!
Bro, they are childish, bro.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
If they would have mixed it like that, the whole video, bro, I would have been done.
Oh my God, dog. Hey, I
didn't know.
I don't know what to say. Oh, what else? I don't. That.
If you want to join the FBI, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey.
Yes, Federal Foreign Bureau.
Let us know. Comment down below.
Yeah, comment down below.
If you want to join the FBI.
Comment down below. You want to join the FBI. Yeah. Comment down below. You want to join the FBI.
Run them likes up.
Exactly. Hashtag
Run them
Shabazz
likes
Squad.
Up. Run them likes up.
Yeah, that's very bad that you got, and yeah, these people are very large. That's very bad. You got them clowning you.
Yeah, dude.
100,000 subscribers.
Yeah, dude in the middle looks sick, man.
Oh, so now one of these lies, we got to talk about this right here. So look, I'm just gonna type it in real fast so you can see my screen. I'm gonna just type it in, all right? Look at this. This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna, so this doesn't, now that doesn't have a sex. When you put Black American, leave it at that, that's all Black Americans. It's gay, straight, everybody, female, male. Look at this. Damn, what I typed before? No, that wasn't it. I typed something in the other day. I gotta cheat. I look at my other search. Here we go. Okay, I did this. That's weird. I did this right here. Okay. Now you see what I typed there, Haskell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look what popped up. Look, I didn't type a race or nothing. Look what came up.
You did put the race. You put Black
No,
America.
I'm sorry. I didn't type the sex.
Oh, okay.
But look what come up. Women. They omitted the men. They went straight to just women. Have the highest rates of obesity or being overweight compared to other groups in the United States. Look, bro, I said 4 out of 5 African American women are overweight or obese. 4 out of 5, my boy.
That seems almost unbelievable.
No, that's actually believable because when I look through, so now when I go places, I look to see
80%, bro.
Yes. So what you look at sometimes, you might look at, like, for example, Umar might see a sister that's obese or overweight and look at her as a potential queen. But health-wise, that is an overweight sister. So
right, because they're going by the BMI.
Right, but also health. I just said health-wise because to even get to this stat, we was reviewing Inky's lecture on his interview with Nepal on Sineta's thing, and he was claiming he could cure diabetes. So when I was fact checking Inky on like the real treatment for diabetes, it kept just saying weight loss. So I'm like, damn, like weight loss is like probably 90% of the treatment for type 2 diabetes. So I'm like, damn. So if that's okay, so let me type obesity in Black America. I'm thinking it's gonna show men and women. That thing, because I was gonna say, yo, our issue is just weight loss. What's up with that? But let me use my dating app, for example. Haskell, to see a regular sized woman, I gotta, you know how they say like or dislike? I gotta dislike 20 women in a row just to get to one that looks in shape, sort of.
What app is that?
Okay, so I'm on BLK, I'm on Tinder, and I'm on another one. The other one I can never remember. But they all like pretty popular. Dude, I gotta constantly scroll past like 20 Black women that's all obese before I can get to someone who's regular size. And then that regular size woman.
Look up the number on specifically Black men.
All right, let me see.
80%, that's crazy though.
Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact from my own observation. I've been seeing that. To investigate whether the gender gap in obesity prevalence is greater among U.S. Blacks than whites in a study designed to account for racial differences in socioeconomic.
I think you got to press where it say abstract, unbiased. No, go up. Right there, it say abstract, then it say go to all the way across. Introductions. Damn, so they ain't got no abstract? Like.
You got to go here, but I guarantee it's costs money. Oh my God, lay down. All right.
Oh, well, no,
yeah, so the abstract is the purpose.
Okay, go to conclusion. Or results. I just saw results.
This one?
Yeah, I saw something that said results when you were scrolling down.
Right. Which, right here.
Obesity gender gap was larger in Blacks than white, 7.7 percentage points. 95% confidence interval in blacks versus in whites, gender gap, conclusions in a racially integrated low-income urban community, gender gaps in obesity prevalence were similar for blacks and whites. That don't really tell us what percentage of black men are. What percentage of black men are obese? 'Cause 80%, man, that seems shit, bro.
Nah, man.
Because I know they go by the BMI, so even if a person isn't necessarily,
I don't know where you've been at. I don't know where you've been going. You probably don't go nowhere. But when you start going places, start looking at women, and when you look at just look. Just do me this favor, like I tell everybody to do. When you go somewhere where it's crowded, there's gonna be black people there. Forget about the adults. Look at the kids. Look at the little boy and little girl. That's like brothers and sisters. You're gonna see the little boy normally in regular shape, fit, skinny, whatever, and the little sister is gonna be obese already, like in between ages 3 to like 7 or 9. Already obese at that age. So that's your own personal. Just go ahead and observe it. Look at the families, like the little girls.
I mean, that I expect, like it's gonna be a disparity between the men and like the women are typically gonna be more larger.
It's mainly because Haskell, I knew fat guys who played ball got skinny. Like they was fat in their early, youth, like 12, 13, they play ball, they get toned up, or like they lose a lot of weight by 16, 17. They're very active. What happens is that because adults are obese and they got a bad appetite, bad diet, they usually feed the kids what they eat.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid metabolism is nowhere near an adult. So the kids become obese, especially the girls, because they're not as active, like you said,
right.
Boys.
Right. So yeah, I don't that part, the disparity don't surprise me. It's the actual the number. The 80% seems it might as well be 100%. Shit. 80%?
Now look, I typed in something else. What race and gender has the highest obesity rate? Obesity in African Americans. African American women have the highest rates of obesity or being overweight compared to other groups in the United States. In 2018, non-Hispanic blacks were 1.3 times more likely to be obese as compared to non-white Hispanics.
Yeah, but you put in men. Just put in men specifically. Say obesity rates for black men.
Okay, come on there. Where's Pamper go? He took off his pamper. Obesity.
Or obesity rates for black men.
Ain't a such search for that.
Yo, that's crazy. They don't have nothing specific. Oh, hold on. Among African American adults, nearly 48% are clinically obese, including 37% for men and 57% for women. See, them numbers seem a little bit more. And that 80%, that should seem too. That's kind of wild, bro. 80, dog. You might as well say 100. 80%, bro.
Let's look at this one.
I mean, 57% is shit. That's high as fuck. 80? Yeah.
That was Kevin Samuel's talking point.
Yeah, this one's got the same numbers on bias. 37%, 57%.
This is the same link. This is the same link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to hear them, see how they're going to elaborate. Okay, now this says, don't forget, we're not just dealing with obese. It's overweight and obese. This is looking like it's dealing with obesity because I typed that in there. So it might be 48%. Don't forget, obese is way a bigger problem than overweight. Overweight could be like a tummy, neck,
Mm-hmm.
but you still might beat. But an obese chick, you really yeah. What do I do with the pamper? Yeah. So I think it might be 80% overweight and maybe 50% obese. So I'm gonna do what? So let me do overweight then. So it just don't obesity.
Yeah, I think that's that same link.
Yeah, so it goes to obesity, not dealing with overweight. But the here we go. Let's see. I seen something 80% in here. Okay, yeah. See, look, right here it says, okay, results. Morbid obesity is as more common in Black women, 16%. So this is morbid obesity. This is like ridiculous sloppy fat, right? This is Respucia, you dig, from Norbit. Morbid obesity is as more common in Black women, 16%, compared with white or Hispanic women, both 8%. Now, I don't believe that with undocumented Hispanic women, because they some fat ass women. Black women are more overweight, obese, or, see, it named all three, or morbidly obese compared with Black men, 80% versus 71%. Black men, 77%, have a higher prevalence of morbid obesity compared to white, 5%. Not that much. Hispanic, 5%, or other. Race or other than Hispanic, Black, Asian, or white. Racial ethnic groups, 4%. Hispanic men, 80%, and African women, 80%, have the highest prevalence of overweight, obesity, morbid obesity. Normal weight is more common among race, ethnicity, other in both men and women. White women have a higher prevalence of normal weight compared to white men, 34% to 25%. Conclusion, there are important differences. I can't fucking read.
So there are more important differences
in
the prevalence of obesity and morbid obesity between racial and ethnic groups in U.S. adults. More emphasis needs to be placed on preventing, treating morbid obesity, particularly in Hispanic men and African American women, to reduce CV risk or CV and correct disparities in health outcomes.
What is CV?
Oh, probably cardiovascular, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so there go the 80% numbers, like you said, when you combine overweight, obese, and morbid obese. They say African American women at 80%. Damn, wait, hold on, bro. That number seemed unbelievable to me too. They're saying Hispanic men, they're at 80%. What the fuck?
I don't know where you been at. Man, it's some fat bugs, man.
Huh?
Yeah, I see it. But at least up here, up north. At least up north.
I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that one.
You can go to conspiracy all you want.
See, the thing is with every study, like you have to look, you know what I'm saying? We know that, like, you got to look at that method, man.
Yeah, but look at it then. That's your research.
Yeah, I'd have to see how many people and from how many different areas they drew the data from, because that seems the 80% African American woman already, that seems too high, right? But I know African women, they're the most obese out of any group, so that may not necessarily be so under, but 80% of Hispanic men.
Well, your emotions ain't gonna change the research or the data. For your disbelief is not good enough. Yeah, but Haskell, your I don't know don't change the outcome.
Man, I'm trying to think, man. I don't be seeing that many fat Chicos like that, bro.
Again, you must don't go outside.
Fat Chicos, bro?
Yeah, I see a bunch of them.
Man, I don't know. I'm biased. I don't know, bro. Go scroll up and see if they if it showed the method.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the link because I got to put this pamper on and get him to bed. Because it's already past his bedtime.
Yeah, it's about that time anyway.
I'm starting getting frustrated because he fighting me. He took his pamper off and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, he been wants you.
In the chat.
He been wants you to get off.
Here. Yeah, he took his pamper off.
He like, get your ass off the goddamn internet.
Yeah. That's what I gotta do. You hear him, right? He's active. All the noise you hear, he's active. He's rolling around. He won't let me change his pamper. God, stop it.
Yeah.
The new pamper is on.
All right, unbiased. Put that. Will you put it in the back chat or the in the back chat?
I put it in both chats.
All right. Yeah, remember to check out that link. I put the first one with that's the
I got to do that.
Your boy pulled up on the pod. I'm gonna be listening to that shit too. Yo, nigga Umar pulled up. Cause you know what's funny about, didn't him and Sonetta fall out?
Yeah, he been fell out.
So how? Well,
nah, but he might not know that Nepal is affiliated. That's why it's on her thing. Possibly. Yeah, let me get off this thing because this computer, like, I don't.
Yeah, bro. All right, man. We out of here.